Chapter 1196. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Tian Muyun's gaze was incomparably sharp. It was definitely not as simple as just praising him. There was a strong sense of jealousy in his eyes. Tian Muyun's gaze seemed to be able to see through him, or in other words, he wanted to see through everything about Jiang Chen. This was a terrifying opponent, but Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary nobody. Tian Muyun was still far from being able to see through him. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Jiang Chen continued to speak in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Jiang Chen, I already know everything that has happened in the sect these days because of you. It's a good thing that there's a genius like you in Tianyun Pavilion, but since I'm here today I have to take care of this matter. You've injured your fellow disciples and even crippled a true disciple. If I don't punish you, Elder Yang Shu won't be satisfied. I have to take care of the emotions of the elders of the sect. Besides, you've offended the elder of the law enforcement hall and disregarded the law. You'll also be punished. I'm going to punish you now. Are you willing to do so? Tian Muyun said with a smile. His tone was light, but there was an irrefutable aura in it. Sect Master. Tianjizi's expression changed slightly, but before he could say anything he was interrupted by Tian Muyun with a wave of his hand. Elder Tianji, I'm talking to Jiang Chen now. Please don't interrupt us. Tian Muyun casually glanced at Tianjizi before shifting his gaze back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered coldly in his heart. Tian Muyun had already shown a trace of hostility towards him. This might seem abnormal, but it was within Jiang Chen's expectation. A figure like Tian Muyun would have an incomparably sharp sixth sense. Perhaps Tian Muyun could sense that Jiang Chen's existence would pose a certain threat to him, which was why he showed hostility instead of admiration. As a matter of fact, there was a difference between Tian Muyun and Ouyang He. Ouyang He belonged to the older generation. He hoped that a peerless genius would emerge in the sect so that the sect could flourish in the future, because his talent had basically reached the peak. Becoming a mighty immortal king was basically his limit. It was basically impossible for him to become a more powerful immortal emperor, but Tian Muyun was different. He was young and a genius. People like him had a common problem, being hostile to all geniuses who were more talented than him. It was something that couldn't be changed, especially when it came to monstrous geniuses like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had unknowingly overshadowed Tian Muyun's brilliance. Although Tian Muyun was already the sect master and had a supreme status, he shouldn't care about it, but deep in his heart, there was still an unchangeable idea and hostility towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about Tian Muyun's hostility at all, because in his mind Tian Muyun was already his enemy. They were destined to fight to the death in the future. If Tian Muyun really appreciated him and wholeheartedly nurtured him like how Tianjizi valued him, Jiang Chen would feel uncomfortable in his heart, because he would have to kill Tian Muyun in the future. If Tian Muyun treated him too well, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the heart to kill him. But now it was different. Tian Muyun was his enemy, and he had shown his hostility. Jiang Chen wouldn't even blink an eye when he killed Tian Muyun to avenge Ouyang He. I wonder how Sect Master is going to deal with me? Jiang Chen asked with great interest. Don't worry, I will treasure a peerless genius like you very much. After all, you represent the future of Tianyun Pavilion. Not only will I not hurt you, I won't punish you, but I will also give you a chance to train yourself. Tian Muyun said with a smile. Oh. Jiang Chen was surprised, but his intuition told him that this chance to train himself wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen, I will give you a chance to go to Nifa's abyss to train yourself. I think such a punishment is enough for Elder Yang Shu. If you can survive in a place like Nifa's abyss, your future achievements will surely surpass mine, said Tian Muyun. When he mentioned Nifa's abyss, a trace of teasing flashed in the depth of his eyes. No one else noticed this subtle expression, but it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Wah! After Tian Muyun mentioned Nifa's abyss, the entire hall was in an uproar. Even Yang Shu didn't expect that Tian Muyun would give Jiang Chen such a heavy punishment. How was this a punishment? It was no different from killing Jiang Chen. Sect Master, you're sending Jiang Chen to his death. Isn't this punishment a little too heavy? Tianjizi couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were red. One could imagine how angry he was at this moment. It seemed that if the other party wasn't Tian Muyun, he would have already lost his temper. Why is Elder Tianji so agitated? Sect Master Tian is doing this for Zhang Chen's sake. If a peerless genius like Zhang Chen can go to Nifa's abyss to train himself, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Yang Shu chuckled. He was in a good mood. In his opinion, sending Zhang Chen to Nifa's abyss was more satisfying than crippling Zhang Chen. Of course, Zhang Chen, you can choose not to agree. I won't force you. Tian Muyun looked at Zhang Chen with a look that said, I won't force you. Zhang Chen understood Tian Muyun's thoughts very well. He didn't know what kind of place the Nifa's abyss was, but judging from Tianjizi and Yang Shu's reaction, it must be a place of extreme evil. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Nifa's abyss. Zhang Chen knew that if he agreed, it would basically be impossible for him to walk out of Nifa's abyss in Tian Muyun's eyes. If he didn't agree, it would mean that he was weaker than Tian Muyun. What Tian Muyun wanted was to see him cower. That way Tian Muyun would think that he was stronger and more outstanding than Zhang Chen. To put it bluntly, such a punishment was just to satisfy Tian Muyun's mentality of being a genius. Zhang Chen, you can't agree to it. Tianjizi quickly said. Master, what kind of place is Nifa's abyss? Zhang Chen asked curiously. The Nifa's abyss is an independent spatial zone that connects to one-line sky and a dozen other major domains. There are all kinds of ferocious creatures in there. Moreover, there are many evil sects and crooked sects in the immortal world. The entire spatial zone is filled with sin, blood, and slaughter. The weak are prey to the strong. There are no rules there. Even I can't guarantee that I'll come out unscathed. For a long time, only those who have committed serious crimes will be sent to the Nifa's abyss to fend for themselves. Everyone who enters the Nifa's abyss has a slim chance of survival. If you enter the Nifa's abyss, it's basically no different from throwing your life away. Chapter 1197. The Nifa's abyss was a notorious existence that represented evil, bloodshed, and slaughter. It was a place that would cause people's faces to turn pale at the mention of it. There were powerful primordial ominous demons in there. No one was willing to step into it. Even the most powerful genius in one-line sky wouldn't dare to enter the evil abyss. Tian Muyun's path of growth was dazzling and arrogant, but even he didn't dare to take half a step into the evil abyss. What a good Tian Muyun playing this trick on me. Zhang Chen sneered in his heart. It seemed that Tian Muyun knew that Zhang Chen wouldn't dare to agree to it, but he still gave Zhang Chen such a difficult problem. His purpose was to see Zhang Chen's timid side and feel superior. Zhang Chen, it's a rare opportunity to enter the evil abyss. As long as you agree to it, I won't pursue the matter of you crippling Chu Yuan anymore. Yang Shu said with a smile. He wanted to see whether Zhang Chen would dare to agree to it or not. However, everyone present, including him, was certain that Zhang Chen wouldn't dare to agree to it. After all, entering the evil abyss was not something that anyone could do. It has nothing to do with you whether I go to the evil abyss or not. Chu Yuan only has himself to blame. Zhang Chen glanced at Yang Shu coldly, not giving him any face at all. Zhang Chen, you can refuse it. Tian Muyun continued. However, after listening to Tianjizi's introduction of the evil abyss, Zhang Chen's interest was piqued. He, Zhang Chen, had experienced countless hardships and had been to all kinds of dangerous places. A man's life must always be full of challenges and passion. A path without passion would never be perfect. Zhang Chen loved excitement and passion. He wanted to give his life a label and create countless miracles. Zhang Chen's first purpose of coming to one-line sky had been achieved. He had successfully entered the Tianyun pavilion. Next, he would have to work hard on his second goal, which was to kill Tian Muyun. However, it was impossible to achieve it in a short period of time. He needed to improve his strength and cultivation base. Only by improving both would he be able to contend against Tian Muyun. If he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation, dangerous experiences were indispensable. Now that he had become an inner disciple and a true disciple, there were too few places in one-line sky for him to train in. What he needed the most was a dangerous place like the Nifa's abyss. Slaughter, blood, and cruelty. All of these words attracted Zhang Chen and stimulated his blood. He liked this kind of training method. I promise. Just when everyone, including Tian Muyun, thought that Zhang Chen would refuse, Zhang Chen actually agreed. This situation stunned everyone present, including Tian Muyun himself. He didn't expect that Zhang Chen would really agree to it. When Tian Muyun proposed such a punishment, His purpose was to see the timid side of Zhou Xian. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? He actually agreed to it. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This Zhou Xian obviously doesn't know how terrifying the Nepha's abyss is. Entering the Nepha's abyss is no different from courting death. This guy is indeed the most arrogant person I have ever seen. He doesn't even put the Nepha's abyss in his eyes. He is destined to be a dead man once he enters the Nepha's abyss. Many people shook their heads and sighed. No one had expected Zhou Xian to agree to enter the Nepha's abyss. No, Zhou Xian, you are courting death. You have no idea how terrifying the Nepha's abyss is. Tianjizi tried to stop him. As long as Zhou Xian changed his mind and refused to enter the Nepha's abyss, he still had a way to ensure that Zhou Xian would be unharmed. Master, I have already agreed to it. It's better if we don't go against the sect master's order. Zhou Xian smiled at Tianjizi. You're crazy. Tianjizi shook his head, feeling that this disciple of his was too crazy. No one had ever been able to remain so calm and collected when facing the Nepha's abyss. Zhou Xian was the first. Even as his master, Tianjizi couldn't help but admire Zhou Xian for this. Zhou Xian, have you really agreed to it? You still have a chance to back out now. Tian Muyun said with a frown. Now that Zhou Xian had really agreed to it, it made him feel very unhappy. That's right. This disciple has agreed to go to the Nepha's abyss to train. However, I hope that sect master can give this disciple 3 days. After 3 days, this disciple will go to the Nepha's abyss on time. Zhou Xian said in an incomparably solemn tone. There wasn't the slightest hint of a joke in his words. The Nepha's abyss couldn't scare him at all. No one would have guessed that the current Zhou Xian had already developed a strong interest in the Nepha's abyss. Alright, I'll give you 3 days. 3 days later, I'll personally open the passage to the Nepha's abyss for you. As soon as Tian Muyun finished speaking, he disappeared with a sway of his body. After Tian Muyun left, the atmosphere in the main hall was basically gone. Since he had already agreed to go to the Nepha's abyss, there was no need for Yuan Ting and Yang Shu to say anything more. This was the result they wanted. Zhou Xian, you sigh. Tianjizi shook his head and sighed. He didn't know whether to scold or say anything to Zhou Xian. He had already agreed to it and it had become a fact. He only hoped that Zhou Xian could really come out of the Nepha's abyss alive, although he knew that this hope was extremely slim. But on the other hand, Tianjizi was incomparably proud. His disciple had the guts to enter the Nepha's abyss and faced it so boldly. As his master, he was also very proud. At least, no one else could cultivate such a disciple, although he wasn't the one who cultivated Zhou Xian. Don't worry, master. I know what I'm doing. Let's leave this place and head to the Tianji Peak. After saying that, Zhou Xian turned and walked out of the law enforcement hall. Since he was going to the Nepha's abyss, learning the art of divination was his top priority. The reason why he refused the 3 days was because he wanted to learn the art of divination. He clearly saw the battle between Tianjizi and Yang Shu today. If he could learn the art of divination, it would definitely come in handy in the Nepha's abyss. Zhou Xian and Tianjizi left. The elders of the law enforcement hall couldn't help but sigh as they looked at their backs. Some of them sighed in their hearts. It was a pity that a genius like Zhou Xian had fallen. From a certain point of view, it was a great loss to Tianyun Pavilion. Elder Yang Shu, you've achieved your goal. Zhou Xian will definitely die in the Nepha's abyss. Yuan Ting said. Yang Shu patted Chu Yuan's shoulder. This is all I can do for you. Chapter 1198. Compared to the independent peaks where the other golden immortal elders resided, the heavenly mystery peak was extremely simple and crude. However, it was incomparably clean and elegant. The top of the peak was filled with mist, making it look like a real paradise. 2 figures descended on the heavenly mystery peak at the same time. Tianjizi couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned to Zhou Xian and yelled, "Bastard! You're still wet behind the ears, kid. How could you know how cruel and terrifying a place like Nepha's abyss is? How could you agree to it? You're courting death." Tianjizi seemed rather agitated. His eyes were emitting blood-red radiance. Seeing Tianjizi's reaction, not only did Zhou Xian not get angry, he felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He could feel the concern that Tianjizi had for him. This was only his second meeting with Tianjizi. Although they were master and disciple, it was only in name. Back in the martial arena, Tianjizi didn't hesitate to fight Yang Shu in public for his sake. In the law enforcement hall, Tianjizi challenged the authority of the entire law enforcement hall. Now Tianjizi was incomparably worried and concerned about Jiang Chen. These were true feelings. Jiang Chen could feel the concern that Tianjizi had for him. Master, don't be too agitated. Don't you know the art of divination? You can divine for me to see if this trip to Nifa's abyss will be dangerous or not. Jiang Chen shrugged and asked with a smile. Do you think I don't want to? Unfortunately, I don't know what's going on with you. I can't divine anything at all. It's as if your fate is beyond the heavenly mystery. Your fate is illusory. With my current cultivation, I can't divine anything about you. Tianjizi let out a cold snort. He had performed divination more than once about his disciple, only to find that Jiang Chen's fate was beyond the heavenly mystery. He couldn't divine anything about it at all. Otherwise, he would have performed divination for Jiang Chen no matter what. What? Jiang Chen almost cried out after hearing this. He had never thought that this would happen. However, Tianjizi definitely wouldn't lie to him. Since even the art of divination couldn't divine anything about him, it was clear that his fate was extremely special. Could it be related to the dragon transformation skill? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. The only explanation for this was the dragon transformation skill. He had now completely condensed his dragon body, and the Zulong Tower was extremely mystical, surpassing everything. Moreover, he would never forget the ancestral dragon's shadow that once appeared in the depths of his soul, as well as the ancestral dragon's roar that seemed to come from the primordial age. Until now, the dragon transformation skill was still a mystery to Jiang Chen. This divine skill seemed to be broad and profound, and he would never be able to fully explore it. As for his future, even Jiang Chen himself could not determine what kind of close relationship existed between him and the ancestral dragon, and what kind of powerful and mysterious existence could surpass the heavenly secrets. That's right. You are indeed an anomaly. However, the great divination art is also broad and profound. It's just that my cultivation and comprehension of the great divination art are limited, so I can't divine anything about you. Tianjizi couldn't help but sigh. He was very attentive to this miraculous disciple of his. From the moment he decided to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple, Tianjizi had already made up his mind to properly nurture Jiang Chen. He wanted to make Jiang Chen his pride. Master, a man must live his life vigorously. Master, a man must live a vigorous life. My life will definitely be exciting. There will always be countless trials and tribulations obstructing the path of a successful person. What I need to do is to kick away these stumbling blocks one by one. Anyone who wants to rise to the top will face a pile of bones beneath their feet. I want to grow, and I absolutely cannot be a flower in a greenhouse. Although the Nifa's abyss is dangerous and terrifying, I want to be the most terrifying one there. I want to be the target of others' terror. I like that kind of life and death experience because it always brings me passion and heroism. Therefore, even if Sect Master Tian didn't mention the Nifa's abyss, once I knew of its existence, I would still head there without any hesitation. This is my own choice. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. Every word he uttered was sonorous and powerful. The hot-blooded aura that was unique to men could sometimes not only attract women, but also men. Tianjizi looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated this disciple of his. Moreover, Jiang Chen's words and the faint aura of a ruler had successfully affected Tianjizi. That's right, a man should live like this. He couldn't live in vain. Good disciple. Master didn't misjudge you. You're right, we need to be existences that instill fear in others, not others. Go boldly to the Nifa's abyss, I believe you'll become my pride. Tianjizi's attitude changed in an instant. He no longer objected to Jiang Chen. He even had some expectations for Jiang Chen. He looked forward to Jiang Chen creating a miracle and successfully walking out of the Nifa's abyss. How domineering would that be? Moreover, for some unknown reason, Tianjizi had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. It was as if even a dangerous place like the Nifa's abyss would not be able to stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. He felt that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to walk out of the Nifa's abyss. Disciple will certainly not disappoint master. Jiang Chen bowed at Tianjizi. Tianjizi was the first person that he was close to ever since he entered the immortal world. His relationship with Tianjizi was different from Ouyang He's. It was a responsibility that he had to take care of Ouyang He, whereas Tianjizi was his disciple. Kid, you deliberately delayed the 3 days. I guess you wanted Master to impart the art of divination to you, right? Tianjizi said with a smile. Master's wisdom is truly unparalleled. You've guessed it correctly. Jiang Chen chuckled. The art of divination was too attractive to him. Since he was going to the Nepha's abyss soon, he had to make use of these 3 days to learn it. It would definitely be of great use to him in the Nepha's abyss. All right. When Master was young, I accidentally obtained the great art of divination. Then I devoted my life to it. I never accepted a disciple because I couldn't find a genius who could inherit the great art of divination. The great art of divination is incomparably profound. It's incomparably difficult to cultivate it. I've only reached the first level of the great art of divination. To put it bluntly, I've only reached the entry level of the great art of divination. Tianjizi said. His expression instantly turned incomparably solemn when he mentioned the great art of divination. It was obvious that he was extremely respectful and fascinated by this supreme art. Chapter 1199. Great Divination Art. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. Whether a supreme art was powerful or not, one could tell a thing or two from its name. The fact that it dared to call it great divination art was enough to show how terrifying this secret art was. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that Tianjizi was only at the entry level. Just at the entry level he was already so powerful. If he cultivated this great divination art to the great completion level, what kind of performance would he have? Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine. Disciple, I will now impart this great divination art to you. As for how far you can cultivate it, it will depend on your own luck. There is a very important condition to cultivate the great divination art, and that is a strong soul force. I have observed your performance in the iron dummy array before. I didn't expect you to be able to break the iron dummy array. Your soul force is far beyond ordinary people, and your perception is also incomparably amazing. This is the biggest advantage of cultivating the great divination art. Tianjizi said, not concealing his admiration for Jiang Chen. The great divination art is divided into 4 realms, namely the spiritual wisdom realm, heavenly rush realm, heavenly will realm, and heavenly mystery realm. The spiritual wisdom realm is just the entry level. Once you reach this realm, you can foresee good or bad fortune and foresee danger. Once you reach the heavenly rush realm, you can use it in battle. I have just broken through to the heavenly rush realm, so I can rely on the foresight in battle to fight Yang Shu to a draw. This is the terror of the heavenly rush realm. Tianjizi said. The heavenly rush realm was a level higher than the spiritual wisdom realm, and it could already be used in battle. However, compared to the great divination art, the heavenly rush realm was just the entry level. The real terror was the heavenly will realm and heavenly mystery realm. Amazing. I wonder how terrifying the heavenly will realm and heavenly mystery realm will be. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he grew more and more interested in the great divination art. He had originally thought that the power of this secret art would be extremely terrifying if it could be used in battle. He didn't expect that Tianjizi's art could only be considered a beginner's level. You're right. The great divination art is an ancient secret art that I obtained by pure luck. The peak of this secret art is comparable to the heavens. Unfortunately, with my aptitude, I won't be able to comprehend it to that level in my entire life. I'm already extremely satisfied that I've reached the heaven vision realm. As for the divination realm after that, I've never had any extravagant hopes. As for the final divination realm, in the records of the great divination art, no one has ever successfully cultivated it apart from the supreme expert who created this secret art. The more he spoke, the more solemn his respect for the great divination art grew. The heaven insight and heavenly will realms are both used in battle. The heaven's mystery realm can predict the opponent's attack trajectory and methods. Once you reach the heavenly will realm, you won't just be able to predict these things. You can use the heaven's mystery to calculate the opponent's combat skills and perfectly execute them, catching the opponent off guard. Tianjizi said. Hearing that, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up again. He had previously relied on the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique to simulate his opponent's combat skills in battle. However, that kind of simulation was different from this kind of simulation. That kind of simulation was limited, and it wouldn't work if he encountered a combat skill that was too complicated. Moreover, the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique could only simulate the form and power of the combat skill. However, the great divination art could completely simulate the opponent's essence and completely obtain the opponent's combat skill. That was too terrifying. In other words, if one cultivated to this level, their enemy would basically have no secrets in front of them. Of course, this kind of simulation also had certain conditions. If the opponent's cultivation and strength were too much higher than his, then it wouldn't work at all. Under the complete suppression of strength, he wouldn't be able to simulate the opponent's combat skill before he could even simulate it. Master, what about the Heaven's Mystery Realm? Zhou Xian asked curiously. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The Heaven's Mystery Realm is the highest realm of the great divination art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been named Heaven's Mystery. According to the records of the great divination art, once you reach this realm, you can control time, space, and the future. You can even manipulate the law of space and the law of time. You can transform into the Heaven's Mystery Realm and become one with the heavens. That realm is not something we can imagine. Although you're talented, it's basically impossible for you to reach the Heaven's Mystery Realm. It requires great luck and luck. I have high expectations of you. I'll be satisfied as long as you can reach the Heavenly Wool Realm. Tianjizi smiled and patted Zhou Xian's shoulder. He was very satisfied with his disciple, but he didn't dare to hope that Zhou Xian could cultivate the great divination art to the highest realm. In history, no one had ever cultivated the great divination art to the Heaven's Mystery Realm. No matter how talented Zhou Xian was, it was basically impossible for him to reach this step. Heaven's Mystery Realm. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with infatuation. He was almost obsessed with the great divination art. Manipulating time and space, controlling the past and the future. What kind of realm was that? It was unimaginable. It surpassed heaven's will and represented the heaven's mystery. No one dared to imagine what kind of realm it was, not even Zhou Xian. But it couldn't stop his fascination for this realm. Disciple, this is the cultivation method of the great divination art. Everything is introduced here. I'll hand it over to you now. I hope you won't disappoint me. Tianjizi flipped his palm and an ancient yellow paper appeared in front of Zhou Xian. Tianjizi's hand was trembling as he held the paper. It was as if this thin paper weighed thousands of kilograms. It was obvious how much importance Tianjizi placed on this paper. Zhou Xian also received the paper solemnly. When he held it in his hand, he suddenly had a different feeling. Although the paper was tattered, it exuded a strong ancient aura. It was densely packed with small characters. There was even a great map of the starry sky drawn at the top. It was filled with the charm of the great Tao and heaven's mystery. In just an instant, Zhou Xian was completely captivated. Thank you, Master. Zhou Xian said very solemnly. Tianjizi was willing to give him such a precious secret art. Zhou Xian couldn't express his gratitude. The relationship between Tianjizi and Zhou Xian had become very real at this moment. True feelings were always good. True emotions could always tug at one's heartstrings. You don't have to be so courteous with me. You only have 3 days. After 3 days you will enter the Nifa's abyss. You should seize the time to cultivate and see if you can comprehend a little bit of the great divination art. It will be very helpful when you enter a dangerous place like the Nifa's abyss. Tianjizi said. In his opinion, it was basically impossible for Zhou Xian to comprehend a little bit of the great divination art in 3 days. This secret art wasn't easy to cultivate. Chapter 1200. Zhou Xian saluted Tianjizi and chose to go into seclusion. He couldn't wait to learn the great divination art. Although the divination peak was simple and crude, the conditions were not bad. As a true disciple, Zhou Xian had his own cultivation place, a courtyard with incomparably beautiful scenery. After Zhou Xian entered the courtyard, De Huang Dog flew in as well. Tianjizi knew the relationship between Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, so he didn't stop them. In Tianyun Pavilion, there were many disciples who liked to raise beasts, so it wasn't a rare thing. Tianjizi didn't disturb Zhou Xian. In his opinion, it would be extremely difficult for Zhou Xian to understand the contents of the great divination art, let alone step into the spiritual wisdom realm. He knew the importance of time to Zhou Xian, so he prepared to create the most peaceful conditions for Zhou Xian. Kid, did you really agree to go to the Nifa's abyss? asked De Huang Dog as soon as he came in. Of course. What? Do you know about the Nifa's abyss? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog curiously. De Huang Dog seemed to have a certain understanding of the immortal world, far more than he had imagined. I don't know, but judging from the behavior of those old guys, the Nifa's abyss must be an extremely dangerous place. De Huang Dog shook his head. When have we ever been afraid of danger? We went to the devil world back then, but what happened in the end? The entire devil world is under our control. Jiang Chen shrugged, not caring about it. That's true. We have never been afraid. The more dangerous a place is, the more interesting it is. If Master Dog were to stay in Tianyun Pavilion forever, it would be really boring. But that Tian Muyun is really ruthless. He actually gave you such a heavy punishment as soon as you arrived. Could it be that he has already guessed that you are going to harm him? De Huang Dog said curiously. This was the first time Tian Muyun met Jiang Chen, but he had already developed such a strong hostility towards Jiang Chen. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have happened. As the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, he should be happy that such a genius had appeared in the sect. It was even more impossible for Tian Muyun to discover Jiang Chen's purpose and his hostility towards him because Jiang Chen had never shown any hostility towards Tian Muyun. He had never mentioned the secret of Jiang Chen to anyone. No matter how smart Tian Muyun was, it was impossible for him to guess that there was a relationship between Jiang Chen and Ouyang He. He just wants to find a sense of superiority from me. This is the common trait of all geniuses. But I'm afraid that even he has already expected that I would agree to go to the Nifa's abyss. Jiang Chen smiled. As smart as he was, he knew exactly what Tian Muyun was thinking. Unfortunately, Tian Muyun was destined to be disappointed. It was impossible for him to find a sense of superiority from Jiang Chen. Alright, I can see that you are very attached to the great divination art. Master Dog won't disturb you anymore. Give Master Dog a leaf of the regenerative lotus. Master Dog needs to go into seclusion to prepare for the trip to the Nifa's abyss. De Huang Dog raised his paw and placed it in front of Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen wasn't stingy at all. He immediately took out a leaf of the regenerative lotus. De Huang Dog had helped him restore the iron dummy array. This in itself was a reward for him. After receiving the leaf of the regenerative lotus, De Huang Dog found a random room and went into seclusion. This time they were going to the Nifa's abyss, a place that was filled with evil and slaughter. It was an existence that would make people turn pale at the mention of its name. Therefore, even De Huang Dog didn't dare to be negligent. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. In this immortal world where dangers lurked everywhere, only a powerful cultivation base was the foundation of one's survival. If one wanted to survive, one must gradually become stronger. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Since De Huang Dog had gone into seclusion, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be negligent. His room was very simple, but the items needed for cultivation were all necessary. A golden futon was placed in the middle of the room. The immortal qi in this room was much stronger than the outside world. At least it was denser than the martial arts palace in the outer sect. Moreover, the futon had the effect of condensing immortal qi, making cultivation even easier. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the futon and quickly adjusted his state to the best. A pair of bright eyes fell on the great divination art in front of him. Blessed by heaven, operate the heaven's secret. These words were written on the top of the ancient paper. They were full of charm. Below them were densely packed mnemonics. Each of the mnemonics was incomparably obscure and profound, making it hard for anyone to understand. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered that there were mnemonics for the spiritual wisdom realm, heavenly momentum realm, and heavenly will realm on the paper. As for the heaven's secret realm, there wasn't even a single word of mnemonics. There was only a picture of a starry sky imprinted on it. Jiang Chen absolutely didn't dare to underestimate this starry sky picture. It contained a strong sense of heaven's secret, which made him truly feel that the great divination art was extraordinary. This is a heavenly secret map in itself. I want to see what powerful secrets this heavenly secret map has. Jiang Chen focused all his attention on the heavenly secret map. He circulated the great soul derivation technique, and his soul force surged towards the heavenly secret map like a tide. At the same time, Jiang Chen also circulated the dragon transformation art to assist him. All this while, Jiang Qin had been able to cultivate any battle skill or cultivation technique smoothly with the dragon transformation art and the great soul derivation technique working together. There had been no bottlenecks at all, and he hadn't encountered any setbacks in the process. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Qin's soul power drifted for nearly 10 minutes. The heavenly secret map that was originally motionless suddenly started to move as if it was stimulated. Jiang Qin saw a large area of illusory storms, passing marks and colorful light spots. They seemed real but not real, and also seemed fake but not real. There was no end to them, and they were everywhere. Jiang Qin's soul was like a floating leaf drifting in the vast ocean, constantly being overturned and torn apart. Barf. Jiang Qin's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and he quickly withdrew his soul force. What a profound concept. It's not something I can come into contact with. Jiang Qin was shocked. His face was pale and his soul felt like it was about to shatter. In just an instant, Jiang Qin found that his clothes were drenched in sweat. Thinking of the danger just now, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The heavenly secret map had turned into a vortex, and it had almost sucked his entire soul in. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's quick reaction, his soul would have been devoured. After losing his soul, Jiang Qin would become an idiot, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I haven't even reached the spiritual wisdom realm in the great divination art, and I want to see the final heavenly secret map. I'm reaping what I sowed. Looks like I have to take it step by step, and I can't be greedy. Otherwise, if I go berserk, I'll only harm myself. Jiang Qin sighed. He was smart, and he immediately found the crux of his problem. Chapter 1201. According to the records of the Great Divination Art, this supreme secret art had been passed down for countless years and had seen countless geniuses. However, none of them had been able to cultivate it to the great mastery realm. No one had even touched the final divination realm. Jiang Qin had reaped what he sowed by forcefully viewing the divination art when he hadn't even started. No matter how much of a genius he was, it was impossible for him to comprehend the profound meaning of the divination art in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Qin understood this very well. The situation just now was because the divination art was too attractive to him and he couldn't control himself. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Qin didn't know that he was the first person to make the divination art operate on its own. Tianjizi had been studying the great divination art all these years and had never once looked at the divination art. However, he couldn't see any changes at all. However, Jiang Qin was able to stimulate the divination art to operate. This was a miracle in itself. If Tianjizi knew about this, he would probably faint on the spot from the shock. Jiang Qin did something that he couldn't do in his entire life in less than 10 minutes. This kind of shock was a little too funny. Jiang Qin didn't dare to look at the divination art anymore. He used the wood spirit and the dragon transformation art to quickly recover from his injuries. This process took a full hour. It was obvious how serious the injuries he had suffered were. At the very least, it was more serious than the injuries he had suffered in battle. This was only because it was Jiang Qin. If it was someone else, it would be impossible to recover from such injuries without resting for a month. Jiang Qin could recover in an hour. This was really abnormal. After his body recovered, Jiang Qin took a deep breath and began to study the great divination art from the spiritual wisdom realm. He didn't have a big goal in 3 days. It was good enough to reach the spiritual wisdom realm. However, if Tianjizi knew what Jiang Qin's goal was, he would probably laugh at him immediately. Reaching the spirit wisdom realm in just 3 days was already a joke, wasn't it? Back then, Tianjizi had taken a year and a half to learn the great divination art, and that was because he had the potential to cultivate the great divination art. At the very least, he had a lot more potential than ordinary people. It was absolutely impossible to learn the great divination art in just 3 days. Spirit wisdom was the symbol of wisdom. A person's intelligence and spirituality would fuse together to form spirit wisdom. This was a prerequisite for cultivating the great divination art. The so-called beauty of heaven and earth contained destiny. Wisdom was the root of wisdom. Only people with great destiny and a root of wisdom could cultivate the great divination art. These two were indispensable and were the prerequisite for cultivating the great divination art. Therefore, not just anyone could cultivate the great divination art. If it was an ordinary person without an innate root of wisdom or a weak destiny, they would never be able to cultivate the great divination art even if they were given a lifetime. As for Xianxia, he was the symbol of destiny. This could be seen from his path. His talent and fortune undoubtedly gave him the prerequisite to cultivate the great divination art. To put it bluntly, the great divination art was tailor-made for Xianxia. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Tianjizi, and it wouldn't take long. Xianxia soon fully immersed himself in the art. He was deeply attracted by the mnemonic chant and profound meaning, unable to extricate himself. While Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion, the interior of Tianyun Pavilion was in an uproar. There was no way to calm down. There were topics and discussions about Xianxia everywhere. After all, ever since Xianxia came to Tianyun Pavilion had never been peaceful. From the beginning he caused chaos in the outer sect, to the iron dummy array in the inner sect, to the life and death battle with Chuyuan, and now he was going to the Nifa's abyss. Perhaps only Xianxia could do all these things in such a short period of time. In the history of Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a person who could cause so much trouble. Tianmuyun was undoubtedly the most dazzling star in the history of Tianyun Pavilion, but after the arrival of Xianxia he seemed to have overshadowed Tianmuyun's brilliance. It was a pity that Xianxia was going to the evil abyss. In the eyes of many, entering the evil abyss was basically no different from death. It was a death sentence. I really didn't expect Sect Master Tian to give Xianxia such a heavy punishment. It's a pity to lose such a powerful genius just to save Elder Yangshu's face. What do you know? I heard that Sect Master only made a suggestion and Xianxia could reject it. I didn't expect Xianxia to agree to it directly. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He even dared to take the initiative to go to a place like the Nifa's abyss. It seems like he doesn't know how terrifying the Nifa's abyss is. That's right. He would be an idiot if he agreed to it. The Nifa's abyss is a dangerous place that gathers evil and slaughter. Killing happens day and night. Dangers are everywhere. Putting aside the ancient demons and all kinds of ferocious demonic beasts, even the people there are vicious and evil. Xianxia really thinks too highly of himself, thinking that he is invincible after defeating Chuyuan. He doesn't know that there are so many existences stronger than him in the Nifa's abyss. Even golden immortal experts wouldn't dare to go there recklessly. Only death awaits him if he enters the Nifa's abyss. Xianxia is definitely going to die. For Tianyun Pavilion, the loss of such a person will bring a lot of peace and tranquility, but it also means the loss of a powerful genius. What a pity. I really admire Xianxia's courage. Whether he can walk out of the Nifa's abyss or not, I still admire him. At least ordinary people wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Let me ask you, which genius in Tianyun Pavilion would dare to go to the Nifa's abyss? If it was someone else, I'm afraid that they would rather suffer all kinds of punishments in the sect than go to a place like the Nifa's abyss. From the outer sect to the inner sect and even the core sect as well as the various elders' courtyards, everyone was talking about Xianxia. No one had thought that Xianxia would end up like this after going to the law enforcement hall. News of what happened in the law enforcement hall had already spread. Sect Master Tianmuyun had personally come forward to punish Xianxia by sending him to the Nifa's abyss, but the punishment was optional. What was unexpected was that Xianxia actually took the initiative to accept it. Chapter 1202. Xianxia couldn't hear the discussions happening outside, nor was he interested in them. All his interests were in the great divination art. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Xianxia, who had been in seclusion for a whole day, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably bright, like the stars in the night sky. Their radiance couldn't be concealed. An illusory aura of divination overflowed from Xianxia's body. Under the reflection of this illusory aura, Xianxia looked extremely mystical. His black hair fluttered without any wind, his fingers trembled and specks of light flickered on his fingertips. I've reached the spiritual wisdom realm. I should be considered to have grasped the basics. The great divination art is indeed incomparably profound. It took me a whole day to comprehend a trace of its essence and reach the spiritual wisdom realm. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. The process of comprehension was extremely difficult. It had never been so difficult for him to cultivate any cultivation method or battle technique in the past. If Tianjizi was here, he would have fainted on the spot from the shock. What he had spent a year and a half to accomplish was accomplished by Zhou Xian in a single day. This was too much of a blow to him. Zhou Qian's words were even more infuriating. What did he mean by taking a day to grasp the basics? Damn it, he was going to anger me to death. Countless seniors who cultivated the great divination art would be angered to death. Those who were already dead would be angered to death again. Reaching the spiritual wisdom realm in a single day was a miracle. It was the greatest miracle in the history of the great divination art. Even the Almighty who created the great divination art couldn't imagine that someone from the younger generation would be able to grasp the basics in just a single day. Since the spiritual wisdom realm can divine fortune and misfortune, I might as well divine it for myself. Let's see if there will be any dangers in this trip to the Nephi's abyss. Zhou Xian thought. He immediately activated the great divination art. After a series of divination, he had the urge to cough up blood. It was just as Tianjizi had said. His fate had already surpassed the mysteries of heaven. Even he couldn't divine anything about himself. Damn it, my fate is so mysterious. It must be related to the dragonization art. What kind of close connection do I have with the primordial divine dragon? Zhou Xian began to feel curious about his identity, but whether it was the dragon transformation skill or the ancestral dragon pagoda, they had always been very mysterious. Even though he had been cultivating them for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the essence of the dragon transformation skill. Since he couldn't divine it, Zhou Xian decided to stop. He had only grasped the basics of the great divination art anyway. Zhou Xian didn't really care about fortune or misfortune. Even if he managed to divine something extremely dangerous, he would still do it. He was a person who wouldn't give up easily after making a decision. As for the secret of the dragon transformation skill, he would continue to explore it. No matter what his fate was or whether it was beyond the heavenly fate, Zhou Xian was sure of one thing, and that was that cultivating the dragon transformation skill would definitely bring him benefits. It would definitely be beneficial to him. There are still 2 more days. I might be able to break through to the heavenly vision realm. If I can reach the threshold of the realm, I will be able to use the great divination art in battle like master. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Zhou Xian stopped divining because it was meaningless to him now. He had to go to the evil abyss no matter what. The most important thing now was to break through to the heavenly vision realm. Once he advanced to the heavenly vision realm, it would be great. Zhou Qian's combat strength was already very strong. He could kill a half-step divine immortal expert in his dragon form. With the help of the great divination art, he might even be able to fight a true early divine immortal expert. This was a life-saving trump card. It would certainly come in handy in a place like the evil abyss. There was no doubt about it. As for the heavenly will realm and heavenly vision realm, Zhou Xian didn't think about it. He knew himself well. He already had some understanding of the great divination art after seeing the heavenly vision map. This kind of supreme secret art was too mysterious and difficult to cultivate. Given his talent and luck, he might be able to reach the heavenly vision realm very quickly, but the next 2 realms were just too difficult. The heavenly vision realm had already touched a trace of the heavenly vision. There was an acupoint between the eyebrows called the heavenly vision acupoint. In order to reach the heavenly vision realm, one would need to use the spiritual wisdom realm chi of heavenly vision to break through the heavenly vision acupoint. Only then would the acupoint be filled with heavenly vision chi. This realm wasn't easy, and the process of breaking through the heavenly vision acupoint was destined to be difficult as well. However, Zhou Xian wouldn't give up so easily. This was his style. Tianjizi had been paying attention to the situation inside the courtyard from outside, but he still couldn't see the real situation inside. If Tianjizi knew that Zhou Xian had entered the spiritual wisdom realm and was trying to break through the heavenly vision realm, it was unknown what kind of reaction he would have. For Zhou Xian, the heavenly vision acupoint was like a closed dead pool. It was surrounded by a solid barrier. It was really not easy to break through the barrier. What Zhou Xian needed to do now was to use the great soul derivation technique. He would use his powerful soul power and the spiritual wisdom realm chi of heavenly vision to attack the barrier of the heavenly vision acupoint. Once the barrier was broken, it would be considered a success. Tianjizi had cultivated for most of his life, but he had only reached this step recently. That was why he had the upper hand in the battle with Yangshu. Around the heavenly vision acupoint, Jiang Chen's soul storm was everywhere. Wave after wave of attack, but unfortunately, the barrier of the heavenly vision acupoint was as solid as gold. No matter how the soul storm attacked, the heavenly vision acupoint remained motionless and showed no signs of breaking. Damn, this step is really difficult. Jiang Chen wiped his sweat and couldn't help cursing. This process was too difficult for him, but he didn't give up. He attacked the heavenly vision acupoint again and again. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen kept breaking through the heavenly vision acupoint. In fact, to break through the heavenly vision acupoint and successfully enter the heavenly vision realm, the most basic condition was to use the powerful soul power and the spiritual wisdom realm qi to attack continuously until the heavenly vision acupoint was broken. However, ordinary people couldn't have such a powerful soul power. More importantly, they couldn't support the continuous attack of the soul power for a long time. Once they stopped in the middle, the barrier of the heavenly vision acupoint would automatically repair itself, causing the previous efforts to be in vain. This was also the reason why Tianjizi spent most of his life on this step. Chapter 1203. This was a huge advantage that anyone who cultivated the great divination art would yearn for, but not everyone could have it. Jiang Chen was a special case. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he had a huge advantage that surpassed ordinary people. The heavenly penetrating acupoint was still being attacked. After 2 days of continuous effort, the barrier outside the heavenly penetrating acupoint had become extremely thin. Every soul attack would cause the barrier to tremble violently, as though it would shatter at any time. Outside the courtyard, Tianjizi glanced at the sky and pushed open the door of Jiang Chen's courtyard. It's been 3 days. I wonder how's that fella's cultivation going? Tianjizi had some expectations for Jiang Chen. He strode towards the door of Jiang Chen's seclusion room and pushed it open. At the instant when Tianjizi pushed open the door, Jiang Chen's heavenly penetrating acupoint was completely broken. Countless soul energy and heavenly fate qi surged into the heavenly penetrating acupoint like an ocean, causing the heavenly penetrating acupoint on Jiang Chen's forehead to light up. At the same time, the aura exuding from Jiang Chen's body grew denser. That was the intense heavenly fate qi. Although it was illusory, it could be felt. Tianjizi, who had just pushed open the door, saw this scene. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth was agape as he stared unblinkingly at the center of Jiang Chen's forehead. Then his body trembled and he couldn't utter a single word. He was all too familiar with this scene because he had just experienced it not long ago. The heavenly penetrating acupoint lit up and the heavenly fate qi was dense. This was the sign of someone who had just broken through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint. Even if Tianjizi couldn't accept this reality, he had to admit that Jiang Chen had really done it. Or rather, it was like a dream to him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Tianjizi kept shaking his head as he murmured to himself. As a powerful golden immortal expert, he should have a strong heart and patience. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have too much of a reaction. But right now, Tianjizi couldn't help but feel excited. His interest could only be described as magnificent. Tianjizi couldn't believe that this was true. He had spent his entire life to reach this level, but Jiang Chen had only used 3 days. This wasn't a joke, right? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tianjizi wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. No, even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Tianjizi was still unable to believe it. In fact, he could not even accept it. After successfully breaking through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint, Jiang Chen had already sensed Tianjizi's arrival. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. This kind of extreme consumption of soul energy didn't make Jiang Chen feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was in high spirits. Standing up from the praying mat, he walked towards Tianjizi and bowed. "Master." Jiang Chen called out, but Tianjizi didn't reply for a long time. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw that Tianjizi was already in a daze. It seemed like Tianjizi was still immersed in the scene just now. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He could understand Tianjizi's current feelings. Initially, he wanted to hide his breakthrough to the heavenly penetrating acupoint from Tianjizi, saying that he had just entered the spirit wisdom realm. Otherwise, it would be too much of a blow to Tianjizi. But he didn't expect that Tianji would witness the scene of him breaking through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint. Master! Zhang Chen called out again. Only then did Tianji recover from the shock. He looked at Zhang Chen as if he was looking at a monster, and his voice began to tremble. You just broke through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint? Tianji's tone was still filled with disbelief. Yes, master. This disciple was lucky enough to break through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint. Master should be happy. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Happy. Tianji was naturally happy. He even had the urge to go crazy from happiness. Although Zhang Chen had dealt a fatal blow to him from another perspective, his eyesight was indeed very good. He had accepted a monstrous disciple. Even the word monstrous wasn't enough to describe Zhang Chen's talent. 3 days. You only used 3 days to reach the level that I have spent half a lifetime to reach. What a monster. Fortunately, you are my disciple. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have gone crazy. Tianji was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. He saw hope in Zhang Chen. He even had a feeling that the great divination art had never reached the heavenly divination realm, but one day Zhang Chen would be able to reach the heavenly divination realm. This was originally an unrealistic thought and fantasy, but Tianji felt that it was extremely possible. It's just luck. Although I have reached the heavenly penetrating acupoint, I have no clue about the heavenly will realm and heavenly divination realm. I'm afraid that it will take a long time and a certain amount of luck to reach the heavenly will realm. Zhang Chen said. What he said was true. He was already very satisfied with his current situation. As for the next 2 realms, they were something that could only be discovered by luck. Whether he could reach them or not would depend on his own luck. Kid, you are indeed a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. No wonder even the sect master is jealous of you. Now even I am starting to get jealous. It seems that I have picked up a treasure. Since you have already cultivated the great divination art to the heavenly penetrating acupoint realm, you can fully utilize this secret art in battle. It will definitely play a key role when you reach the evil abyss. Tianji was full of admiration for Zhang Chen. To him this time he had really picked up a treasure. Zhang Chen was an unpolished jade, a real treasure. In the future, Zhang Chen's achievements would surely surpass Tian Muyun's. Tianji believed that a person like Zhang Chen was destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. Although Tian Muyun was a legendary figure in One Line Sky, the difference in talent between him and Zhang Chen was like the difference between heaven and earth. A person like Zhang Chen was a true son of heaven, a figure that would soar through the 9 heavens. A small opponent like One Line Sky wouldn't be able to trap him. Master, 3 days have passed. I'm ready to go to the evil abyss. Zhang Chen said. Now that he had cultivated the great divination art, he no longer had any nostalgia for Tianyun Pavilion. Instead, he was very interested in the evil abyss. It would be beneficial to his growth if he could gain experience there. That's right. I will bring you to the sect master now. The sect master will help you open the passage to the evil abyss. When you arrive there, you must be careful. Although you have extraordinary talent, your cultivation is still weak. A place like the evil abyss is the hardest to survive. A little carelessness and your life will be in danger. Tianji instructed. He was very concerned about Zhang Chen. Disciple understands. Zhang Chen nodded, then summoned a Huang dog and prepared to set off for the evil abyss. Chapter 1204. The Huang dog walked out while shaking his head. In just 3 days' time his cultivation base had advanced to the late heaven immortal realm. Although he had just reached the late heaven immortal realm, such speed of advancement was already very terrifying. Naturally, the effect of the regenerative lotus was good, but in essence, the Huang dog's bloodline was too powerful. If he was replaced by an ordinary person, no matter how many lotus leaves he had, he wouldn't be able to advance at such a fast speed. The late heaven immortal De Huang dog's combat strength was even more powerful. Ordinary half-step divine immortal experts were no match for him. Even if he encountered an early divine immortal expert, he would still be able to deal with them. Naturally, the stronger they were, the better it would be for them to go to the evil abyss this time. With the help of the great divination art, Zhang Chen's current combat strength was already equivalent to an expert who had just stepped into the divine immortal realm. With the addition of De Huang Dog and Ada and Air who were hiding in the Zulong Tower, they would have the combat strength of 4 divine immortal experts. With such strength they would be able to deal with 1 or 2 experts in the evil abyss. Are we setting off now? De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. As a dog that craved for the world to be in chaos, he was very interested in a place like the evil abyss. This dog is very unusual. Tianjizi looked at De Huang Dog and couldn't help but praise. He had already noticed that this dog was unusual. He knew that from the fact that De Huang Dog could repair the iron dummy array. What surprised him more was the speed of De Huang Dog's advancement. He clearly remembered that De Huang Dog was merely a mid-heaven immortal expert 3 days ago, but now he had already advanced to the late heaven immortal realm. Such a terrifying advancement was extremely rare. Tianjizi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The man and the dog in front of him were 2 freaks. Birds of a feather flock together. Zhangchen was a freak. Even a dog beside him was a freak among freaks. "Let's go and find Sect Master," said Tianjizi. As soon as his voice faded, a silhouette suddenly appeared on Tianji Peak. The newcomer had an extraordinary bearing. It was none other than Tian Muyun. Sect Master. Upon seeing Tian Muyun, Tianjizi and Zhangchen saluted at the same time. No matter how much Zhangchen hated Tian Muyun, he had no choice but to behave meekly. After all, there was still a huge gap between his strength and Tian Muyun's. He had to conceal himself well so that Tian Muyun wouldn't notice him. "Zhangchen, are you sure that you want to go to the evil abyss? It's not too late for you to regret now." "I won. Tian and Tian will. Tian Muyun Tian Immortal Sect. Tian." Disciple has already made up his mind. "I don't want to put Sect Master in a difficult position. I'm afraid that the entire Skycloud Pavilion already knows that I'm going to Nifa's Abyss. If I go back on my words now, wouldn't it tarnish Sect Master's reputation? My life is nothing compared to Sect Master's reputation. Besides, Disciple also wants to go to Nifa's Abyss to train." Zhangchen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, placing Tian Muyun's position high and mighty. Tian Muyun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For some reason he felt a sense of defeat from Zhangchen. He admired Zhangchen, but he didn't like Zhangchen. "All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll open the spatial passage to the Nifa's Abyss for you now." As Tian Muyun spoke, a golden talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman flickered with light, filled with the aura of space. A half-step immortal king expert had only just comprehended the spatial force, and had only taken half a step into it. He was still far from being able to open up a spatial passageway. The talisman in Tian Muyun's hand was a spatial talisman. It was a talisman that could lead one to the Nifa's Abyss. Tian Muyun was now the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, so this talisman was naturally in his hands. Huff huff. A chilly wind whistled. The talisman quickly turned into a spatial door. The door wasn't very tall, but one could feel the chilling qi coming out from it. One could even feel the gloomy qi of the Nifa's Abyss, which made one shudder. Zhangchen and De Huang Dog's eyes fell upon the door at the same time. Both of their eyes shone with a strange light. "Zhangchen, hurry up and go in. Given my cultivation base, I can't maintain this spatial passage for a long time." Tian Muyun said. "Yes, Sect Master." Zhangchen cupped his fists, then turned into a ray of light and rushed into the spatial door. De Huang Dog followed closely behind. The man and dog disappeared in an instant. Not long after Zhangchen and De Huang Dog disappeared, Tian Muyun also kept the talisman and turned to leave. Tianjizi stared at the place where Zhangchen and De Huang Dog disappeared in a daze. "Kid, I hope you won't let me down." Tianjizi hoped that Zhangchen could walk out of the Nifa's Abyss successfully. In that case, Zhangchen would be able to create another miracle. Inside the black spatial passage, one could constantly feel the variegated spatial airflow in the surroundings. Zhangchen and De Huang Dog could feel that this spatial passage was slanted downwards. In other words, the Nifa's Abyss was located at the bottom of the one-line sky. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more intense the gloomy and cold aura became. Under the influence of such an aura, it was easy for people to feel unhappy and irritated. However, as people who had wandered around the Devil Realm, these auras were nothing to them. The Nifa's Abyss was naturally incomparably dangerous, but compared to the Devil Realm, it was probably still inferior. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of the Nifa's abyss because he had a powerful trump card. The Zulong Tower was his greatest trump card. The 14-story Zulong Tower had been fully restored after a period of rest and reorganization. Although the Zulong Tower couldn't be used in battle, it could be used to protect one's life and conceal oneself. At that time, not only would Tianmuyun not let him off, there would also be no place for him in the entire one-line sky. Moreover, after arriving at the Nifa's abyss, Jiang Chen was like a dragon swimming in the sea. He was no longer restricted by the Tianyun Pavilion. He could also use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand. Together with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, he also had another powerful combat skill, the 9 Heavenly Dragon Strikes. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, he could already try to cultivate the first part of the 9 Heavenly Dragon Strikes. It would be a pity if he didn't use such a powerful trump card. However, in the Tianyun Pavilion he couldn't use either the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd or the 9 Heavenly Dragon Strikes. Once they were used, his identity would be completely exposed. The secret of the regenerative lotus would also be exposed. At that time, not only would Tianmuyun not let him off, there would also be no place for him in the entire one-line sky. In any case, he had already achieved his first goal of coming to the one-line sky. He had successfully entered the Tianyun Pavilion. The next thing he had to do was to seize the opportunity to improve his cultivation and strength. The Nifa's abyss was the best place for him to do so. Chapter 1205. The spatial passageway leading to the Nifa's abyss wasn't too long. Although the Nifa's abyss could be considered an alternate dimension, it didn't exist independently from the immortal world. However, the closer they got to the Nifa's abyss, the denser the evil and gloomy aura it emitted became, causing people to feel very uncomfortable. The evil aura in front of them grew denser. Moreover, specks of light began to appear in the dark passageway. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were no strangers to this situation because they had experienced it more than once. They were about to reach the end of the passageway. We're almost there. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. The two of them hastily controlled their bodies. They had experienced the impact of the spatial energy at the end of the passageway many times. If they were careless and were forcefully thrown out by the powerful spatial storm, they would certainly end up in an extremely miserable state. Bang! At the end of the passageway, a powerful force acted on Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, throwing them out like cannonballs. Fortunately, they were already prepared for it. They forcefully controlled their bodies in mid-air and landed steadily. After landing, the two of them immediately observed their surroundings. What they saw shocked them. The scene in the Nifa's abyss was completely different from what they had imagined. The difference was just too big. In Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's imagination, a place like the Nifa's abyss must have an extremely harsh environment filled with gloomy and cold aura. They could sense it a little from the spatial passageway. They thought that the situation in the Nifa's abyss would at least be similar to the Devil World. However, the scene in front of them was completely different. They had landed in a wilderness. It wasn't that the wilderness was barren. Instead, it was filled with weeds and withered vines. There were also ancient trees that towered into the clouds. Since there were plants growing here, it meant that this place was full of vitality. It should be late at night, but there were actually stars twinkling in the sky. Why does the Nifa's abyss look no different from the outside world? It even has a sun, moon, and stars. Apart from the strong evil and slaughter aura drifting in the air, it doesn't look like hell at all. De Huang Dog was surprised. It seems like we have some misunderstandings about the Nifa's abyss. The starry sky here should be connected to the outside world, so the environment here should be similar to the outside world. It's just that it's an independent space. But the more it's like this, the more dangerous and terrifying this place is. Since the Nifa's abyss doesn't represent the environment, it represents the atmosphere here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He could tell that although the Nifa's abyss looked no different from the outside world, the real danger lay in the people and other living beings living here. It was a true land of slaughter, full of sin and evil. This made Jiang Chen think highly of the Nifa's abyss. While his heart was filled with anticipation, he didn't dare to be careless. This should be the border of Nifa's abyss. De Huang Dog looked around and said, "Who cares about the border? Since we're already here, let's make the best out of it. Come, let's go inside and have a look." After saying that, Jiang Chen soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the wilderness. Although it was late at night for experts like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, there was no difference between day and night. This Nifa's abyss is really not small. It's at least millions of miles wide. It's really vast and boundless. Ordinary alternate dimensions aren't this big. It seems like there are many evil forces in Nifa's abyss. De Huang Dog sighed. Even Jiang Chen didn't think of this before. They originally thought that Nifa's abyss was just an ordinary alternate dimension that had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. But now it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. An alternate dimension with a radius of millions of miles was almost comparable to a large domain in the outside world. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes moved and looked at a place in the wilderness below. There were a few auras coming from that place. They were the auras of humans. There are people moving down there. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Jiang Chen concealed his aura and flew in that direction. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him. They had just arrived at Nifa's abyss and didn't know anything about the situation here. It would naturally be good if they could find someone to ask about it. In the wilderness, two extremely miserable figures were running at high speed. They were two women. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. The two of them ran at high speed, one in front and the other behind. Their eyes were filled with despair when they felt the auras getting closer and closer. But they didn't have a choice. They had to run even if they had to die, because if the people behind them didn't catch up to them and capture them, what awaited them would be a fate worse than death. The two women had one thing in common. They were both beautiful. One of them was dressed in blue. She was even more beautiful than the other. Both of them were at the early heaven immortal realm. With such a cultivation base they could fly in the sky, but they could only run on the ground instead of flying because they knew their injuries very well. They could still survive by relying on the lush trees and withered vines below. If they flew into the sky, they would be caught by the pursuers in an instant. Jie, you two little girls, you won't be able to escape. It's better for you to surrender obediently. A sinister laughter came from behind. The pursuers were getting closer and closer to them. Barf. The woman in black coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her injuries were too serious to support her to continue running. She could only walk with the help of the woman in blue. Sister Ing, how are you? The woman in blue's face was filled with worry. Sister Qingqing, you should leave by yourself. I can't take it anymore. You will only be a burden to yourself if you bring me along. Hurry up and leave. I will block those beasts and buy you some time. The woman in black flung the arm of the woman in blue and was prepared to fight to the death with the pursuers. No. If you are captured by them, you will suffer a fate worse than death. I can't watch you die for me. The woman in blue shook her head. She was very loyal. Go. The woman who was addressed as Sister Ing screamed. Ha, very loyal, ha. Unfortunately, none of you will be able to leave. The voice got closer and closer. Suddenly, four experts flew over. The four men in black were all heaven immortal experts. Two of them were at the intermediate heaven immortal realm while the other two were at the early heaven immortal realm. Even if the two women weren't injured, they wouldn't be able to deal with such a group. Moreover, they were heavily injured. Chapter 1206. Despair, deep despair. After despair came the thought of death. That's right, the two girls had already thought of death because they knew too well the consequences of being captured. To any woman, that place was a nightmare that they would never wake up from. It was a life worse than death. Therefore, if they really couldn't escape, they would rather die than go to that place. Sister Qingqing, it seems like both of us are going to die in this wilderness today. The girl in black smiled bitterly while looking at the girl in blue. Even if we die, we can still be brought to that place. The lady in blue gritted her teeth and a ruthless look appeared in her eyes. She absolutely could not go to that place. Once she went there, it would be difficult to die even if she wanted to. Death would be a luxury. The girl in blue raised her head and looked at the starry sky. She discovered that the stars were very dim today. Brother Jiang, it seems like Qingqing won't have the chance to see you again. The blue-clothed lady murmured. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm at the mention of Big Brother Jiang. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This blue-clothed lady wasn't anyone else. She was Yan Qingqing. After Jiang Chen left Yen City, she couldn't forget Jiang Chen. She was prepared to go to One Line Sky to find Jiang Chen and do something that she wouldn't regret in her life. However, she had never thought that her fate would become like this. Today she was going to the Yellow Spring. Her biggest wish was to see Jiang Chen, but she also knew that it was just an extravagant wish. "Brother, these two guys want to commit suicide," one of the men in black said in a mocking tone. "It's impossible for them to commit suicide in front of us. They don't even have the ability to do so now. These two beauties are of the highest quality. Especially this one, she's even rarer. Our young master will definitely like her. More importantly, these two are virgins. Such high-quality beauties are too rare. If our young master plucks them, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Cut the crap. Take them away." The four black-clothed men had decided the fate of the two girls with just a few words. In fact, it was indeed so. With Yan Qingcheng's current strength, they might not even have the chance to commit suicide in front of these black-clothed men. When a person's right to die was taken away, that was the true despair. "Big brother Jiang, even if Qingqing dies, she has to protect herself. Let's meet again in our next life." Yan Qingqing was a woman with a fiery temperament. She quickly took out a sharp dagger and stabbed it towards her neck at lightning speed. The four black-clothed men were startled. They didn't expect that the other party would actually commit suicide. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it was already too late for them to stop her. One had to know that it took a lot of courage for a person to commit suicide. This kind of courage wasn't something that everyone had. The four black-clothed men didn't want Yan Qingqing to die, but there was someone who didn't want Yan Qingqing to die even more. Just when Yan Qingqing's dagger was about to pierce her neck, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the side and firmly grabbed Yan Qingqing's arm, stopping the dagger from moving forward. Feeling that her suicide attempt was blocked, Yan Qingqing instantly fell into despair. Could it be that she really couldn't even die? "Little sister Qingqing, even if you wish to die, you should at least ask for my permission first, right?" A slightly playful voice sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Yan Qingqing's delicate body suddenly trembled as if she was struck by lightning. This voice was too familiar because it was the voice that she wanted to hear even in her dreams. Yan Qingqing, who had already closed her eyes in despair, slowly opened them. Then she turned her head mechanically and happened to see a bright smiling face looking at her with great interest. That familiar face, that bright smile that she would never forget even in her dreams, made Yan Qingqing feel as if she was dreaming. Big brother Jiang." Yan Qingqing's voice was slightly trembling. She didn't dare to believe that this was real. "Big brother Jiang, is it really you? Qingqing, are you dreaming?" Yan Qingqing felt that she could no longer control her emotions. It was easy to imagine what she was feeling right now. She left Yen City for the sake of Jiang Chen. Then she accidentally entered the Nifa's abyss and endured the final despair. At the last moment, she didn't expect the person she loved to save her. All she wanted was to see him again. Just when she thought that everything was just an extravagant hope and that she could only meet him again in her next life, that person just happened to appear. That kind of surprise and happiness was indescribable. "Of course it's me. I'm here. Don't even think about dying," Jiang Chen teased. He didn't know why Yan Qingqing would appear in the Nifa's abyss, but there must be a reason. Moreover, all of this wasn't important anymore. What was important was that he appeared in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Big brother Jiang." Yan Qingqing could no longer control her emotions. She immediately threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms with tears streaming down her cheeks. The despair and suppressed emotions that she had been feeling for a long time were finally released at this moment. At this moment, Yan Qingqing was no longer that domineering missy. She completely revealed her feminine side. No matter how strong a woman was, she would still have a fragile side, and this fragile side would only be shown to certain people. Sigh. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. All along he had treated Yan Qingqing as a passerby in his life. He had never had any improper thoughts about her. Even now he already had Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. He really didn't want to provoke a third girl. That's right. He clearly saw Yan Qingqing's expression before she died. This woman could be said to be deeply in love with him. This was something that even a person with a heart of stone could feel. Putting aside their feelings, it was impossible for him to watch Yan Qingqing die here based on his relationship with her. Since they met in the Nifa's abyss, Xianxia had the responsibility to protect her. The black-robed woman who was already in despair was incomparably shocked when she saw Xianxia suddenly appear. Yan Qingqing's current performance made her even more astonished. She knew that Yan Qingqing was looking for her beloved in One-Line Sky and was inadvertently teleported to the Nifa's abyss. Now it seemed that this handsome white-robed youth was the one Yan Qingqing was looking for. "Kid, who are you? Let go of that woman at once, then kneel down and accept your death." One of the black-robed men said coldly to Xianxia. This guy had appeared out of nowhere and actually ignored their existence. Since this man had appeared, there was only one ending for him: death. This was the Nifa's abyss. There was no need for a reason to kill here. Xianxia raised his head. His cold gaze was enough to destroy a person's soul. He looked at the four black-robed men and asked indifferently, "Her injuries were caused by you, right?" Chapter 1207. The deterrence of Xianxia could be expressed with a single sentence and a single glance. Xianxia's tone was calm and his gaze wasn't particularly arrogant, but the deterrence he exuded was like an invisible mountain. Even if the four black-clothed men didn't want to, they had to admit that a single glance from this white-clothed young man was enough to make them shiver in fear. The moment Xianxia looked at them, they felt as if their souls were about to freeze. Terrifying. Their instincts told them that this young man was terrifying. Being able to survive in Nifa's abyss, they didn't just rely on their cultivation because their cultivation wasn't that strong. After living here for a long time, they were able to discern who they could afford to offend and who they couldn't. People who often wandered between life and death had extremely sharp survival skills. They were fierce and brutal, but they knew their limits. "Little brother, we are working for lascivious young master. I hope you won't choose to go against him," the leader of the black-clothed men said. "Fuck lascivious young master. Just the name alone is already very lascivious. What's the use of following a lascivious guy? Why don't you follow Master Dog from now on? If the four of you become Master Dog's servants and serve Master Dog well, Master Dog will reward you when he's happy. You'll benefit greatly from that." De Huang Dog almost choked when he heard the words lascivious young master. There's actually someone with this name? He must be a pervert. Where did this dog come from? How dare he disrespect us? One of the black-clothed men snorted coldly. He was full of disdain and disgust towards De Huang Dog. They had been paying attention to Xianxia and didn't pay attention to a dog at all. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's words, they would still have treated De Huang Dog as heir. "You ugly bastard, don't you know that it's dangerous to talk to Master Dog like that?" De Huang Dog threatened. "Answer my question. Did you guys do this to her?" Xianxia's tone was still as cold as ever. His aura had completely locked onto the four of them. Bullying Yan Qingqing was basically a foregone conclusion for them. "So what if I am? Boy, if you dare to be arrogant in front of us, you will die in the end. Our boss has given you a chance to live before, but you don't know how to cherish it. These two girls are our young master's people. If you dare to meddle in lascivious young master's business in this area, you are seeking death." An early heaven immortal expert spoke with incomparable arrogance. In Evil Abyss, there were too many cases of people killing people because of a disagreement. Their hands had been stained with a lot of blood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as executioners. Plus, they were used to being arrogant in this area. They didn't believe that anyone would be so blind to go against lascivious young master. "It's good that you've admitted it. De Huang, I'll leave the rest to you." The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a sneer. Xianxia couldn't tolerate the fact that these lowly people dared to violate Yan Qingqing. He wanted to make them pay for what Yan Qingqing had suffered. Perhaps, dealing with lascivious young master was the first thing he wanted to do after entering the evil abyss. De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh, then pounced on the black-clothed man who talked back to him. A powerful qi was released from De Huang Dog's body. The four black-clothed men were startled, because they could already feel the qi of De Huang Dog. That was the qi of a late heaven immortal expert, and it was countless times stronger than an ordinary late heaven immortal expert. Such a great demon wasn't someone they could deal with. Arg! De Huang Dog's majestic body pressed down at lightning speed. The black-clothed man let out a cry of alarm. Without any room for resistance, he was pushed to the ground by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's sharp claws had pierced through the black-clothed man's shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground. At this moment, the black-clothed man's face was filled with despair. Although he had killed many people, he had never tasted the feeling of being killed. An early heaven immortal expert like him had no room for resistance in front of De Huang Dog. "No, don't kill me." The black-clothed man was scared out of his wits. No one wanted to die. The closer one was to death, the more he could feel the terror of death and the fear it brought to his heart. The sharp pain from his shoulder had already made his nerves numb. However, such begging was useless in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog opened his bloody mouth and bit off the black-clothed man's head. Blood spurted out crazily. The black-clothed man twisted his body for a moment, then stopped moving completely. Upon seeing this, the remaining 3 black-clothed men gasped. Even the 2 intermediate heaven immortal experts turned pale. The ferocity and brutality of De Huang Dog had completely stimulated them, making them unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. The girl who was addressed as Sister Ying by Yan Qingqing also opened her mouth wide. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her eyes. The sudden appearance of this young man and this De Huang Dog were too terrifying. She had rarely seen such a brutal scene. However, the girl's heart had already relaxed. The despair in her heart had also been swept away. She knew that she was saved. She had truly escaped from the devil's clutches. "Run." The leader of the black-clothed men didn't say a word. He turned around and began to flee. The remaining 2 black-clothed men didn't dare to be negligent. Facing such a terrifying and brutal De Huang Dog, they had no other way to deal with it other than running away. They didn't have the courage to fight against De Huang Dog, even if it was 3 against 1. "Jia, if trash like you can escape from Master Dog's hands, Master Dog won't be able to live in this world anymore." De Huang Dog's ferocious nature was aroused. With a sudden leap, he immediately caught up with the 2 black-clothed men. His 2 claws landed on their backs. The violent impact was accompanied by the screams of the 2 black-clothed men. Their bodies were smashed into pieces and scattered all over the ground. In front of De Huang Dog, there was no difference between an early heaven immortal expert and an intermediate heaven immortal expert. Even a late heaven immortal expert would be defeated in a single move. The leader of the black-clothed men was sent flying, but he still couldn't escape from De Huang Dog's palm. This was because De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. He caught up with the black-clothed man in an instant. His diamond-like head collided with the head of the black-clothed man. The poor leader didn't even have the time to scream. His head was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog. His broken body fell from the sky and smashed a big tree. Chapter 1208. 4 incomplete corpses were scattered in different places. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were still fine, but Yan Qingqing and the black-clothed lady were obviously not used to such a scene. Their facial expression was extremely ugly. "Qingqing, it's all right now." Jiang Qin comforted Yan Qingqing. "Big brother Jiang, it's great to see you here." Yan Qingqing calmed herself down and left Jiang Chen's embrace. She couldn't help but blush when she thought about how she fell into Jiang Chen's embrace. However, Yan Qingqing was the young mistress of Swallow City and had seen a lot of things, so she quickly recovered. "Big brother Jiang, this is Sister Huang Ying." Yan Qingqing introduced the lady in black to Jiang Chen, then said to the lady in black, "Sister Ying, this is Big brother Jiang Chen that I mentioned to you before." Huang Ying approached Jiang Chen and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for saving our lives today. I really can't repay your kindness. If young Master Jiang hadn't appeared in time, Sister Qingqing and I would have suffered unimaginable consequences." "You don't have to be so polite, Sister Ying. I have to do something like this. Besides, you're Qingqing's friend," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I've long heard about young Master Jiang from Sister Qingqing. You're a genius. You're indeed a dragon among men," Huang Ying said with a smile. She had a dignified figure and looked like a lady from a wealthy family, but Jiang Chen didn't know why she would come to a place like the Neph's Abyss. However, Jiang Chen didn't ask too much because Huang Ying's current condition was very bad. It was obvious that she was forcing herself to not collapse. Her injuries were too severe. and the consequences would be unimaginable if they weren't treated as soon as possible. Not only Huang Ying but Yan Qingqing was also severely injured. The most important thing now wasn't to ask Yan Qingqing why she was here, but to treat their injuries. Elder sister Ying Qingqing, the two of you have suffered serious injuries. I think it's better if I treat your injuries first. Jiang Chen said and placed his hands on Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's wrists. As he circulated his energy, an enormous amount of wood spiritual energy gushed into their bodies through their wrists. Hissed to Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying, it was like a dried-up lake suddenly being irrigated by rain. It was like a good rain after a long drought. It was extremely comfortable. Although Yan Qingqing was surprised, it wasn't her first day knowing Jiang Chen. She knew that Jiang Chen was a miracle with many abilities and trump cards, so she wasn't too surprised. However, Huang Ying's expression changed drastically. The way she looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. She had only heard about Jiang Chen from Yan Qingqing. Even when they were dealing with the four men in black, Jiang Chen didn't do anything. It was Da Huang Dog who did it, so she didn't see Jiang Chen's true abilities. But now Jiang Chen's healing method had caused her to lose her composure. She knew very well how serious her injuries were, and it was impossible for her to recover in a short period of time. Even with the help of some miraculous pills, it wouldn't be enough. However, Jiang Chen's energy had filled her body with vitality. No matter if it was internal or external injuries, they were all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't speak. Seeing that Huang Ying wanted to say something, Jiang Chen reminded her. Huang Ying immediately calmed her mind and focused on healing her injuries. Jiang Chen's wood spiritual qi gushed into the two girls' bodies as if it was free. Huang Ying was getting more and more shocked. In just a few minutes, her injuries had already recovered by half. Moreover, she knew that this spiritual qi was extremely important to her. She had already benefited a lot from it. What a powerful young man. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Huang Ying sighed in her heart. Then she recalled how Yan Qingqing had praised Jiang Chen in front of her. Now it seemed like it was true. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen withdrew his palm. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying adjusted their breathing for a while and opened their eyes at the same time. After the recovery of the wood spiritual qi, the two girls' condition was completely different. Whether it was their eyes or their aura, they were brimming with energy. Huang Ying bowed to Jiang Chen. What a miracle. Young master's method is truly brilliant. That's for sure. Sister Ying, you still don't know Big Brother Jiang's ability. Now that Big Brother Jiang has come to Nifa's abyss, a storm of blood is bound to rise. Yan Qingqing said with incomparable pride. After leaving Yan City, Yan Qingqing's temperament had changed. She no longer had the arrogance of a young mistress. Now that she had met Jiang Chen in Nifa's abyss, she instantly revealed her feminine side. Qingqing, how did you come to Nifa's abyss? Jiang Chen asked. This was what he was most curious about. Yan Qingqing was born in Yan City, a place that had nothing to do with Nifa's abyss. Jiang Chen couldn't understand why the famous young mistress of Yan City would end up in such a situation. Big Brother Jiang, not long after you left Yan City, my cultivation base had advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. After that, I left Yan City and headed to One Line Sky to look for you. I didn't expect to encounter a spatial storm on the way and was sucked into it. That's how I ended up in Nifa's abyss, Yan Qingqing said. Yan Qingqing said. She shuddered at the thought of what had happened to her during this period of time. As the eldest miss of Yan City, she had always lived like a princess and had never experienced a place as dangerous as the Nifa's abyss. Yan Qingqing left Yan City to look for Jiang Chen. However, there was one thing she didn't say. She couldn't let go of Jiang Chen. She wanted to look for Jiang Chen because she wanted to pursue her own happiness. AI. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Another infatuated girl. He really couldn't handle her anymore. Jiang Chen knew Yan Qingqing's feelings very well. This was also the reason why he left Yan City as soon as possible. In Jiang Chen's point of view, both Yan City and Yan Qingqing were just passers-by in his life. Ever since he left the city lord's mansion, the two of them basically wouldn't meet again. He didn't expect that they would meet again in such a dangerous environment. The Nifa's abyss was too dangerous. Since they had encountered each other, Jiang Chen couldn't just watch Yan Qingqing suffer in this place. It seems like Nifa's abyss is very closely integrated with the outside world. It can't even be separated from the outside world. It can only be considered as an area that surpasses the law of space. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spatial storms here. Chapter 1209. That's right. The Nephis Abyss is a special space that isn't completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, it can't really be considered as an alternate space. Once the airflow in the Nephis changes too much or there's a huge disturbance, spatial storms of varying degrees will appear outside. If someone is unlucky enough to be caught in a spatial storm, they will be sent to the Nephis Abyss. Sister Qingqing and I were extremely unlucky. Huang Ying said with a bitter smile. De Huang Dog was right. The Nephis Abyss wasn't a true alternate space. Its isolation from the outside world was even worse than the Qi province's Inferno Hell. Therefore, when the airflow in the Nephis Abyss changed too much or there was a huge disturbance, spatial storms of varying sizes would be formed outside. If someone was unlucky enough to encounter such a storm, they might be caught in it. However, such situations were rare. After all, spatial storms usually appeared in desolate places. If one was caught in one of these storms, it could only mean that one's luck was too bad. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's luck was extremely bad. There were probably many people with bad luck like them in the Nephis Abyss. It seems like not everyone in the Nephis Abyss is evil. There are many people who were unlucky enough to be caught in here. Jiang Chen sighed. That's right. Normally, such people would be oppressed here and wouldn't be able to live for long. The Nephis Abyss is filled with crimes and killings. It's very difficult to survive here. Huang Ying said. She seemed to be deeply touched. Big brother Jiang, how did you and De Huang end up in the Nephis Abyss? Yan Qingqing asked curiously. Back then, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left Yen City and went straight to One Line Sky. She didn't expect to meet them in the Nephis Abyss today. It was something that Yan Qingqing had never dreamed of. I was punished to come to the Nephis Abyss to train. Jiang Chen shrugged and told them about what happened in Tianyun Pavilion. After listening to him, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying couldn't help but roll their eyes. Brother Jiang, you really can't be calm no matter where you go. How long has it been? You've already stirred up the great Tianyun Pavilion. Yan Qingqing was also somewhat speechless. However, this was the Jiang Chen she knew. That arrogant genius would leave his mark wherever he went. No one could cover up his brilliance. But young Master Jiang, the situation in the Nephis Abyss is very complicated. It's far more dangerous inside compared to the outside world. There are dangers and killing intents everywhere. If you're not careful, you might be ambushed and die a miserable death. Huang Ying shook her head. Is there no exit to the outside world? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Yes, but the passageways that connect to the outside world are usually controlled by powerful people. It's practically impossible for ordinary people to walk out from here. Huang Ying said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. It seemed that the situation in the Nephis Abyss was far more complicated than he had imagined. There was actually someone overseeing the Nephis Abyss and even the exit was monopolized. Sister Ying, tell me about the situation in the Nephis Abyss. Jiang Chen said. He had just arrived at the Nephis Abyss and was unfamiliar with everything here. He initially thought that this place was like the purgatory where there were no rules to speak of. However, it seemed that it wasn't as simple as he thought. There might be some power divisions in the Nephis Abyss. Huang Ying came here earlier than Yan Qingqing, so she had a better understanding of the situation here. For Jiang Chen, he might have to spend a long time in the Nephis Abyss. Therefore, it was necessary for him to understand this place first. There were no rules in the Nephis Abyss. Humans weren't the most powerful beings here, but a different species. They looked like demons but weren't, like devils but weren't. The blood of evil flowed through their veins and they were born for evil. These demons and devils lived by evil. The more people they killed, the greater the evil they committed and the higher their cultivation. They called themselves the Nephis clan, and the Nephis Abyss was named after them. Huang Ying explained to Jiang Chen. At the mention of the evil clan, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on her face. In the past, the Nephis Abyss was ruled by the evil clan. All those who were sent into the Nephis Abyss as punishment or those who were swept into the spatial storm would become food for the evil clan. Their fates were extremely miserable. However, this situation changed after the arrival of the Evil Lord 10 years ago. The Evil Lord was incomparably powerful and fought against the evil clan all by himself. He established his own forces and eventually drove the evil clan to the depths of the Nephis abyss. He also established a certain amount of order in the Nephis abyss. Of course, the order here is basically useless. Over the years, there have been constant clashes between humans and the evil clan. The leader of the evil clan wants to eliminate the evil lord and regain control of the Nephis abyss. The evil lord also wants to eliminate the evil clan and completely rule this place. However, it seems that it's impossible for both sides to eliminate each other. Huang Ying was obviously very familiar with the situation here. The evil lord? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He instantly became very interested in the mighty evil lord. Currently, half of the Nephis abyss has been occupied by humans. The territories that humans have occupied are also divided into the periphery, the middle and the inner area. The forces and battles in each area are different. We are now in the periphery of the Nephis abyss. Compared to the entire Nephis abyss, the forces here aren't that powerful, but the degree of danger is the same. Most of the people here are vicious and evil because if you don't act ruthlessly in the Nephis abyss, you will only be waiting for death. Huang Ying continued, explaining the basic situation of the Nephis abyss to Jiang Chen. Greetings, do you know the cultivation base of the evil lord? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I'm not too sure about this. Given my strength, I'm still far from being able to touch the territory of the evil lord. However, since the evil lord was able to drive the evil clan to the depths of the Nephis abyss, allowing humans to occupy half of the territory, I think his cultivation base is at least at the early Immortal King realm. Huang Ying said. Early Immortal King? Even One Line Sky doesn't have an Immortal King. Seems like the Nephis abyss is really unusual. Chapter 12:10. The Huang dog's tail was wagging non-stop. It could be seen that this dog was extremely excited. He and Jiang Chen were the same kind of people who loved excitement and passion. If the evil abyss was too peaceful, the Huang dog would lose all interest. Huang Ying said a lot more about the situation in the evil abyss, allowing Jiang Chen and the Huang dog to have a thorough understanding of the evil abyss. In short, there were two kinds of competition in this place. One was the competition between humans and the evil clan, and the other was the competition between humans. Even if they had a great enemy like the evil clan, they shouldn't expect the humans here to unite and live in harmony because it was absolutely impossible. No one who could enter this place was a good person. Not only did they have to fight against the evil clan, but they also had to fight against their own kind. Since the evil lord is so powerful, why would a dignified immortal king come to a place like the evil abyss if he could live well in the outside world? Yan Qingqing didn't quite understand. In her eyes, an immortal king was a supreme existence, a pinnacle that she couldn't reach. Such a peerless character could live well anywhere he went. Why did he choose to come to a place like the Nephis abyss? Wasn't it very curious? Sister Qingqing, you probably don't know about this. For a person, being able to rule a place and become an overlord is a great achievement. Moreover, I can see that the Nephis abyss is rich in natural resources and there are all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures here. It would be great if I could rule this place. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He didn't know the real purpose of the evil lord, but he was very clear about his ambition. If he could rule the evil abyss or even defeat the evil clan, the sense of achievement would be very great. This kind of awe-inspiring achievement would be very beneficial to the improvement of one's cultivation base and concept. By the way, why did those black-clothed men chase after you? And who is this lascivious young master they mentioned? Jiang Chen asked. This was the most crucial question at the moment. This lascivious young master might be his first target after entering the evil abyss. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's faces turned ugly when they heard the name lascivious young master. It was obvious that this name was like a nightmare to them. 8,000 miles away from here there's a city. Initially this city didn't have a name, but it was later known as Lascivious City. It's governed by the lascivious young noble. This lascivious young noble is innately lustful and evil, and he cultivates a lascivious cultivation art. It's unknown how many women have been ruined in his hands during these years. He's truly a vicious and evil character. Not long ago, when younger sister Qingqing and I passed by Lascivious City, we were immediately spotted by their people. After that they chased us all the way here. If it wasn't for young noble Zhang's help, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. Huang Ying said. She couldn't help but tremble at the thought of the consequences of entering lascivious city. After listening to Huang Ying's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two women didn't enter lascivious city. Otherwise, if they really fell into the hands of the lascivious young noble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen immediately set his sights on the lascivious young noble. He hated people who were born with lascivious nature the most. Furthermore, they must pay the price for hurting Yan Qingqing. Moreover, there were no rules in the evil abyss. Whoever was strong would be the king, while the weak were destined to be eliminated and become the stepping stones of the successful. De Huang, it seems like we'll have to start with this lascivious city. Jiang Chen shrugged as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young noble Jiang, are you planning to deal with the lascivious young noble? It's best not to. Although young noble is a genius, his cultivation base is still weak. That lascivious young noble might be a lowly man, but he's not weak. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to rule a city. Huang Ying reminded. She had already seen through Jiang Chen's cultivation base. He was merely a half-step heaven immortal expert. Even the mighty De Huang dog was only a late heaven immortal expert. How could he fight against the lascivious young noble? What's the cultivation base of that lascivious young noble? Asked Jiang Chen. Lascivious young noble has already reached the intermediate divine immortal realm. He also has a few early divine immortal experts as his subordinates. Given our strength, only death awaits us if we fight them, said Huang Ying. Intermediate divine immortal? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Given his current cultivation base, he could only kill a half-step divine immortal expert in his half-dragon form. With the help of the great divination art, he should be able to fight an early divine immortal expert, but it would be difficult for him to kill an early divine immortal expert. If he encountered an intermediate divine immortal expert, he basically had no chance of winning. It's true that the chance of winning isn't great, but since we're already here, we can't let lascivious young noble live peacefully. De Huang, how about we go and meet this lascivious young noble? Jiang Chen looked over at De Huang dog. Who's afraid of you? De Huang dog licked his lips. He was usually the first to deal with such matters. Both Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing's facial expression changed when they saw that Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were really going to fight lascivious young noble. Huang Ying thought that Jiang Chen was just talking about it casually. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually put it into action. His courage was unparalleled, but courage alone wasn't enough to deal with lascivious young noble. Young noble Jiang, are we really going to lascivious city? Huang Ying asked with uncertainty. Of course. I won't let the injuries you've suffered go just like that, Jiang Chen said and opened the Zulong Tower. With Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's current cultivation, it wasn't suitable for them to fight. The only thing he could do was to protect them well and send them out when he had the chance to find the spatial passageway in the future. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from the Zulong Tower. The door of Zulong Tower appeared out of nowhere. Sister Ing Qingqing, you two go into the tower, Jiang Chen said. The two girls were stunned. They didn't know what the door was for, but Yan Qingqing trusted Jiang Chen 120%. Without any hesitation she entered the tower. Huang Ying hesitated for a moment, then followed them in. At least Jiang Chen wouldn't harm them. My God. This is a huge space and we can see the situation outside clearly. It's amazing that young noble Jiang has such a treasure. Chapter 12:11. The moment Jiang Chen opened the Zulong Tower, two powerful qi overflowed from the Zulong Tower. Then two extremely strong silhouettes leaped out. They were none other than An Ying and Ada and Air. Ah, what a strong qi of sin. There's also a lot of devil qi in it. This qi is just too perfect. I'm going to advance. Yes. The environment here is just too good. I'm going to advance under such stimulation. Ada and Air were incomparably excited. Their qi began to rise unceasingly, pushing towards the divine immortal realm. Ada and Air were ferocious heavenly devil bulls, bloodthirsty and evil in nature. Coupled with the devil qi in their bodies, they actually shared a certain similarity with the overall qi in the evil abyss. Ada and Air had already reached the half-step divine immortal realm after consuming the leaf of the regenerative lotus. However, the effect of the leaf hadn't been completely exhausted yet. During this period of time, they had already reached the peak of the half-step divine immortal realm. Now that the Zulong Tower was opened, they could feel the qi inside. Under the impact of this qi, they were about to advance to the early divine immortal realm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. They weren't confident in dealing with lascivious young master, or rather, they didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with him. But now there was a turning point. If Ada and Air could advance to the early divine immortal realm, they might be able to deal with lascivious young master. After all, Ada and Air were twins. When they cooperated with each other, their combat strength could no longer be described as double. If the two of them joined forces, they would be able to deal with any existence that was a level higher than them. It was a great thing for Jiang Qin that Ada and Air could advance to the early divine immortal realm at this time. Inside the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing were observing Ada and Air's situation. I didn't expect young Master Jiang to have two powerful helpers. Huang Ying began to admire Jiang Chen's means more and more. She could clearly feel the strength of Ada and Air, but she didn't think it was enough to deal with lascivious young master. After all, lascivious young master was already a mid-divine immortal expert. The gap between each level was huge. Ada and Air were greatly stimulated. Massive airflow surged into their bodies. In just a dozen minutes, Ada and Air had successfully advanced to the early divine immortal realm. They were no longer half-step divine immortals. Master, this place is great, Ada said to Jiang Qin. Alright Ada and Air, now that you've become immortals, follow me to Lascivious City. If you manage to occupy Lascivious City, you can take whatever benefits you want from it. Jiang Qin said. Thank you, Master. Ada and Air's faces were filled with excitement. For guys like them who were eager to see the world in chaos, fighting was their favorite and specialty. Besides, they had been bored inside the ancestral dragon pagoda during this period of time. If they didn't come out and exercise their limbs, their bodies would become rusty. Scope. After saying that, Jiang Qin soared into the sky and flew towards Lascivious City according to the direction pointed by Huang Ying. De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin flew side by side, followed by Ada and Air. There was no need to hide anything in the evil abyss. Jiang Qin had used all his trump cards, so there was no need for Ada and Air to hide anymore. Huang Ying was a little surprised to see that Jiang Qin could fly in the sky even though he was not a heaven immortal. However, when she recalled that Yan Qingqing had told her that Jiang Qin could already fly when he was a human immortal, she wasn't too surprised. However, Huang Ying felt that this mysterious and legendary man would probably bring even greater surprises to them. The distance between Lascivious City and the place where they set off from was only 1,000 miles. For Jiang Qin and the others, such a distance was nothing. They could reach it in the blink of an eye. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Extraordinary things would always happen on such a night. In Sin City, almost every night was the same. In front of them was a city. This city wasn't big, only 100 miles in circumference. Moreover, the outer walls of the city gave off a brand new feeling. It was obvious that it had only been built in recent years. Compared to those ancient cities, it didn't have a thick and stable aura. There was no signboard hanging outside the city gate. The whole city didn't seem to have a name. There wasn't even a guard outside the city gate. There were no rules or regulations. Of course, all rules and regulations were useless in Sin Abyss. Jiang Qin and his companions didn't encounter the slightest obstruction as they barged into Lascivious City. Big Yellow, let's make some noise first, Jiang Qin said. Got it. De Huang Dog shook his body and spat out a huge fireball at a large building below him. Rumble. The huge fireball fell on the area, and a large area of buildings was instantly overturned, turning into a sea of fire. The movement and the fire in the middle of the night were too big, too dazzling, and it was impossible not to attract attention. However, Big Yellow didn't stop because of one fireball. He opened his mouth and kept spitting out fireballs. Each fireball destroyed a building. In just a few breaths of time, the entire Lascivious City was thrown into chaos. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard coming from below. Some of the people who lived in the buildings were killed on the spot. Some of them managed to escape, but they were in a very sorry state. De Huang Dog cackled in the sky. He didn't have any qualms about killing anyone in Lascivious City. Most of the people here were vicious and evil. Their deaths weren't to be regretted. Besides, dying in Sin Abyss was a very normal thing. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in Lascivious City? Damn it, how dare he cause trouble here? He must be tired of living. Kill him. Curses were heard. Many powerful figures flew out from different directions and instantly surrounded Zhou Xian and the others. However, most of them were only heaven immortals. The people here weren't fools. When they sensed the immortal aura emanating from Ada and air, they immediately turned tail and fled. Those who were familiar with the rules of Sin Abyss wouldn't simply threaten others because they knew that those who dared to attack weren't afraid of death. Kill them. Zhou Xian said flatly. Since he was here, he would definitely stir up a storm of blood in Lascivious City. Yes, master. Chapter 12:12. Arg. Miserable shrieks sounded in an instant. Those heaven immortal experts didn't even have the chance to escape. Their bodies were smashed into pieces by the head of the Huang dog. Blood sprayed everywhere as they died on the spot. Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing, who were in the Zulong Tower, saw everything clearly. Although this wasn't the first time they had witnessed the brutality of the Huang dog, the current situation still made them tremble with fear. However, they knew very well that brutality was never a rare thing in a place like the Evil Abyss. Many people in Lascivious City were also frightened by the scene. Battles often broke out in every region of the Evil Abyss. It was also common for people to attack the city. Lascivious young master had used such a barbaric method to occupy this city. Now that such an arrogant and barbaric man had appeared, everyone knew that Lascivious City wouldn't be peaceful tonight. The city lord mansion had been completely alarmed. Numerous experts rushed out of the mansion. Those heaven immortal experts who were about to rush over were scared witless after witnessing Big Yellow's horrifying cruelty. None of them dared to take another step forward. Although death wasn't a big deal in Evil Abyss, those who could stay alive didn't want to die. Although death wasn't a big deal in Evil Abyss, those who could stay alive didn't want to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few incomparably powerful figures flew out from the prefecture and arrived in front of Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 5 of them. 4 of them were early divine immortal experts. All 4 of them had the same chi, which was brutality. Even their faces were ferocious. Anyone who saw them would know that they weren't good people. The leader was wearing a bright red robe with all sorts of flowers embroidered on it. It was very flirtatious. Compared to the red robe, the person wearing the red robe was even more flirtatious. He was a man who seemed to be in his late 20s. His face was filled with feminine chi. His thin lips were red, his long eyebrows were arched upwards, and his eyes were filled with obscene chi. He lacked the masculinity of a man. In other words, his yin chi was too strong. This kind of man, no matter how beautiful he was, would make people feel disgusted at first glance. He was neither fish nor fowl. Almost without guessing, they already knew the identity of this coquettish man. He was the lascivious young master. The chi radiating from his body was much stronger than the other 4. That was the chi of a mid-divine immortal expert, the #1 expert of Lascivious City. As soon as the lascivious young master appeared, his eyes fell on Zhou Xian. Even though Zhou Xian seemed to have the weakest cultivation, he could tell that the white-clothed young man was the leader. "How dare you come to this young master's place and behave atrociously?" said the lascivious young master. His tone was extremely feminine, which made people uncomfortable and gave them goosebumps. Sigh. No wonder he's called lascivious young master. This name is really good. Zhou Xian pretended to sigh. Humph. A puny little half-step heaven immortal and 3 demonic beasts want to invade my lascivious city. I don't know if my reputation isn't good enough or if there's something wrong with your brains. Brat, I don't care who you are. You've killed my men and destroyed the buildings in my city. Only death awaits you. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to fight. So, the 4 of you can kill yourselves in front of me. The lascivious young master harumphed coldly and spoke in a condescending tone. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all. After all, the gap between them was just too huge. There was no comparison between a half-step heaven immortal and a mid-divine immortal. Haven't you 4 idiots heard what our young master said? Our young master has already shown you the greatest mercy by asking you to kill yourselves. Hurry up and kowtow on the ground to express your gratitude, then kill yourselves. An early divine immortal expert next to lascivious young master spoke sternly. As soon as these words came out, both Zhou Xian and Daoist dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even Ada and Air couldn't stand it anymore. Asking others to commit suicide became a mercy? How awesome was that? Fuck. For God's sake. There's really nothing to say to this kind of people. Have a taste of Master Dog's fart. Daoist dog couldn't stand it anymore. There was no need to use words to deal with such people. Just take my fart. All of a sudden Big Yellow's sturdy body turned around and aimed his fat butt at the few of them. His actions stunned them for a moment, then they were enraged. In their point of view, Big Yellow's action was a blatant provocation, a humiliation to them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. You're courting death. Kill this dog, peel off his skin and stew it. One of them said, but before they could make their move, Daoist dog had already released his invincible god's fart. Hung long. The deafening sound was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. The intense movement almost deafened everyone's ears. A mass of green air exploded above the heads of lascivious young master and his companions, forming a huge mushroom cloud in the middle of the explosion. It was truly a spectacular sight. The next moment, everyone, including lascivious young master, vomited on the spot. The fart of Daoist dog was an unacceptable and irresistible weapon. If one was caught off guard and hit by it, the consequences would be absolutely serious. Even if it couldn't kill you, it would still disgust you to death. Damn it. This dog's fart stinks. Ugh, fuck you. I'm going to die from the smell. Damn it. How can there be such a stinky fart in this world? Those supreme divine immortals had completely lost their image and were vomiting in the sky. Lascivious young master was the first to react, but he was also caught in the green air and vomited. Daoist dog's invincible god's fart was very powerful, but in essence, it couldn't cause any harm to those divine immortals. Of course, Daoist dog didn't expect to kill them with this invincible god's fart. Even if it couldn't kill them, it would still shock them. The power of this fart was more than enough to make them suffer. Wakaka, Master Dog's fart tastes good, doesn't it? The big yellow dog laughed out loud, and it was very joyful. Ada and Air, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying, who were in the Zulong Tower, had already realized that only Daoist dog could pull off such a prank. Such a trick was really invincible. Ha, lascivious young master, you call yourself lascivious, but is this invincible god's fart more lascivious, young master? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Lascivious young master called himself lascivious young master. Perhaps he would be defeated by Daoist dog today. Ah, lascivious young master roared. He was really angry now. Violent blood light gushed out of his body and dispersed Daoist dog's fart. Chapter 12-13. Lascivious young master was thoroughly infuriated. He had been tricked by a dog in his own territory in such a despicable way. To him this was a great humiliation. He had to shred this dog into 1,000 pieces. With so many of his subordinates watching, if he didn't kill all of them he would lose his face, and how could he convince the public in the future? Damn dog. Die for me. All of a sudden lascivious young master stretched out a huge blood-red hand, pouncing at Daoist dog with the force of Mount Tai. Brr. Big Yellow's fighting spirit was aroused. The ferociousness of a divine beast was fully exposed. Even in the face of a mid-divine immortal expert, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His roar was as loud as the roar of a dragon, shaking the heaven and earth. Countless rays of golden light surged out of his body, making him look incomparably valiant and magical. The chi of a divine beast had also been fully unleashed. A golden halo appeared on top of Daoist dog's head. His body had doubled in size in an instant. It seemed like Daoist dog wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of a mid-divine immortal expert. After all, he was only a late heaven immortal expert. Any ordinary half-step divine immortal expert was no match for him. An early divine immortal expert was more than enough to deal with him, but he was no match for an intermediate divine immortal expert, especially an expert like lascivious young master. But since he had come to Lascivious City today, he had to show his chi first. The Huang dog was incomparably ferocious. With his indestructible head, he rammed at the huge blood-red hand. Overestimating yourself. Upon seeing this, lascivious young master couldn't help but sneer. In his point of view, what the Huang dog did was simply courting death by using his head to block his attack. How could the Huang dog look down on him? Hong Long. The blood-red palm slapped heavily on the Huang dog's head, producing a deafening boom. Under the impact of the De Huang dog's attack, countless cracks appeared on the blood-red palm. The dog's head had always been De Huang dog's most powerful weapon. Even ordinary immortal energy couldn't compare with it. Although cracks had appeared on the blood-colored palm, De Huang dog was not in a good state. His gigantic body was sent flying several hundred zhang away. However, De Huang dog was a very powerful man. With just a twist of his body, he was able to completely regain control of his body. Motherfucker, this lowly guy is really powerful. De Huang dog shook his dazed head vigorously. This time he had been beaten to the point that he was in a daze and was staggering. After all, the gap between the two of them was too big. They were not on the same level at all. It was already very amazing that De Huang dog could beat De Huang dog to such an extent. What? Lascivious young master's facial expression changed dramatically and he exclaimed. Not only him, the other 4 early divine immortal experts also widened their eyes in disbelief. They knew very well how powerful the attack of lascivious young master was, but Big Yellow was able to withstand it with just his head. Great Yellow, you're right. Initially, they thought that De Huang dog's head would be split into pieces and die miserably on the spot. Never had they thought that the dog's head would be so hard that it was even stronger than an immortal weapon. Lascivious young master's attack didn't cause any damage to De Huang dog. This was simply unimaginable. Motherfucker. How can this dog's head be so hard? What the hell? There are all kinds of weirdos in this world. How can a dog's head be so hard? This dog is really ferocious. It seems like his bloodline is incomparably powerful. Fortunately, he is only a half-step heaven immortal. If he was a divine immortal, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Everyone was shocked. Although lascivious young master had gained the upper hand, it didn't stop them from feeling astonished by De Huang dog. Since this dog's head is so hard, I'm going to break it today. Lascivious young master was determined. His target was De Huang dog, excluding Jiangqin, Ada and Air. Only by breaking De Huang dog's head could he save his face and relieve his hatred. Ada and Air, you two stop him. Jiangqin said. Yes, master. Without saying a word, Ada and Air turned into 2 streaks of light and stood in front of lascivious young master. The celestial demon barbaric bull's momentum was completely released. The cooperation between the twin brothers could not be matched by any other cooperation. Ada and Air were already early divine immortal experts. If they joined hands, they would be able to deal with an intermediate divine immortal expert. Even though lascivious young master was stronger than an ordinary intermediate divine immortal expert, Ada and Air could still stop him. Jiangqin had always been the most experienced when it came to combat. Today he was going to create some trouble for lascivious young master. But after witnessing the current situation, he changed his mind and decided to occupy the city. That's right, lascivious young master, lascivious young master. His eyes were now fixed on the other 4 early divine immortal experts, because 2 of them were demonic beasts similar to Ada and Air. Jiangqin had a solid foundation. As long as he and De Huang dog could kill the 2 demonic beasts in the melee, he would be able to refine their demon souls. 2 early divine immortal demon souls would be enough for Jiangqin to advance to the early heaven immortal realm. Although such a method of advancement might have a certain impact on Jiangqin's foundation, it wouldn't affect him too much given his current condition. Once he advanced to the early heaven immortal realm, his combat strength would soar again. At that time, killing the other 2 early divine immortal experts would be a piece of cake for him. Finally, he would have to join hands with Ada and Air to deal with lascivious young master. By then it would be the death of lascivious young master. Jiangqin never did things that he wasn't sure of, especially in a battle. Plus, he was proficient in the great divination art, which made his divination more accurate. He had already foreseen that lascivious young master would die today. 2 barbaric bulls trying to stop me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lascivious young master didn't put Ada and Air in his eyes at all. Immediately he struck out 2 blood lights at Ada and Air. Ada and Air were ferocious experts. Now that they had advanced to the divine immortal realm, they weren't afraid of lascivious young master at all. They unleashed their devil nature to the fullest, forming two dark clouds in the sky and pouncing at lascivious young master. Long. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. 2 against 1, Ada and Air were engaged in a fierce battle with lascivious young master. The dark clouds in the sky were about to be destroyed. Lascivious young master was truly ferocious and had powerful and incisive means, which wasn't something an ordinary intermediate divine immortal expert could compare with. As a result, Ada and Air were in a disadvantageous position. But this wasn't important. What was important was that although Ada and Air were in a disadvantageous position, they wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for them to entangle lascivious young master. Chapter 12-14. I didn't expect these two barbaric bulls to be so hard to deal with. But sooner or later they will die in my hands. The 4 of you attack together and take down that arrogant brat and that damn dog. Lascivious young master gave the order to his 4 subordinates. He could already see that the 2 barbaric bulls had reached a perfect level of cooperation and tacit understanding. They were twin brothers. Such cooperation was the scariest because they could communicate with each other. Their combat strength wouldn't be as simple as a double superposition. Yes. The 4 early divine immortal experts answered, then fixed their eyes on Zhou Xian and a Huang dog. After sizing them up, a humanoid demonic beast said to the other 3, "The 3 of you finish this quickly and get rid of that dog. Leave this arrogant brat to me." All right. Without saying another word, the other 3 experts lunged at the Huang dog. Obviously they didn't want to waste any more time. So they attacked decisively, besieging the Huang dog from all sides, leaving no chance for the Huang dog to escape. 3 experts were going to deal with Big Yellow while the remaining demonic beast was going to deal with Zhou Xian. In their point of view, such a battle was meaningless. Big Yellow and Zhou Xian would be killed in less than 10 seconds, especially the great demon who was going to deal with Zhou Xian. He felt that it was an insult to himself to fight a half-step heaven immortal with his identity and cultivation base. However, this kind of distribution was what Zhou Xian liked the most. If the 4 of them attacked him and De Huang respectively, there wouldn't be a winner in a short period of time. After all, given Zhou Xian's current cultivation base, even with the help of the great divination art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an early divine immortal expert. However, given his combat experience, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with one of them. So he was given an opponent, a demonic beast, which was exactly what Zhou Xian wanted. As for De Huang dog, Zhou Xian wasn't worried at all. De Huang dog definitely wouldn't be a match for the 3 early divine immortal experts, but just like Ada and Air, it was unrealistic for them to kill De Huang dog in a short period of time. De Huang dog had too many tricks up his sleeves. This mystical guy wouldn't be easy to kill. Even if the 3 of them were given a day and a night, they still wouldn't be able to kill De Huang dog. The current situation was very clear. Ada and Air were dealing with lascivious young master, while De Huang dog was dealing with the other 3. All Zhou Xian needed to do was to focus on his opponent. The most important thing in this battle was himself. As long as he could kill the 2 demonic beasts and advance to the early heaven immortal realm, everything else wouldn't be a problem. "Wakaka, you 3 fellows also want to kill Lord Dog? Don't be ridiculous. It seems like you haven't had enough of Master Dog's fart." De Huang dog cackled and began to provoke the 3. Peel off his skin. The 3 of them were infuriated. They couldn't help but grit their teeth when they thought of how they were influenced by De Huang dog's fart. It was too shameful to vomit in front of so many people. Next, they would regain their face by peeling off De Huang dog's fart. Long. The 3 divine immortal experts struck at the same time. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out with De Huang dog. Of course, De Huang dog wasn't an easy opponent. The light wings on his back spread out. Although his body was majestic, he was incomparably nimble. His shadows flickered during the battle, dazzling his opponents and making it hard for them to track De Huang dog's movements. Inside the Zulong Tower, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying watched everything with their mouths wide open. They had never thought that the people brought by Zhou Xian were so abnormal. Putting aside the Huang dog, even Ada and Air could fight against lascivious young master together. Now all their attention was on Zhang Chen, because Zhang Chen's opponent was a true early divine immortal expert while Zhang Chen was merely a half-step heaven immortal expert. The gap between them was just too huge. Sister Qingqing, do you think young Master Zhang can deal with a divine immortal expert? Asked Huang Ying worriedly. They had just escaped from death. Now Zhang Chen was their only hope, the only thing they could rely on to survive in the evil abyss. I have faith in Big Brother Zhang. He's a genius, the scariest genius I've ever seen. Back when he was just an early Earth Immortal expert, he could already kill an early Heaven Immortal expert. Although he's only a half-step Heaven Immortal expert now, we can't treat him as a Heaven Immortal expert, said Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing said. Although she was worried about Zhang Chen, she had a fundamental trust in Zhang Chen from the bottom of her heart. That kind of trust came from Yen City. It was Zhang Chen who turned the situation around in Yen City. Killing a Heaven Immortal expert while only being an early Earth Immortal expert? I've never seen such a figure before. I really want to meet him. Ever since Huang Ying saw Zhang Chen, the astonishment on her face hadn't disappeared. She was skeptical about Yan Qingqing's words, but at least she felt a glimmer of hope. The two battlefields had already heated up. The early divine immortal great demon stood in front of Zhang Chen, looking at Zhang Chen with a mocking gaze. Brat, I can see that your blood and qi are very vigorous. To me it's a great tonic. If I were you, I would surrender myself to avoid suffering. It's really pointless to deal with a puny half-step Heaven Immortal expert. The great demon said. You will find it interesting in a while. Zhang Chen shrugged. He didn't want to waste any more time. A surge of barbaric force burst out from his body all of a sudden. His body transformed instantly, turning into a half-human half-dragon. To Zhang Chen, fighting in this form was much more enjoyable than turning into a dragon. Ha ha. What a powerful transformation skill. It can actually increase your combat strength by so much. Humph. But this isn't enough for you to be arrogant. In front of me, even if your combat strength has increased by so much, it will still be useless. You will still end up dead. Seeing the transformation of Zhang Chen, the great demon was incomparably shocked. This was his first time encountering such a powerful transformation skill. However, it wasn't the reason for him to take Zhang Chen seriously. In his point of view, even if a puny half-step Heaven Immortal expert had increased his combat strength, he would still end up dead. True Dragon Palm. Chapter 12-15. Seeing that Zhang Chen's attack was so powerful, the great demon's eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhang Chen's power was completely beyond his expectation. As the saying goes, an expert's power would be known the moment he made a move. He had never thought that a half-step Heaven Immortal could have such a tyrannical power. However, the great demon still didn't take Zhang Chen seriously. Given his cultivation base, it was very difficult for him to take a half-step Heaven Immortal seriously. Hung Long. A pitch-black sharp claw was cast out by the great demon, colliding heavily with Zhang Chen's true dragon palm. Violent energy overflowed in all directions, causing the void to tremble violently. Dang dang dang. Under such a violent impact, Zhang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. His body was a little numb, but with the help of the wood's spiritual qi, Zhang Chen's condition was restored in an instant. Such an outcome was within Zhang Chen's expectation. After all, the opponent was a powerful divine immortal. It would be very difficult for him to gain the upper hand in a head-on collision. What? But this situation really shocked the great demon. It was similar to the time when lascivious young master fought De Huang. He couldn't imagine that his violent attack could only push back a half-step Heaven Immortal without causing any harm to his opponent. Was this a joke? Inside the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying finally witnessed the power of Zhang Chen. From the moment she met Zhang Chen until now, this was the first time she saw Zhang Chen in action. All along, her understanding of Zhang Chen came from Yan Qingqing. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, it was really an eye-opener. Playing. Zhang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately took out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The blood-red dragon sword was flickering with a bright light. This was a divine weapon. Zhang Chen and the Heavenly Saint Sword's qi had completely merged together. The body of the sword was like a living dragon, it was extremely mystical. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eyes glittered with seven-colored light. He had already circulated the great divination art. Now that his great divination art had reached the heavenly vision realm, it could be used in combat. He had to rely on the great divination art to deal with an early divine immortal expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for an early divine immortal expert no matter how hard he tried. Brat, I would like to see how strong a mere half-step heavenly immortal like you can be. The great demon lord was enraged. In his mind, he had only regarded the fact that Jiang Chen was able to block his attack as an accident. A huge black energy ocean came crashing down towards Jiang Chen like a violent storm. But too bad the great demon lord could only launch half of his attack as the other half was blocked by Jiang Chen. The heavenly saint sword turned into a ray of light and cut right at the center of the black energy, cutting off the great demon's attack. What? The great demon was shocked once again. This time it was more shocking than all the previous times. He looked at Jiang Chen in horror. He had no idea what kind of technique Jiang Chen had used to predict his attack and counter it in advance. Accident. It must be an accident. The great demon could only comfort himself in this way. In this unexplainable situation he could only think that Jiang Chen was just lucky. However, in the following battle, Jiang Chen continued to cut off the great demon's attack, causing the great demon to only be able to attack half of it. The other half of the attack was forced back by Jiang Chen. This situation affected the power of the great demon's attack the most. When the power of the attack was greatly reduced, the outcome of the battle between Jiang Chen and the great demon was revealed. Wah ya ya! The great demon yelled in anger. Although he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, this kind of battle was too stifling, giving him the impulse to go crazy. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. He was waiting for his opponent's mind to be disturbed. Then he would launch an all-out attack and kill his opponent. In the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's power had subverted all her previous knowledge. How could a half-step heaven immortal force an early divine immortal expert to the point of going crazy? If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. This was the biggest joke in the world. Sistering, Big Brother Zhang has a lot of means. Just wait and see. This great demon is finished. He will definitely die in Big Brother Zhang's hands. Yan Qingqing said confidently. Apart from admiration and adoration, her eyes were also filled with infatuation towards Jiang Chen. I'm starting to believe it. Huang Ying sighed. After witnessing Jiang Chen's power with her own eyes, she had reason to believe Yan Qingqing's words. Lascivious young master was entangled by Ada and Air. Although he was able to repel the two barbaric bulls every time, their teamwork was just too perfect. Unless he could kill one of them directly, he wouldn't be able to break the situation. Otherwise, judging from the current situation, Ada and Air would be able to entangle him for at least an hour. However, under such perfect teamwork, it was extremely difficult for lascivious young master to defeat them one by one. It was basically unrealistic. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also exerted all his skills to entangle the three experts, not giving them a chance to deal with Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Chen had also reached a perfect level. There was no need for them to say much to each other. De Huang Dog had already figured out the situation. Whether they could take down Lascivious City today depended on Jiang Chen. Therefore, the most important thing for him, Ada and Air, to entangle their opponents and create opportunities for Jiang Chen to buy some time. The great demon who was fighting Jiang Chen roared in anger. He had already transformed into his true form. The great demon's true form was a monster that no one had ever seen before. It looked extremely ugly and had 6 claws. Unfortunately, even after transforming into his true form, he still couldn't resolve the situation. At this moment, the great demon's mind was in a mess. There was no order to his moves. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the abstruse great divination art. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. After 10 minutes of continuous battle, the great demon finally couldn't bear it anymore. Here's my chance. Fusion of dragon and sword, 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He was so experienced in fighting that he could always grasp the best timing to attack. Just like now, when the great demon was in a mess, it was the best time for him to attack. Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite. This was the moment he had been waiting for. 9 Phantom Wolves was the most powerful skill he had at this moment. Chapter 12:16. In a fight between experts, an instant was enough to be fatal. The great demon's mind was in a mess. Now that he was bewitched by the 9 Phantom Wolves, he couldn't tell which one was the real Xianxia. In desperation, the great demon could only disperse his energy, trying to resist all 9 of Xianxia's. This was the common problem of many experts who died under Xianxia's 9 Phantom Wolves. Once the energy was dispersed, the final outcome would be incomparably miserable. This great demon wasn't an exception. Honglong. The great demon exerted all of his skills. Powerful energy blasts destroyed all 8 of Xianxia's. However, those that were destroyed were merely the phantoms of Xianxia. The real fatal one was Xianxia's real body. Xianxia had used all of his strength in this attack. The fusion of dragon and sword was invincible and indestructible. The dragon's sword pierced through the great demon's chest. The terrifying sword chi disrupted the chi in the great demon's body, shattering his heart. Puff. This was a fatal blow. The great demon couldn't bear it. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. He could feel the life force in his body flowing away. His eyes were filled with despair. That's right. In the face of death, no one wouldn't feel despair. The great demon was no exception. The higher the cultivation base of a person, the more they didn't want to die. In their point of view, death was just too far away from them. When death really came, that kind of despair was helplessness. No, the great demon couldn't believe it. He really couldn't accept that he would die in the hands of a half-step heaven immortal. This was something that he had never dreamt of. However, everything had become a foregone conclusion. What awaited him was the end of his life. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Blazing flames surged out from the dragon sword. The flames burned the great demon's body and instantly spread all over his body. The great demon had lost all his life force and died miserably. In a blink of an eye, his huge body was incinerated, leaving only a dazzling demon soul in Xianxia's hand. What? The scene made many of them exclaim. Not to mention the spectators. Even lascivious young master and the other 3 divine immortal experts were completely dumbfounded. All of them turned to Xianxia at the same time. The kind of shock they felt was unimaginable to ordinary people. Among Xianxia's group, the one they despised the most was Xianxia. To put it bluntly, they didn't put Xianxia in their eyes at all. A puny half-step heaven immortal was nothing but a fart in their eyes, not worth mentioning. However, this insignificant existence had given them a heavy blow, killing one of their powerful early divine immortal experts. Couldn't be said that the great demon was too weak, but Xianxia was just too abnormal. He was so abnormal that they couldn't accept it. My God. In the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying couldn't close her mouth any longer. Her eyes fell upon Xianxia with a strange expression. Even though she had high hopes for Xianxia, she couldn't imagine that Xianxia could really kill an early divine immortal great demon. Sistering, this is the true power of Big Brother Jiang. Have you seen it? Yan Qingqing's face was filled with pride. This was the man she had fallen for. A man among men could always bring miracles. A peerless monstrous genius. I have never seen such a genius before. Huang Ying sighed. At this moment she had been completely conquered by Xianxia. She was fascinated by this man's manly charm. Courting death. Lascivious young master no longer dared to look down on Xianxia. He couldn't ignore a half-step heaven immortal expert who could kill an early divine immortal expert. Furthermore, Xianxia's previous performance was too shocking. He had to kill Xianxia as soon as possible. Lascivious young master moved with incredible speed towards Xianxia, but Ada and Air weren't slow either. The cooperation between the twin brothers was just too terrifying. They blocked lascivious young master's path with one on the left and the other on the right. This was the order given to them by Xianxia, which was to stall the lascivious young master and give him a chance. The 3 of you are trash. You can't even handle a dog. What are you waiting for? Go and kill that brat first. Lascivious young master yelled at the other 3 divine immortal experts. Needless to say, the 3 of them had already moved. 2 of them rushed towards Xianxia, leaving one to deal with Da Huang dog. They were now regretting their decision. If they had sent two of them to deal with Xianxia, it would be impossible for Xianxia to succeed. It was a pity that they didn't think highly of Xianxia from the very beginning. They had never thought that the most difficult person to deal with was Xianxia instead of De Huang Dog. Kaka. Do you think Master Dog is a vegetarian? The wings of light behind Big Yellow's back fluttered, and his sturdy dog head dashed forward. He shuttled back and forth between the three great warriors, entangling them and preventing them from dealing with Xianxia. The three of them didn't have any good ideas at the moment. On the other side, Xianxia remained calm. Without any change in his expression, he swallowed the demon's soul. With the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon's soul immediately turned into pure energy and was absorbed. An early divine immortal demon soul was still very useful to the current Xianxia. The moment the demon's soul entered his body, it began to be refined and new dragon marks were formed one after another. 1,000, 2,000. In just a few minutes, 35,000 dragon marks had been formed in Xianxia's Qi, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his Qi to 485,000. This was the power of an immortal demon soul. He still needed 15,000 dragon marks to reach 550,000. As long as he killed the other demonic beast and refined its demon soul, he would have no problem condensing another 15,000 dragon marks. At that time he would be able to advance to the early heaven immortal realm and take over the lower flow city. Pong. Violent energy surged out of Xianxia's body. Holding the heavenly saint sword in one hand, Xianxia's combat strength was many times stronger than before. Without saying a word, he lunged at the other great demon, wielding the heavenly saint sword with thunderous momentum. De Huang Dog no longer paid attention to this great demon. He only needed to focus on dealing with the other two, because he had already determined that this great demon's fate was destined to be the same as the previous great demons. This was because the current Xianxia's combat strength was much stronger than before. Although he wasn't an early heaven immortal expert, he wasn't far from it. Coupled with the great divination art, it would be much easier for him to deal with early divine immortal great demons. Chapter 12:17. Roar. The fusion of dragon and sword sent a thunderous roar towards the great demon. The earth-shattering dragon roar turned into visible sound waves that filled the sky above Lascivious City, causing many people's faces to turn pale. Putting everything else aside, Xianxia's aura alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of his opponents. The great demon let out a roar. A dazzling combat weapon appeared in his hand and he used it to block Xianxia's dragon sword. Honglong. Shockwaves soared into the sky. Waves of energy were sent out one after another like ripples. Each wave was like an invisible sharp weapon. If an ordinary person was caught in such a storm, he or she would be shredded into powder immediately and die miserably on the spot. This collision was obviously disadvantageous for the great demon. It should be known that in a battle, everyone was a warrior and the most important thing for a warrior was morale. If a person's morale fell into a disadvantage, it would produce a psychological collapse, and this kind of collapse would rapidly spread through the collision. Take the great demon for example. His combat strength might be very strong, but he had subconsciously thought that he wasn't a match for Xianxia. Now that he was fighting Xianxia, his goal was no longer to kill Xianxia, but to not be killed by Xianxia. Under such psychological influence, defeat was inevitable. Moreover, under the influence of Xianxia's great divination art, the great demon couldn't exert his full strength. Moreover, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had increased by 35,000, causing his combat strength to soar once again. Under such circumstances, the outcome was almost predictable. Under the powerful attack of Xianxia, the great demon was sent flying away. The immortal weapon in his hand almost flew out of his hand. The astonishment on the great demon's face reached its peak. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia with eyes full of disbelief. Damn it. He's just a half-step heaven immortal. How can he be so powerful? Damn it. The great demon had the urge to spurt out blood. He was a divine immortal expert and had come all the way from the half-step heaven immortal realm. Therefore he knew very well how big the gap between a half-step heaven immortal and a divine immortal was. However, this gap in cultivation had been completely reversed today. The great demon felt that his entire worldview had begun to collapse. In front of Zhou Xian, he suddenly felt that all his years of cultivation had been wasted. Looking at the majestic Daoist dog, the great demon felt that he was inferior to a dog. Die. Zhou Xian didn't want to waste any more time. The instant the big demon was pushed back, he made his move again. With the combination of unity of dragon and sword and 9 phantom wolves, a series of phantoms instantly surrounded the big demon. Although it was the same old trick, it was still effective. Moreover, the effect was very good. Pucci. In the end, the great demon followed in the footsteps of the previous great demon and was unable to escape from Zhou Xian's terrifying attack. The sharp heavenly saint sword pierced through the great demon's glabella, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The great demon's eyes were filled with despair, and it was also the last color of his life. No. The shadow of death shrouded the great demon in an instant. He couldn't believe that he was going to die just like that, but this was the reality. Nothing could be changed anymore. At this last moment, his fate had come to an end. Pong! A destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint's sword, shattering the great demon's head. A golden demon soul was held in Zhou Xian's hand. This was an early divine immortal demon soul which was very effective for Zhou Xian. Without any hesitation, Zhou Xian swallowed the demon soul. Brr! Dragon roars resounded from Zhou Xian's qi. New dragon marks began to condense. After refining this demon soul, Zhou Xian's cultivation would be able to break through to the early heaven immortal realm. At that time he would have the ability to deal with lascivious young master. By this time, more than half of Zhou Xian's plan had been realized. The following situation was completely under Zhou Xian's control. Very quickly 15,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. In terms of advancement, the more difficult it was to condense dragon marks, the more energy it required. Therefore, the first early divine immortal demon soul could help Zhou Xian condense 35,000 dragon marks, but the second one could only condense 15,000 dragon marks. But even so, 15,000 dragon marks were enough for Zhou Xian. This was the number that Zhou Xian needed to advance to the heaven immortal realm. Hoo! Zhou Xian retracted his flaming wings and directly controlled the airflow in the air to fly. This was the true flight in the air, the symbol of a heaven immortal expert. Even though Zhou Xian already had the strength to kill divine immortals, his cultivation base was still insufficient to truly fly in the air. So this is the heaven immortal realm? Feels great, but this advancement has slightly affected my foundation. Fortunately, it won't affect it and I can recover very soon, but I certainly won't be able to continue using this method in a short period of time. Zhou Xian thought to himself. If it wasn't to deal with lascivious young master, Zhou Xian wouldn't have chosen this method of advancement. The most important thing in the path of cultivation was the foundation. Once it was affected, it wouldn't be good. But in this Nifa's abyss, it was still necessary to increase one's cultivation as quickly as possible. This was an extremely vicious world that was filled with slaughter and evil. Only by becoming stronger could one survive. Not only did Zhou Xian want to survive, he also wanted to make a name for himself in the evil abyss. Currently he was very interested in the evil lord and the evil clan, but Zhou Xian also knew that his current strength was far from enough to meet such an expert. A powerful golden immortal was still in existence that Zhou Xian couldn't touch. Damn it! This bastard actually advanced. Is he still a human? He was able to kill an early divine immortal expert when he was just a half-step heaven immortal expert. Now that he has advanced to the early heaven immortal realm, we are no match for him. Young master is also entangled by those 2 great demons. If that brat comes to deal with us now, we can already imagine our fate. The 2 early divine immortal experts who were fighting Daoist dog turned pale. The battle had just started, but 2 divine immortal experts had already died in the hands of Zhou Xian. To them this was an unimaginable blow. Swoosh. However, it was useless to be afraid. Zhou Xian's blade-like eyes fell on them. In the next moment, Zhou Xian appeared beside Daoist dog like a ghost. The 2 divine immortal experts shuddered. They could already feel the killing intent from Zhou Xian. Under the shroud of this killing intent, their minds were trembling. Kaka. Master Dog will give you 2 a chance now. Commit suicide at once so that you won't suffer any physical pain. Daoist dog cackled, returning the words of his opponent. Chapter 12-18. Jiang Qin, who was in his dragon form, stood side by side with De Huang Dog, holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand. He was looking at the two divine immortal experts with a playful look. The faces of the two early divine immortal experts turned incomparably unsightly. Both of them were ferocious and had never been afraid of anything, but this young man in front of them had made them truly afraid. The fact that he could kill two early divine immortal great demons in a row had shaken their hearts and souls, rendering them incapable of resisting. "I'll give you two a chance to live. Submit to me now and I won't kill you." Jiang Qin spoke. He had just arrived in Evil Abyss and was now going to occupy Lascivious City to build his first major power. Naturally, he couldn't lack subordinates. If these two early divine immortal experts were willing to submit to him, they would be able to become his capable subordinates. "Humph. You two must be tired of living. How dare you submit to someone else?" The lascivious young master, who was fighting with Ada and Air from afar, was infuriated when he heard Jiang Chen's words. He was extremely depressed right now. He thought that he would be able to win this battle easily, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who he looked down upon the most, would be able to kill two of them in a row and improve his strength during the battle. Lascivious young master can't even protect himself today. He will definitely die in my hands. I don't like to waste time. I won't give you two time to think. If you submit to me now, you can live. If not, I'll kill you two first before killing lascivious young master. Jiang Qin raised the dragon sword in his hand. A blood-red light flickered as he pointed it at the two. The two of them looked at each other, carefully weighing the current situation, and then nodded. "All right, we're willing to submit to you." Both of them spoke at the same time. They weren't fools. In Evil Abyss, there was no such thing as absolute submission. Survival was the most important thing to them. They had already seen the situation clearly. If they didn't submit to Jiang Qin, they were afraid that they would die immediately. Although the lascivious young master was powerful, the two barbaric bulls had him pinned down. The dragon man before him was even more terrifying, and the dog was extraordinarily brave. If they joined forces, the lascivious young master would not be able to get away scot-free. In order to survive, submitting to Jiang Qin was their only choice. It was also their last choice. "Alright, you two are smart. I'll go kill lascivious young master now and establish my prestige." Jiang Qin sheathed the heavenly saint sword, turned around, and charged toward the direction of lascivious young master. As for whether these two divine immortal experts were truly loyal to him, Jiang Qin didn't care at all. In Nifa's abyss, it was an extravagant hope to find the true intention. Jiang Qin was so fast that he joined Ada and Air in an instant. The three of them besieged lascivious young master in a triangular formation. "Brat, you're really amazing. But do you really think that you can kill me with just the three of you?" Lascivious young master said fiercely to Jiang Qin. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. This dragon man had destroyed the foundation that he had painstakingly built. However, the lascivious young master wasn't afraid. He was still very confident in his combat strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he would have no problem escaping. However, he wasn't willing to run away just like that because he would become the laughingstock of this region. There would be no place for him in Nifa's abyss in the future. "Whether I can kill you or not, we'll know once we try. Anyway, I have no intention of letting you go today." Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. His aura had completely locked onto lascivious young master. At the same time, the great divination art was activated rapidly. His whole body was filled with the aura of divination. Then he swung the heavenly saint sword and slashed at lascivious young master. At the same time, Ada and Air also went crazy. Lascivious young master also attacked violently. A large amount of terrifying blood light shot out. Each of the blood light was like a sharp blood blade that was about to cut the void. However, what happened next made the lascivious young master extremely depressed. He was shocked to find that his attack was forcefully cut off by Jiang Qin using a clever and powerful attack, greatly reducing the power of his attack. Brr. Upon seeing this, Ada and Air began to feel excited. Although they had joined hands, they had always been suppressed by lascivious young master. Now that they had the help of Jiang Qin, they suddenly felt exhilarated and began to suppress lascivious young master. This situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. He was becoming more and more fond of the great divination art. Now that lascivious young master was in a disadvantageous position, it was time for him to die. What Xianxia needed to do now was to prevent lascivious young master from escaping. After all, lascivious young master was a mighty mid-divine immortal expert. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. De Huang, deploy a grand formation at once to seal this void. Don't give this despicable thing a chance to escape. Jiang Chen whispered to De Huang Dog through divine sense. At the same time he deployed his 5-elemental sphere. This was his first time deploying his 5-elemental sphere in the immortal world. Due to the influence of the laws of the immortal world, he couldn't form his own 5-elemental sphere, but he could still use the essence of the 5-elemental sphere to create a grand formation. De Huang Dog flew to the sky. He and Jiang Chen had a tacit understanding. The moment Jiang Chen deployed his 5-elemental sphere, De Huang Dog began to deploy a series of abstruse formations that perfectly matched the 5-elemental sphere. To De Huang Dog, who was proficient in the heavenly book of source of formations, deploying a trapping formation was an incomparably easy and casual thing to do. As a matter of fact, lascivious young master was already in a precarious situation. If he chose to escape now, he might still have enough time and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stop him. If he waited for De Huang Dog to finish deploying the formation, it would be hard for him to escape. It was a pity that lascivious young master was still immersed in the fury of the battle with Jiang Chen, so he didn't pay any attention to De Huang Dog's formation. In his heart he was still incomparably confident. He believed that even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still escape successfully at the last moment. However, this was just the beginning. Jiang Chen was getting more and more adept at using the great divination art. In the following battle, lascivious young master was at a complete disadvantage. Although Jiang Chen wasn't a match for lascivious young master, he could still use the great divination art to hinder lascivious young master's performance. The rest was left to Ada and Air. Chapter 12-19. Lascivious young master, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, had turned the battle into a one-sided one in a short period of time. If such a scene didn't happen in real life, no one would believe that a mid-divine immortal expert was being suppressed like this. It was a tragedy in itself. The two girls in the ancestral dragon pagoda were completely dumbfounded, especially Huang Ying. At this moment, all the worries in her heart had vanished. Previously she was extremely afraid of lascivious young master. When Jiang Chen was about to attack lascivious city, she tried to stop him in every possible way. That's right. However, what she thought was impossible was happening right in front of her eyes. This is truly a miracle. Huang Ying sighed. She could already see that lascivious young master had fallen into a disadvantageous position. If he didn't escape as soon as possible, it was only a matter of time before he died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Huang Ying had been completely convinced by Jiang Chen. She had been watching Jiang Chen's battle from the very beginning. From the moment he killed the two great demons to now, every step of his had amazed her. Just like what Yan Qingqing said, this was a miracle worker. Such a man couldn't be judged by common sense. Anyone who dared to look down on Jiang Chen would end up in a miserable state. Brr. A dragon roar shook the sky. Jiang Chen had completely turned into a dragon and merged with the dragon sword. This was his peak combat strength. Apart from his powerful attack, the most frightening thing about him was his qi. Such a surging qi was enough to weaken the enemy before the battle even started. Hong Long. Jiang Chen opened his huge dragon mouth and spat out streams of flames. Each of the flames was infused with the sword qi of the Heavenly Saint Sword. This was the fusion of the Fire Dragon Seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword. Like flaming swords, they filled the sky, ignited the darkness and engulfed lascivious young master in an instant. On the other side, Ada and Air had also gained their qi. Even they had to admit that fighting with Jiang Chen was a very enjoyable thing. The two heavenly devil barbaric bulls had exerted their power to the extreme. The three powerful attacks were earth-shattering, as if they were going to annihilate a part of the starry sky. Lascivious young master's expression changed after seeing such a situation. He could no longer remain calm because he had sensed a dangerous qi that he had never felt before. Damn it. This bastard is really abnormal. He has just advanced to the heaven immortal realm, but he already has such a powerful attack. With the help of these two barbaric bulls, I'm sure I'm no match for him today. It's better for me to leave first and take my revenge in the future. I still have a few good friends. I'm sure we can kill this brat if we join forces. Lascivious young master cursed in his heart. Although he was unwilling, he wasn't a fool. He knew that it would be extremely disadvantageous for him to continue fighting. It would be better for him to flee for now and take his revenge in the future. Honglong, Jiangqin, Ada and Aer's attacks fell at the same time. Lascivious young master had used all his strength to resist the attacks, but he had also suffered a tremendous impact. He had already suffered some injuries in the previous battle. Now that he was bombarded by the attacks, his injuries became worse. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Brat, I'll remember what you've done today. It won't be easy to occupy my territory. The next time I come back it will be the day you die. Lascivious young master uttered a harsh word, then turned into a stream of light and flew away. Upon seeing this, a cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had already expected that lascivious young master would choose to escape, but it was already too late. Big Yellow had already completed the deployment of the Grand Formation, and it had completely merged with his 5-elemental sphere. It was impossible for lascivious young master to escape instantly. As for Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog's Grand Formation didn't need to stop lascivious young master completely. It was enough to stop him for a short period of time. Lascivious young master, it's too late for you to leave now. Just stay here. Jiang Qin took the opportunity to launch a joint attack with Ada and Air, lunging at lascivious young master. At this moment, lascivious young master sensed that something was wrong. He could feel the existence of the Grand Formation. An invisible barrier had completely trapped Jiang Qin in it. He also saw the detestable Big Yellow baring his teeth at him not far away. That's right. Lascivious young master was infuriated. Immediately, he infused all his strength into the immortal weapon in his hand and slashed at the Grand Formation. Tila. Lascivious young master was, after all, a mighty mid-divine immortal expert. He was able to tear a hole in the Grand Formation with his full strength. Unfortunately, the time it took for him to break the formation was enough for Jiang Qin to attack him. Plus, lascivious young master was at his weakest. Honglong. The attacks of Jiang Qin, Ada and Air fell on lascivious young master like a storm. Once he split the Grand Formation, he wouldn't be able to stop the attacks from Jiang Qin and the other two. The boundless destructive energy turned into a storm, engulfing the lascivious young master. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the storm. It was the voice of lascivious young master. Even a mighty mid-divine immortal expert would become a turtle in a jar at this moment. He would be slaughtered by Jiang Qin. Soon, the energy of the storm disappeared, and the lascivious young master's appearance was revealed. At this moment, the lascivious young master was in a sorry state. His red robe was torn by the energy and many wounds on his body were bleeding. His momentum had completely weakened and there was no trace of the toughness he had before. Countless of them gasped at the sight of lascivious young master's current state, especially the two early divine immortal experts who had submitted to Jiang Qin. Inwardly they were glad that they had chosen to submit. If lascivious young master had ended up like this, it was imaginable what would happen to them if they resisted. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. This young man is simply an abnormal being. Lascivious young master, a mid-divine immortal expert, has been beaten to such a state. AI. Lascivious city is going to change hands again. Lascivious young master is going to die today, but this bastard is too obscene. It's better for him to die now. How can he survive after being beaten to such a state? Chapter 12:20. Regarding the death of the lascivious young master, many people didn't feel anything. There was no affection between the people here and the lascivious young master. For them, the death of the lascivious young master was just a change of master for this city. It didn't affect them at all. In a place like the evil abyss, feelings were the most luxurious thing. Jiang Qin arrived in front of the lascivious young master. He had already reverted to his true form and was holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand. The current lascivious young master was no longer a threat to him. Killing him would be as easy as pinching an ant. The lascivious young master raised his head to look at Zhou Xian. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear at the same time. I never thought that I would fall in the hands of a heaven immortal. How ironic. The lascivious young master smiled bitterly. He didn't beg for mercy. To those who knew the rules of the evil abyss, begging for mercy was the last thing they would do because it was useless to beg for mercy here. If they were defeated, they would die. Without uttering a word, Zhou Xian thrust his sword forward and pierced through the lascivious young master's chest. A destructive force gushed out from the heavenly saint's sword, shattering all of the lascivious young master's vitality. In this place there was no need for a reason to kill. To Zhou Xian, he would still attack the lascivious young master even if Xianxia and Huang Ying hadn't encountered him. Since he had come to the evil abyss, he had to do something. The massacre had just begun. Pong. The flames spread to the lascivious young master's body, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing the lascivious young master's ashes, the two early divine immortal experts hastily came to Zhou Xian and bowed to him. Congratulations on becoming the new city lord of Lascivious City, young master. The two of us will follow young master from afar and be at your beck and call. The two of them spoke in unison, expressing their loyalty to Zhou Xian. Now was the best time to do so. The name Vulgar City is too unpleasant to hear. Change it to Xianxia City, and the two of you immediately go and make a plaque for Xianxia City and hang it outside the gate. Zhou Xian said. The name, Lascivious City, was not suitable for him. Now that he was the master of this place, he had to change the name. He wanted to change the name from Lascivious City to Fragrant Sky City. Others might not know why, but De Huang Dog understood. Zhou Xian was a person who valued relationships. Most of his family members were in the lower world. Fragrant Sky City would give him a sense of closeness. It would remind him of his father. Yes, City Lord. By the way, how should I address you? One of them asked. Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian revealed his name. From now on, the name Zhou Xian would be circulated in the Nepha's abyss. One day, this name would become a symbol of the Nepha's abyss that would strike fear into the hearts of countless people. The two of them didn't ask any more questions. They had memorized the name of the city. What they needed to do next was to follow Zhou Qian's instructions. They didn't care about the name of the city. What they cared about was whether they could survive in the evil abyss. After killing the lascivious young master, Zhou Xian released Xianxia and Huang Ying. The group then entered the city lord's mansion. This was the first territory Zhou Xian had obtained after entering the Nepha's abyss, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. Zhou Xian wanted to label all the cities here as Fragrant Sky City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Huang Ying looked at the young man with a bright smile on his face. He's like a boy next door. She couldn't associate him with the ruthless and tyrannical killing god from before. When she thought of Zhou Qian's previous methods, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear even though he was one of them. Young Master Zhang is truly a peerless genius. Huang Ying felt that anything else she said would be superfluous. The young man in front of her was a person with great personality and manly charm. Such a person was a true son of the heavens. His future achievements would be limitless and he would definitely have a place in the Nepha's abyss. Sister Ying, you don't have to be so polite. We'll be on the same side from now on. You and Qingqing will find danger everywhere in the Nepha's abyss. You'll have to stay here until you find a way out. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Huang Ying and Qingqing were indeed not suited to survive in the Nepha's abyss. The Fragrant Sky City was the perfect place for them to settle down. I wonder when we'll be able to leave this place. Huang Ying shook her head and sighed. This place was simply hell. It wouldn't be easy for them to leave this place. The spatial passageway to the outside world was controlled by the evil lord. The evil lord was a powerful immortal king. Existences at that level weren't existences they could touch. Don't worry, Sister Ying. Big Brother Jiang will definitely bring us out of this place. Qingqing said. She had too much confidence in Zhou Qian. In her heart, nothing was impossible as long as Zhou Qian was here. Huang Ying nodded. Although she didn't have much hope of getting out of this place, the appearance of Zhou Qian had given her a glimmer of hope. At least, Zhou Qian's performance today was too outstanding, completely beyond her imagination. Not long after that, the two early divine immortal experts arrived at the main hall of the prefecture. They had already taken care of the signboard of the fragrant sky city. To divine immortal experts, this was a piece of cake. City Lord, I'm Qin Hui and he's Li Si. Qin Hui opened his mouth and introduced himself first. And the two of you have done well. Work hard for me in the future and I won't mistreat you. Jiang Chen said. That's for sure. But I'm afraid that City Lord will be in big trouble after killing lascivious young master and occupying lascivious city. Li Si said. Oh. What kind of trouble? Jiang Chen asked with interest. The evil abyss was very deep. Although he had learned some things from Huang Ying, it was only the general situation of the evil abyss. He didn't know much about this region. City Lord, there are a total of 36 cities in the periphery of the nefarious abyss. Although these cities are independent of each other, they are still connected to each other to a certain extent. Some of the city lords are on good terms with each other, forming an alliance. This is the only way to survive in the chaotic periphery. The lascivious young master is no exception. He has 3 good friends who live in 3 nearby cities. The 4 of them have a good relationship with each other and even call each other brothers. Now that you've killed the lascivious young master, I'm afraid that they won't let you off easily. Chapter 12:21. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but knit his brows. He had never thought of such a situation before, but it made perfect sense. The closer one was to the periphery, the more chaotic it would be. It was impossible for there to be no conflicts and collusion between the 30 cities. What's the cultivation base of those 3? Asked Jiang Chen. Same as lascivious young master, mid-divine immortal. Qin Hui said. Young master Jiang, if the 3 of them come at the same time, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to deal with them. Huang Ying said worriedly. Mid-divine immortal? Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. Just like what Huang Ying said, the situation would be very tricky if the 3 of them appeared at the same time. Given his current strength, it was already very difficult for him to deal with a mid-divine immortal expert. Even with the help of Ada and Air, it was still impossible for him to defeat 3 late divine immortal experts. Furthermore, since Qin Hui and Li Si had told Jiang Chen about it, Jiang Chen was almost certain that the 3 who were on good terms with lascivious young master would come at them very soon. As a matter of fact, they might have sensed the fluctuations of the previous battle, but they didn't choose to lend a hand. From this point of view, it could be seen that the relationship between them and lascivious young master wasn't that good. In the evil abyss, it was common for people to attack cities if they didn't look out for themselves, especially when they were attacked by strangers. Without knowing the strength of the other party, most people wouldn't act rashly. Therefore, the 3 of them would rather watch the tragic death of lascivious young master. However, the news of the previous battle would soon spread out. After knowing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, the 3 of them would definitely choose to kill him and occupy Fragrant Sky City together. Jiang Chen's top priority now was to come up with a countermeasure. He couldn't afford to lose the territory that he had just conquered. If that happened, it would be a huge blow to the morale of Jiang Chen's forces, and it would also affect his road to domination. He didn't need any failures in his road to domination. What's your countermeasure? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Evil clan. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Jiang Chen's eyes. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was the evil clan. Are you going to the evil clan? It's too dangerous. De Huang Dog frowned. What? To the evil clan? Qin Hui, Li Si and Huang Ying exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Jiang Chen in horror. They didn't know why Jiang Chen would think of the evil clan. In the evil abyss, the evil clan was the most terrifying existence. Ordinary people wouldn't even have time to run away if they encountered the evil clan. However, Jiang Chen was actively looking for the demonic demons of the evil clan. It seemed like he had to enter the territory of the evil clan, which was no different from courting death. Young Master Jiang, the evil clan's demonic beasts are too cruel. Moreover, our current situation has nothing to do with the evil clan, right? Huang Ying said. That's right, City Lord. Our top priority now is to deal with the 3 city lords. We shouldn't provoke the evil clan. Qin Hui also said, not knowing what Jiang Chen was thinking. Qin Hui, Li Si, you two go back first. I will deal with this matter myself, Zhang Chen said to the two. Seeing that Zhang Chen's tone was firm, the two of them didn't dare to disobey and immediately left the main hall. Elder sister Xianxia, you two must be tired. Go and have a rest. I have something to discuss with De Huang. Zhang Chen's gaze fell upon Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing. The two girls didn't know what Zhang Chen was going to do. However, they knew that Zhang Chen was a man of his own mind. They knew that their opinions wouldn't be able to sway Zhang Chen's decision. More importantly, with their current cultivation base, they couldn't help at all. To put it bluntly, they were the typical burden of Zhang Chen. Little Chenzi, do you really want to go to the evil clan? After the few of them left, De Huang Dog asked. That's right. I have just advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. Even with the help of Ada and Air, it's still impossible for me to fight against 3 intermediate divine immortal experts. The evil clan is neither a demon nor a devil. I can restrain this characteristic the best. As long as I edify a powerful intermediate divine immortal demonic devil with the edifying light, I will be able to use it for my own use. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to deal with the 3 of them, said Zhang Chen. This was the only countermeasure he could think of at the moment. The edifying light had a certain requirement for edifying demonic devils. Given his current strength, he could only edify 1 intermediate divine immortal demonic devil at most, which was an incomparably difficult thing to do. Zhang Chen had just advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. It was impossible for him to advance again in a short period of time. He couldn't use the method of devouring and refining demon souls continuously. His foundation had been slightly affected, but it wouldn't be too serious and he could recover in a short period of time. However, if he continued to use this method, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll go with you. De Huang Dog wagged his tail. He was very interested in such an exciting and dangerous thing. He was afraid that only Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog could do such a dangerous thing. Other than them, who else would have such courage? Well, you can't go. We don't know when those 3 experts will attack us. You need to stay here and defend this place. Do you still remember the 5 elemental Tajura formation that we used to deal with the northern and southern dynasties? You and I will set up this formation again. Then you, Ada and Air, Chen Hui and Li Si will be able to hold off the 3 experts for 2 days. Although 2 days is very short for me, I can still give it a try. Zhang Chen said. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand formation was the best defensive formation. If he and De Huang Dog worked together to cast it, it would be perfect. Back when they were in the Nebula sect, it had even withstood the attacks of the northern and southern dynasties. Now that they were in Fragrant Sky City, it shouldn't be a problem for them to hold off the enemy for 2 days. As a matter of fact, other than the enlightenment of the evil clan's demonic devils, Yi Shiwen had another method, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Ouyang, he had left this powerful trump card for him, but he had never used it before. If he were to use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd with his strength alone, the effect would not be good and the consumption would be too great. Chapter 12:22. In just a few words, Zhang Chen had already formulated a solution. De Huang Dog nodded. He knew Zhang Chen very well. He knew that once Zhang Chen made a decision, it would be very hard to change his mind. Plus, De Huang Dog was very clear about the current situation. The decision made by Zhang Chen was almost the only way. All right, but you have to be careful. De Huang Dog reminded. Going to the evil clan wasn't a joking matter. He might even lose his life if he didn't do it properly. The evil abyss had already been divided into 2 parts. One part was where the humans lived and the other part was where the demonic devils lived. It was imaginable how dangerous it would be to go to the demonic devil's territory. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. With the help of the Zulong Tower, I'll be safe and sound. Zhang Chen revealed a confident smile. As a matter of fact, his biggest reliance was the Zulong Tower. Without the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't dare to go to the demonic devil's territory even if he was very confident. The Zulong Tower could basically guarantee his safety. This had already been proven in the past. Stealing the regenerative lotus on the heavenly mountain was a good example. Even late golden immortal experts wouldn't be able to find his traces. Therefore, as long as he wasn't particularly unlucky and didn't encounter any immortal king experts of the evil clan, there wouldn't be any big problem. The place that Zhou Xian was going to was definitely just the periphery of the evil clan. He definitely wouldn't encounter any Immortal King experts. Moreover, the Zulong Tower had already condensed 14 floors. It still needed to continue to advance. There was still a huge gap before it could reach the 99th floor. This gap needed to be filled up bit by bit. The higher the level of the Zulong Tower, the more powerful its power would be. There were still a lot of unknown energy that needed to be developed. The demonic devils of the evil clan could be regarded as nourishment for the advancement of the Zulong Tower by Zhou Xian. His path of growth in the evil abyss would inevitably be inseparable from the demonic devils. Ada and Air didn't speak. They had always obeyed Zhou Xian's words without expressing any opinion. To put it bluntly, after being edified by the edifying light, they were equivalent to Zhou Xian's slaves. Let's not delay any further. Let's set up the grand formation now. Due to our limited abilities, we can't cover the whole fragrant sky city, or else its power will be greatly weakened. We only need to set up the 5 elemental Tajura formation above the prefecture. Zhou Xian said. What he needed to do was to ensure the safety of the prefecture. He didn't care about anything else. Next, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog acted decisively. This wasn't the first time that they had cooperated with each other. It wasn't the first time that they had set up the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Basically, the 5 elemental Tajura formation had already been set up at dawn. Subsequently, Zhou Xian left the fragrant sky city stealthily and flew towards the direction of the evil clan. He felt more at ease leaving the fragrant sky city to De Huang Dog. The 5 elemental Tajura formation could at least resist the joint attack of 3 mid-divine immortal experts for 2 days. Therefore Zhou Xian had at least 2 days. After all, the 3 city lords hadn't made any movements yet. They were probably still probing the situation and trying to figure out the actual situation of Zhou Xian. In this way it would buy more time for Zhou Xian, which could be considered as a good thing. From here to the territory of the evil clan, we need to cross half of the evil abyss. Even if I speed up with the help of the flaming wings, it will still take me at least half a day. It seems like the evil abyss isn't chaotic enough. It would be great if we could see demonic devils of the evil clan everywhere. Zhou Xian shook his head helplessly. If his words were heard by others, they would probably die of anger on the spot. What was great about it? The demonic devils of the evil clan were extremely ferocious. If the evil clan really appeared, there would be no space for humans to survive. There was no other way. Without encountering the real demonic devils of the evil clan, Zhou Xian's edifying light wouldn't be effective. However, during the journey, Zhou Xian didn't stay idle. He began to study the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Although the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes had 9 moves, in reality there were only 3 moves. The first 3 moves, the middle 3 moves and the last 3 moves were all 1 move. According to the records of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, they were Berserk Dragon leaves the abyss, Regretless Descending Dragon and 9 dragons exterminating the world. Among the 3 moves, each move was more terrifying than the previous. Each move was further divided into 3 layers. The power of each layer was stronger than the previous. The most important thing for this powerful combat skill was to be unleashed together with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Only then could it unleash unparalleled power. After carefully studying it, Zhou Xian was instantly attracted by these skills. Each of the Heavenly Dragon's 9 strikes was big and powerful, it made his blood boil and it was filled with the purest yang energy. Furthermore, the characteristics of these skills perfectly matched his dragon transformation skill. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Dragon's 9 strikes was tailor-made for him. Even Ouyang He, who possessed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, couldn't compare with Zhou Xian in terms of cultivation. Therefore, Zhou Xian had a unique advantage in cultivating this combat skill. What Zhou Xian was studying now was the first move, Frenzied Dragon Leaves the Abyss. The most important essence of this move was its ferocity. It needed a huge amount of power to support it. This was a combat skill cultivated by golden immortal experts. Zhou Xian was only a heaven immortal now. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to cultivate this move. Not to mention comprehending its essence, he was afraid that he couldn't even reach the entry level. However, Zhou Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Putting aside the fact that he was gifted and had a great advantage in cultivating combat skills, The dragon transformation skill alone was enough to support Jiang Chen's cultivation of frenzied dragon leaves the abyss. The key was the compatibility. Jiang Chen turned into a phantom and flew between the gaps of the mountains and rivers. The route he chose was relatively remote and he rarely met anyone. Even if he did meet one or two, he would cleverly avoid them. He didn't want to clash with experts from other regions because it would be very disadvantageous to him. Especially after he entered the middle region, there were many existences that he couldn't afford to offend. When he arrived at the middle region of Evil Abyss, there were already many golden immortal experts. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he would definitely end up in a miserable state if he tried to rampage in the middle region. Chapter 1223. Hoo. The blood-red dragon in Jiang Chen's palm continued to grow in size, but the energy in his body was also disappearing rapidly, rushing towards the dragon in his palm like a tide. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen hastily retracted his energy. He secretly wiped off his cold sweat and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. This is indeed a combat skill that only golden immortals can cultivate. My current cultivation base is still too weak. It has already consumed such a huge amount of energy to condense the dragon. If I were to use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to complement it, I'm afraid that I will be sucked dry immediately. I have already mastered the first style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, but I can't use it unless it's absolutely necessary to avoid wasting energy. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although this combat skill consumed a lot of his energy, its power was rather terrifying. Jiang Chen estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an intermediate divine immortal expert if he exerted all his strength. The prediction ability of the great divination art could only allow him to fight against an intermediate divine immortal expert. It was impossible for him to kill an intermediate divine immortal expert. However, based on the current situation, the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss could only be used when fighting an intermediate divine immortal expert alone. Once this move was used, Jiang Chen would immediately fall into a period of weakness. Although this period of weakness was very short and could be recovered at any time, it would be fatal if there were other experts nearby. Therefore, the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss could only be used as a trump card. It couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would be putting himself in a difficult position. Recollecting his thoughts, Jiang Chen didn't continue to study the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. To him, the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss was already enough. Currently, he had already entered the middle region of Evil Abyss, where dangers lurked everywhere. He had to be extra careful. It would be too depressing if he was killed before he could even come into contact with the evil clan. Not far away there was a deep valley. This valley was very well hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find it at all. With one look, one could tell that it was a place with few people. Because the valley was too deep, it was very difficult to discover the movements coming from inside. However, at this moment, there were waves of battle coming from inside the valley. Although the movement of the wave was not big, it could not escape the general's perception. There are experts fighting in that valley. I'll go take a look. As Jiang Chen spoke, his body flashed and flew towards the valley. He had completely restrained his aura and was moving like a ghost. From the fluctuations of the battle, he could tell that the one who attacked was definitely an expert. At the very least, it was not someone that he could fight against right now. Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen had to go and check it out. However, he had to do it secretly so that he wouldn't be discovered by his opponent. In terms of concealment, Jiang Chen was very confident. There was no need to mention the concealment function of the Zulong Tower. Even without the help of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen could easily hide himself from a late divine immortal expert. Moreover, the opponent was engaged in a fierce battle and wouldn't pay attention to anything else. Victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. Therefore, most experts would go all out in a battle without being distracted. Very quickly, Jiang Chen approached and saw two human experts fighting an incomparably majestic demonic devil. The demonic devil had an incomparably frightening appearance. It had a vertical eye between its eyebrows that emitted a dim light from time to time. The chi emitted from its body was similar to that of a demon and a devil. The demonic devil had an incomparably majestic body that was at least 30 meters tall. Its body was filled with devil chi and its black scales were emitting cold light, sending chills down people's spine. Is this the demonic devil of the evil clan? Jiang Chen murmured. The only thing that could be related to the appearance of this demonic devil in Evil Abyss was the evil clan. Not only was the demonic chi radiating from its body, there was also a strong sin chi and slaughter chi. If one had to find a word to describe it, it would be ferocious. This demonic devil's cultivation base is extremely strong. It has already reached the late divine immortal realm. I have no idea why it would appear in the territory of humans. Those two humans also look incomparably ferocious and have reached the late divine immortal realm. I have no idea why they are attacking this demonic devil together. Jiang Chen had a panoramic view of the two humans and the demonic devil of the evil clan. All of them were late divine immortal experts, surpassing lascivious young master. There was no way for Jiang Chen to deal with such experts. Hong Long. The three experts clashed once more. The powerful energy wave almost evaporated the pond below. Under the joint attack of two late divine immortal experts, the demonic devil couldn't withstand it and was pushed back a few hundred meters. However, this situation shocked Jiang Chen, not because the demonic devil was pushed back but because it was merely pushed back. One should know that the demonic devil was besieged by two late divine immortal experts at the same time. Judging from the demonic devil's chi, it must have done something to obstruct the flow of its blood and chi, or perhaps it had consumed too much of its energy, making it unable to exert its most powerful attack. It was undeniable that the demonic devil's physique was too strong. The demonic devil of the evil clan sure is powerful. If it was in its peak state, the two humans wouldn't be a match for it even if they joined forces. Jiang Chen thought. Due to the physique of demonic devils, they were much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. This situation made him admire the evil lord even more. The fact that he could occupy half of the evil abyss despite facing such a powerful demonic devil showed how powerful the evil lord was. Demonic devil, how dare you nourish the soul essence in the territory of the human race? You've got guts, but you have already consumed more than half of your energy. You're no match for us now. I advise you to hand over the soul essence and the spiritual spring. Perhaps you can keep your life. One of them said. That's right, demonic devil. As long as you hand over the soul essence and the spiritual spring, we will let you go. What do you think? The other man said. Judging from their tone, the two humans had decided to compromise. Compromise was rare in the evil abyss. Most of the time it would be a life and death battle. However, the two of them weren't fools. They knew that even if they could win in the end, they would have to pay a certain price. Their target was the soul essence and the spiritual spring. They didn't want to fight the demonic devil to the death. Chapter 1224. The demonic devil's voice was as loud as a bell. It spoke in human language. Then the two of them argued with the demonic devil for a while. Jiang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, understood the whole story in an instant. It turns out that the reason why this demonic devil chose such a remote place was to nourish his father's soul essence. I've heard of an ancient demonic magic. Before a demonic beast died, it would use a certain method to integrate all of its memory and soul into the demon soul, forming a rare soul essence. This soul essence could be nourished by energy, giving it a chance to be reborn in the future. However, this method only existed in the legends. I never thought that a demonic devil of the evil clan would be able to use it. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After all, he was an experienced man. He thought of this legendary secret art. Obviously, this demonic devil was using this method to nourish his father's soul essence. This place was indeed very secluded. Ordinary people wouldn't be discovered, but no matter how careful they were, they would still be discovered, which led to the current battle. To the two humans, a soul essence was a good thing. Ordinary humans couldn't refine a demon's soul directly, but a soul essence was a different story. The soul essence contained the essence of all essences. Since the demonic devil's soul essence was so attractive to two late divine immortal experts, it meant that the soul essence itself was at least left behind by a half-step golden immortal expert or even a golden immortal expert. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This soul essence was very useful to him. If he could get it, he wouldn't have a problem advancing to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. The problem of having an unstable foundation caused by refining the demon soul could be solved. Oh, they mentioned something called spiritual spring. That's right, they said that there was a spiritual spring. It seems like this demon found a natural spiritual spring here, which is why it did not hesitate to take the risk to nourish the soul essence in human territory. The spiritual spring is a natural thing, and if it is forcibly moved, it will affect the nourishment, so the spiritual spring must exist somewhere. Once the soul essence is soaked in the spiritual spring before it is completely nourished, it cannot be taken out. Therefore, the soul essence and the spiritual spring must be hidden somewhere and not on the demon. Given how smart Zhou Xian was, no clue could escape his intelligence. He couldn't help but lick his lips when he thought of the existence of the spiritual spring and the soul essence. It seemed like he was really lucky to encounter such a great thing while he was in a hurry. On the other side, the two of them and the demons once again engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them seemed to be determined to obtain the spirit spring and the spirit essence. And with the ferocious nature of the demons, it was impossible for them to compromise. Therefore, this was a battle of life and death that could not be avoided. That demonic devil's condition is getting worse and worse. He's definitely not a match for the two of them. Once they kill the demonic devil, I'll take advantage of the situation. If the Zulong Tower absorbs the blood essence and chi essence of the late divine immortal demonic devil, the 15th level will be condensed immediately. It might even be possible for it to condense the 16th level. However, I have to find the spiritual spring and the soul essence while they are fighting. I will be struck by lightning if I miss this opportunity. Zhou Xian slowly casted out his soul power and circulated the great soul derivation technique to search for the traces of the spiritual spring and the soul essence. The two late divine immortal experts were in a fierce battle with the demonic devil, so they didn't have the time to pay attention to anything else, nor did they know that there was a guy who was fishing in troubled waters. Very soon, Zhou Xian found a cave not far away. It was located halfway up the mountain and was covered by thick vines. If one wasn't observant, he wouldn't be able to find it. Unfortunately, no matter how hidden a place was, it couldn't escape from Zhou Qian's senses. Completely concealing his qi, Zhou Xian summoned the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the cave using the invisibility ability of the Zulong Tower. During the whole process, he wasn't detected by the three divine immortal experts, let alone the three late divine immortal experts. Back in Heavenly Mountain, when Zhou Xian moved to the location of the regenerative lotus using the ancestral dragon, none of the 8 late golden immortal experts discovered him. He was only discovered when he was about to pluck the regenerative lotus. With a sway of his body, Zhou Xian entered the interior of the cave. The interior of the cave was like a completely different world. It was completely different from the dark and gloomy place that he had imagined. Upon entering the cave, he could feel the strong qi of pure energy drifting in the air. Just a simple sniff of it would make him feel refreshed and comfortable from head to toe. There was a pool in front of him that was surrounded by messy stones. The pool wasn't big, it was only the size of a square meter. There was some liquid squirming in it. It was crystal clear and there was white mist drifting in the air. It didn't look like an ordinary thing at first glance. Sure enough, it's a high-grade spiritual spring. This kind of spiritual spring is formed by the law of the immortal world. It's incomparable to the spiritual spring in the lower world. If this spiritual spring is brought to Saint Origin world, a drop of it is enough to make a 9th-grade great saint ascend to the immortal realm. Zhou Qian's eyes glowed with a strange brilliance. This spiritual spring was a natural treasure and its effect was extremely strong. A drop of it was enough to make an early heaven immortal like Yan Qingqing advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This is good stuff. Zhou Xian felt that his luck was off the charts. The sight of this spiritual spring reminded him of the gluttonous De Huang dog. If De Huang dog was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and rush out to have a feast. After swallowing a large amount of spiritual spring, De Huang dog would have no problem advancing to the half-step divine immortal realm in a short period of time. Aside from the energy spring, Zhou Qian's eyes also fell on a crystal floating in the middle of the energy spring. The crystal was also crystal clear and it was shining brightly. There was saliva moving within it, and the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart race. This is the soul essence of an early golden immortal. Motherfucker. I'm going to be rich this time. Even with Jiang Chen's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even if he couldn't edify a demonic devil in the end, the spiritual spring and the soul essence would make this trip worthwhile. These treasures would bring him endless benefits. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Then he grabbed the spiritual spring and threw it into the Zulong Tower. The moment Jiang Chen took away the spiritual spring, the radiance of the cave dimmed instantly. Chapter 1225. Trying to run away with the spiritual spring and the soul essence? You won't have the chance anymore. Upon seeing this, the two divine immortal experts thought that the demonic devil couldn't withstand their attacks and chose to escape. It wasn't easy for them to injure the demonic devil when he was weak. How could they let him go so easily? Almost as soon as the demonic devil made his move, the two divine immortal experts attacked from both sides with their sharp swords, blocking the demonic devil's way. Roar. Bastard. Despicable human. The demonic devil bellowed. He didn't have the mood to continue fighting, but how could he withstand the joint attack of two late divine immortal experts? He tried his best to block one of the swords, but was slashed by the other expert's sword. Even though the demonic devil's body was incomparably hard, it still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the immortal sword. A bone-deep gash was left on his body, causing blood to gush out. The demonic devil let out a blood-cursing scream, cursing the despicable human. Because he had a certain connection with the soul essence, he knew that someone was eyeing the soul essence in the cave. Under such circumstances, he would naturally associate it with the two divine immortal experts outside. From the demonic devil's point of view, the people inside the cave must be in cahoots with the people outside. Two experts had joined hands to attack him while the third sneaked into the cave to collect the spiritual spring and the soul essence. However, no matter how angry the demonic devil was, he couldn't change the current situation. Instead, his anger had seriously affected his mind. Coupled with the injuries on his body, he couldn't exert his combat strength at all. He didn't even have the chance to enter the cave to snatch the soul essence after being blocked by the two experts from the front and back. Such a situation was witnessed by Jiang Chen. He was so happy that his mouth was crooked. In his heart, the two divine immortal experts were really good people. If they weren't there to stop the demonic devil, he wouldn't be able to deal with them once the demonic devil rushed into the cave. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Jiang Chen's situation was exactly like this. The demonic devils thought that they were in cahoots with each other, and the two great warriors didn't even know about Jiang Chen's existence. If they knew that all their hard work had ended up benefiting someone else, perhaps they would be so depressed that they would vomit blood on the spot. Outside, the demons roared again and again as they engaged in the final battle with the two experts. Even though they were already heavily injured, the demons were still ferocious and domineering. The two experts did not dare to be careless. However, the two divine immortal experts were obviously experienced in battles. They were not in a hurry when fighting the demonic demon. They wanted to slowly grind the demon to death. The situation in front of them was completely under their control. The demonic demon was bound to die. The spiritual spring water and the soul essence must be in the cave. Therefore they were not in a hurry. As long as they killed the demonic demon, the spiritual spring water and the soul essence would naturally be theirs. After obtaining the spiritual spring, Jiang Chen was supposed to leave this place as soon as possible as he had already obtained great benefits. But after seeing the situation outside, he decided to stay and continue watching. The late divine immortal demonic devil was the best tonic for the Zulong Tower. After the two divine immortal experts killed the demonic devil, they would at most take away its demon soul but not its body. Jiang Chen was now waiting in the dark, waiting for the demon to be killed. Then he would be the fisherman to reap the benefits. Thinking about it, it was perfect. Chila, the battle was getting more and more intense. Finally, the demonic demon could no longer withstand the attacks. The two divine immortal experts' swords kept leaving wounds on the demonic demon's body. The demonic demon's chi was declining rapidly and its combat strength was weakening. Under such circumstances, the demonic demon could only hold on for 2 more minutes at most before it died in the hands of the 2 experts. What a pity, what a pity. Zhou Xian shook his head and sighed inwardly. The death of a powerful late divine immortal demonic devil was indeed a pity. The purpose of Zhou Xian's trip to the evil clan was to edify a demonic devil for his own use. It would be perfect if he could edify the demonic devil while it was still severely injured. He wouldn't have to take the risk to go to the evil clan. However, Zhou Xian also understood that the 2 divine immortal experts wouldn't spare the demonic devil's life. So he still had to go to the evil clan. Finally, after persisting for a minute, the demonic devil couldn't hold on any longer. Its huge body fell into the pool below, splashing up a layer of water. After killing the demonic devil, the chi of the 2 experts became a little chaotic. It was obvious that they had consumed a lot of their energy. Damn it. The demonic devils of the evil clan are really ferocious and hard to deal with. This guy has already consumed a lot of his energy. Took us a lot of effort to kill him. If he was at his peak condition, we wouldn't be a match for him. However, the demonic devil's demon soul is also a rare treasure. The demon soul of the evil clan is different from ordinary demonic beasts. It contains a powerful evil chi that can enhance our ferocious nature. One of them spoke. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when he thought of the terror and ferociousness of the demonic devil. Let's ignore the demon soul for now. Let's go and get the spiritual spring and the soul essence first. Those are the real good things. I have already found out that the soul essence was left behind by a powerful early golden immortal demonic devil. After we refine it, it won't be a problem for us to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm. The other expert said. The soul essence and the spiritual spring were their main objective. The demonic devil's demon soul was just a trivial matter. Without hesitation, the 2 of them entered the cave in a flash. But immediately, their faces were filled with astonishment. The situation inside was too different from what they had imagined. What's going on? Why is there nothing here? One of them was incomparably shocked. Look here. There's a depression here. Seems to have been dug out by someone not long ago. No, there's still the chi of the spiritual spring here. This must be the location of the spiritual spring. That demonic devil has already taken the spiritual spring away. The other experts saw the place where the spiritual spring was taken away by Zhou Xian. His face was instantly filled with anger. Now that the spiritual spring and the soul essence were gone, it was impossible for them not to be angry. Presently, Zhou Xian was hiding in the Zulong Tower, watching their reactions leisurely. It's not the demonic devil. In order to nourish the soul essence, the demonic devil must have placed the soul essence in the spiritual spring. Plus, there's nothing left on the demonic devil's body. Look at the traces here. Obviously, it has just been dug away. The demonic devil has been fighting with us for a long time. It's definitely not his doing. Just now, the demonic devil suddenly ran towards the cave. It means that he sensed that someone was going to take the soul essence. Damn it. The soul essence and the spiritual spring must have been taken away by someone else. Chapter 12:26. Pong. Anger surged out from the 2 divine immortal experts. Sensing that an outsider had stolen the fruits of their labor, the anger they felt was unimaginable. Immediately, they released their divine sense and carefully scanned the surroundings, not letting go of any corner. Let's go out and check. I'm sure that person hasn't gone far. How dare he steal our fruits of labor? Find him and tear him to pieces. That expert was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Both of them flew out of the cave in a stream of light and began to search the entire valley. In their point of view, the person who stole the spiritual spring and soul essence couldn't have a high cultivation base. If the culprit's cultivation base was higher than theirs, he wouldn't be sneaky about it. After all, this was the evil abyss where it was normal to steal treasures. A half-step golden immortal expert wouldn't be afraid of them. He could just rob them or even kill them. Why would he do something so stealthily? Zhou Xian saw all of this while hiding in the Zulong Tower without making a sound. The 2 great experts circled around the outside several times, almost sweeping through the grass and trees within a radius of 1,000 miles with the valley as the center. In the end, they did not find any trace of anyone. The two of them had no choice but to return to the cave. Seeing that the spirit spring and the soul essence had disappeared, they gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Damn it! Damn it! Our efforts were in vain and we got nothing in the end. If we catch the culprit, we will surely tear him to pieces. Both of them were infuriated. There was no way they wouldn't get angry in such a situation. It was already good enough that their lungs didn't explode. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to leave. Sco. I'm afraid that person has already escaped. This time it can be considered as drawing water with a wicker basket. In the end, it was all for naught. One of them said, "We can't do this for nothing. That demonic devil's demon soul is also a good thing. Dig it out." The other man flew out of the cave and dug out the demonic devil's demon soul. Xianxia saw all of this but didn't feel any pity. He had already gained tremendous benefits. Compared to the soul essence of an early golden immortal, the late divine immortal demon soul was nothing. Plus, the ancestral dragon pagoda didn't need the demon soul. As long as the two bastards didn't destroy the demonic devil's body, it would be fine. It was obvious that the two of them had no interest in the demon's body, nor did they want to waste their emotions to destroy it. After obtaining the demon's spirit, the two of them left the valley and disappeared. Inside the Zulong Tower, Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. Although the two great experts had left, he was not in a hurry to come out. He just waited quietly. 10 minutes later, the two late divine immortal experts had a relapse. After checking, they shook their heads and left with a sigh. This time Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower in a flash. As an old fox among old foxes, the little tricks of the two were just child's play. They were not even worth mentioning. I've earned big this time. Xianxia laughed heartily. With a sway of his body he walked out of the cave. With a claw he grabbed the demonic devil's body and took out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower would automatically devour the chi of blood it came into contact with. The 30 meters tall demonic devil's body was instantly sucked dry and turned into powder when the wind blew. Hung long. After absorbing the enormous energy, the Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound. The 15th level was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in a late divine immortal demonic devil was extremely enormous. As the Zulong Tower continued to condense, Xianxia had also benefited greatly from it. Dragon marks began to condense in his body. That was the energy that the Zulong Tower distributed to Xianxia. It was the purest energy. Furthermore, the absorption of this energy wouldn't affect Xianxia in the slightest, unlike Xianxia who devoured demon souls, which would greatly affect his foundation. Very quickly, the 15th level of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. However, the demonic devil's energy wasn't exhausted yet. The 16th level began to condense slowly, stopping only when a quarter of the tower was condensed. At this moment, 10,000 dragon marks had been condensed in Xianxia's body, increasing the number of dragon marks from 500,000 to 510,000. His combat strength had increased by a lot. Wing. The Zulong Tower let out a buzzing sound. After condensing to the 15th level, the brilliance of the Zulong Tower became even more intense. The dragon marks on its surface became even clearer. The ancient chi of desolation was so powerful that no one dared to look at it directly. The Zulong Tower itself had also become stronger. Xianxia's desire to condense the Zulong Tower as soon as possible. The more levels of the Zulong Tower were upgraded, the more help it would bring to him. Moreover, Xianxia believed that as the Zulong Tower continued to level up, there would surely be more magical uses for it. This was what he was looking forward to the most. My foundation has almost recovered. If I refine some of the soul essences with the help of the spiritual spring, it won't be a problem for me to advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. Xianxia thought to himself. He was incomparably confident about the soul essences. Soul essences were different from demon spirits. They were the purest things. Any cultivator who refined them would gain unparalleled benefits. Xianxia didn't want to stay here any longer. He flew towards the direction of the evil clan. The situation in the periphery of the evil abyss and the 36 cities were far more complicated than he had imagined. Given his current strength, even if he could advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm with the help of the soul essences, he still wouldn't be able to fully control the situation in the periphery. Therefore it was important for him to edify a demonic devil as a helper. Jiang Qin began to refine the soul essences along the way. This was the soul essence of an early golden immortal. Jiang Qin couldn't refine it all at once, because he needed to advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. He only needed enough energy to advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. The remaining soul essences would be useful in the future. With the help of the energy spring water, Jiang Qin started absorbing the soul essence. New dragon marks started forming in his qi once again, and the energy kept rushing through his meridians and internal organs. It was like a tidal wave, one wave after another. It was an extremely pleasant feeling. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. This spiritual spring is really good. It's incomparable to the spiritual spring in the mortal world. It's also very beneficial to my body. I'll refine some of it and leave it for others to use. It will be much more beneficial to others than to use it on me. Jiang Qin said. The spiritual spring itself was a natural treasure, but Jiang Qin's body was already too abnormal. Ordinary things wouldn't have much effect on him, but if it was used on people like Yan Qingqing, the potential of the spiritual spring would be developed to the extreme. Chapter 1227. Jiang Qin's current dream wasn't too big. It would be good enough if he could advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. As long as he reached the intermediate heaven immortal realm, he would be able to edify a late divine immortal demonic devil. Given his current combat strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an ordinary intermediate divine immortal demonic devil, but he had the greatest advantage in dealing with demonic devils. Whether it was the edifying light, the true thunder fire or the true dragon fire, all of them were the nemesis of demonic devils. With the help of the great divination art he would be able to suppress the demonic devils. If he could edify a late divine immortal demonic devil, the situation in Fragrant Sky City would basically be stabilized. A late divine immortal demonic devil would be enough to sweep across the outer region of Evil Abyss. Since there were only 2 days left, Jiang Qin didn't dare to slack off as he had already wasted a lot of time in the valley. Therefore he hastened his journey even faster. Wing. Buzzing sounds kept coming out from his qi as if the ocean waves were rolling. New dragon marks were forming and Jiang Qin's strength was increasing. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. The number of dragon marks increased very quickly. In just a few minutes, it had already reached 550,000, which was the number of intermediate heaven immortal dragon marks. When the number of dragon marks reached this number, the bones in Jiang Qin's body produced cracking sounds. Once again his body underwent a qualitative transformation. Intermediate heaven immortal realm. This feeling of power is really good, but I can't completely refine the golden immortal soul essence right now because my body won't be able to bear it and it will affect my foundation. In the path of cultivation the most important thing was to progress step by step. The dragon transformation skill that Jiang Qin cultivated was already abnormal enough. Compared to others, his speed of advancement was like the difference between the heaven and the earth. Jiang Qin would never be greedy and rash. He would only make a decision after weighing his own foundation. Just like now, after the number of dragon marks in his body reached 550,000, Jiang Qin condensed another 10,000 dragon marks, bringing the total to 560,000. His cultivation base stabilized at the mid-heavenly immortal stage before stopping. Only 1/5 of the soul essence of an early-stage golden immortal had been consumed after the advancement. The remaining soul essence was kept by Jiang Qin. As a golden immortal expert who had already comprehended the profound meaning of Grand Luo, the energy contained in his soul essence was far beyond that of an ordinary immortal. This soul essence is really good stuff. The demonic souls of the evil clan are stronger than those of the same level. It seems like this trip to Nifa's Abyss wasn't in vain. I'll be able to obtain a large amount of demonic souls in the future. The corners of Jiang Qin's mouth rose. He was full of anticipation for this trip to the Nifa's Abyss. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. The Nifa's Abyss was a huge space. Originally, this place was ruled by the demonic devils of the evil clan. Because of the arrival of the evil lord, humans occupied a place here, but the terror of the demonic devils of the evil clan couldn't be ignored. Although the evil lord was powerful, he couldn't destroy the evil clan in the past 10 years. From this, it could be seen that the evil clan was deeply rooted in this place. First of all, the environment here gave them endless advantages. Due to the delay on the way, it was already evening when Zhou Xian arrived at the border of the evil clan. Hoo-hoo. A gloomy and cold demonic wind whistled. The environment here had changed drastically. It was gloomy and cold, and the soaring demonic chi had obscured the sun and the stars in the sky. This place and the other half of the Nepha's abyss were like two different worlds. Sure enough, this is the hinterland of the demonic devils. Although the environment isn't as bad as the devil world, the strong demonic chi is enough to make people fearful. If I'm not wrong, the territory of the evil clan should be similar to the territory of the human race. It should also be divided into the outer, middle, and inner regions. The place I'm at now should be the outer region. There shouldn't be too many powerful demonic devils here. I'll hide and check the situation first. Zhou Qian's eyes flickered. He completely concealed his aura and began to slowly sneak into the territory of the evil clan. For this region, the evening was equivalent to the middle of the night. The soaring demonic chi was enough to cover the faint light of the evening. Brr, brr, brr. The roars of the demonic devils could be heard everywhere, causing the souls of those who were in the area to tremble. Zhou Xian followed the direction of the nearest roar. In the wilderness dozens of miles away, he met 3 demonic devils with black scales all over their bodies. These 3 demonic devils were traveling together, and the demonic chi they emitted was enough to make one's heart palpitate with fear. However, the cultivation base of these devils wasn't very high. The strongest one was only at the late heaven immortal realm, while the other 2 were only at the intermediate heaven immortal realm. Zhou Qian didn't put them in his eyes at all. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. The 3 demonic devils were walking on foot, completely unaware of the approaching danger. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew. A blood-red dragon claw descended from the sky, enveloping the 3 demonic devils completely. An enormous pressure as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Brr. The 3 demons roared and released all of their power. They wanted to break through the blood-red dragon claw above their heads. Unfortunately, the dragon claw was too powerful for them. Compared to the dragon claw, their power was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Bang! The bodies of the 2 intermediate heaven immortal demonic devils exploded all of a sudden, turning into a mist of blood, which was instantly absorbed by an invisible door. 2 demonic devils had died without leaving any remains. Such a scene could no longer be described as horrifying. The other late heaven immortal demonic devil was petrified. Such a scene was too terrifying. Even though the evil clan was an extremely ferocious clan, they had never seen such a brutal way of death. After their bodies exploded, not even a drop of blood essence was left. How could they believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? You'd better behave yourself, otherwise you will die a worse death than them. An indifferent voice sounded out. After that, a handsome young man in white clothes appeared in front of the demonic devil. When the demonic devil saw Zhou Xian, its eyes were filled with anger, but it quickly turned into fear. This demonic devil wasn't an idiot, it had the same intelligence as a human. Naturally, it could guess that the scene just now was related to this young man in front of it. Human, how dare you come to the territory of the evil clan? Chapter 12:28. Tell me, how many late divine immortal demonic devils are there in this area? Zhou Xian asked straightforwardly. He didn't want to waste any more time with the demonic devil. He believed that the demonic devil would tell him the truth, because the demonic devil knew very well that he was doomed to die. That was why he wanted to seek divine immortal experts to avenge him. There's a tribe 300 miles ahead of us. I belong to that tribe. The chief of that tribe is a powerful late divine immortal expert. Sure enough, the demonic devil answered Zhou Qian's question without hesitation. How many late divine immortal experts are there in total? Zhou Qian asked. From the demonic devil's words, It wasn't hard for him to guess that the demonic devils of the evil clan must be distributed in different tribes, and these tribes must be divided into different levels. A late divine immortal demonic devil could only be considered as the lowest level tribe. Just like the 36 cities in the outer region of the evil clan, this tribe belonged to the lowest level of power, which couldn't be compared to the big cities in the middle region or the super cities in the inner region. What Xianxia was concerned about now was how many late divine immortal experts were in this tribe. If there was only one late divine immortal demonic devil, he would strike without hesitation and flatten the entire tribe. If there were more than 2 late divine immortal demonic devils, he would have to be extra careful. Given his current cultivation base, he could only deal with 1 late divine immortal demonic devil. 1. The demonic devil answered truthfully. You are a human who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Given your cultivation base, if you dare to go to the tribe, you will surely be eaten by our clansmen. Don't even think about leaving this area alive. The demonic devil seemed to have calmed down completely because he knew that he was going to die. That's not something you should worry about. Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He exerted force with his dragon claw and killed the demonic devil on the spot. Then he circulated the Zulong Tower to absorb all of its blood essence and qi. The Zulong Tower was a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled to the peak of 99 floors. Therefore, Xianxia wouldn't let go of any resources. Next, Xianxia's goal was very clear. He would go straight to the tribe of the evil clan and start a massacre to upgrade the Zulong Tower to the 16th floor. Then he would find a way to edify the leader of the demonic devil tribe before returning to Fragrant Sky City. This process seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. It involved a matter of time because if he made too much noise in the tribe, it was likely to attract the attention of the demons from other tribes. After all, this was the territory of the evil clan. Once he was surrounded by experts, it would not be a joke. Therefore, Xianxia didn't have much time left for himself. It wasn't realistic to refine the entire tribe. My main target is the late divine immortal demonic devil. Xianxia's eyes were filled with determination. Then he flew towards the direction of the tribe. 300 miles away there was a black castle. The size of this castle was similar to Fragrant Sky City, but its qi was completely different. The sky above the castle was filled with dark clouds that were condensed from devil qi, giving people a very gloomy feeling. Apart from the devil qi, there was also an invisible qi. It was the smell of sin, full of crime and slaughter. It was equally breathtaking. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia rushed towards the castle. He transformed into his dragon form and held the heavenly saint sword in his hand. His whole body was exuding an incomparably sharp qi. A casual movement of his was filled with a domineering aura. A few demonic devils were the first to discover Xianxia. Immediately they let out earth-shattering roars that tore the darkness apart. The demonic devils of the evil clan had a common characteristic. They were extremely ferocious. Immediately they pounced on Xianxia. Zhoush! Xianxia raised his sword. The sword light turned into a blood dragon that tore through the night sky. The sword light streaked across the bodies of the demonic devils, cutting them into halves on the spot. They didn't even have the time to let out a wail. Immediately the Zulong Tower rushed out and enveloped the bodies of the devils. In a blink of an eye, it absorbed all of them, leaving some dried corpses that fell from the sky. After killing a few devils, Xianxia swung the heavenly saint sword once again. The razor-sharp sword energy was unstoppable, and the gigantic body of a blood dragon descended from the sky, slashing the main gate of the castle in half. Xianxia had to use a thunderous method as soon as he arrived. Only in this way could he attract the leader and achieve his goal. This huge movement alarmed the entire tribe. For a moment the sky above the castle was filled with roars. One after another strong devils flew up into the sky. At first there were dozens of them, then hundreds. They were densely packed and swarmed towards Xianxia like a tide. The only way for the evil clan to deal with this uninvited guest was to kill him with the most ferocious method. All the devils rushed towards Xianxia like a storm. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have been scared stiff by such a vast array of forces. How could they still have the desire to fight? Haha, come on. Xianxia burst into laughter. This was the effect he wanted. The more devils, the better. He didn't refuse any of them. He killed all of them and then absorbed them into the Zulong Tower. Most of these devils were heaven immortals. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Rumble. Jiang Chen immediately took out the Zulong Tower. The towering blood-red pagoda filled the sky. Countless blood dragons were revolving around the pagoda, making the whole pagoda incomparably mystical. An ancient aura overflowed from the pagoda, causing countless devils to feel a spiritual pressure. Jiang Chen controlled the Zulong Tower and smashed it forward. Bang bang bang. Those fiendish devils with sturdy bodies couldn't withstand the ancestral dragon pagoda's attacks. The ancestral dragon pagoda was so sturdy that even if it was used as an ordinary combat weapon, it still wouldn't be something that ordinary people could withstand. One after another, those powerful fiendish devils were smashed into powder, and their blood mist was instantly absorbed by the pagoda. Rumble. The ancestral dragon pagoda had completely turned into the most barbaric mountain. Every time it smashed down, at least dozens of devils would die tragically. Their essence and blood chi would be completely absorbed. After a few smashes, 200 devils had become dead souls under the pagoda. A large number of devils were still rushing towards this place. There were at least tens of thousands of devils in a tribe. Once their ferocious nature was stimulated, it would be uncontrollable. Chapter 1229. Innumerable demonic devils acted as if they weren't aware of the danger. They fearlessly charged towards the Zulong Tower, slaughtering everything in its path. No matter how many demonic devils there were, they wouldn't be able to fill the Zulong Tower. In just a short period of time, the benefits that Jiang Chen had obtained from the Zulong Tower had helped him condense 1,000 dragon marks, which further improved his combat strength. The Zulong Tower had turned into a mountain, crushing everything in its way. No matter how many demonic devils there were, they weren't enough to kill them. Large batches of demonic devils were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Even though their cultivation base wasn't high, there were still a lot of them. In just a short period of time, at least 1,000 demonic devils had died under the Zulong Tower. This was an incomparably huge number. The blood and chi essence of 1,000 heaven immortal demonic devils had almost completely condensed the 16th floor of the Zulong Tower. The death of so many fiendish demons was an irreparable loss for the entire tribe. The fiendish demons behind finally understood the situation. Many fiendish demons began to retreat. Although the fiendish demons of the evil clan were ferocious by nature, they weren't fools. They knew that this kind of meaningless death could be avoided. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The commotion had finally alarmed the higher-ups of the tribe. One after another, powerful chi flew out from the center of the castle. There were at least a dozen of them. These demonic devils had huge and sturdy bodies. Their cultivation base was also the most terrifying. All of them were divine immortal experts. The strongest of them was the same as the one Jiang Chen had encountered in the valley, a terrifying late divine immortal expert. Damn it. What's that? How dare they come here and start a massacre? They're simply courting death. The chief was infuriated when he saw the number of demonic devils dwindling. His eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Chen. His killing intent soared up to the sky. That thing is half human and half beast. It must be some kind of secret technique that the human cultivates. This human is truly arrogant and audacious. A mere heaven immortal dares to attack our tribe? Chief, let me go and take his head back. An early divine immortal demonic devil's chi soared up to the sky. As soon as his voice faded, his body had already flown out. He didn't put a heaven immortal in his eyes at all. In his eyes, this heaven immortal was just like an ant that he could crush easily. Get out of the way. The early divine immortal demonic devil bellowed. Those demonic devils who were fighting with Jiang Chen dared not delay any longer. Immediately they retreated far away. Each of them gritted their teeth, wishing that they could eat Jiang Chen alive. However, they had already predicted the outcome of Jiang Chen. Since all the divine immortal experts of their tribes had joined the fight, a mere heaven immortal would surely die. This pagoda looks like a mystical object. Just so happens to be mine. The fiendish demon looked at the mysterious Zulong Tower hovering in the air with greed in his eyes. He reached out a huge black palm and grabbed at the Zulong Tower. "I'll condense the 16th level after killing you," Jiang Chen bellowed. He grabbed the body of the Zulong Tower and hurled it at the demonic devil. Given his current combat strength, an early divine immortal expert was completely vulnerable in front of him. Plus, the skills and techniques that Jiang Chen used were extremely effective against demonic devils. The attack of this early divine immortal demonic devil was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to see. Currently, the 16th level of the Zulong Tower was only one step away. If he could devour an early divine immortal demonic devil, the 16th level would be completely condensed. Honglong. The ancestral dragon pagoda let out a rumbling sound. Under this rumbling sound, there was a deep roar of a dragon that originated from the inside of the pagoda. It was as if there were 10,000 true dragons hiding in the pagoda. The prestige of the divine dragon was everywhere. Not good. When the arrogant demonic devil was about to come into contact with the ancestral dragon pagoda, his facial expression changed drastically. He could feel the power of the pagoda. More importantly, the vast dragon might that was emitted from the pagoda and the pure yang qi of the heavens and earth had a fundamental suppression on his demonic nature, causing him to be unable to exert his full combat strength. An early divine immortal devil wouldn't be able to resist Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower even if he was in his peak state. Bang! Even though the demonic devil knew that he was in danger, it was already too late. The speed of the Zulong Tower was just too fast. It smashed heavily on the demonic devil's body. Despite being an early divine immortal demonic devil, his giant body was smashed into pieces on the spot. Hoo-hoo. The demonic devil was completely devoured by the Zulong Tower. The 16th level lit up in an instant. It was the kind of dazzling light. The moment the early divine immortal demonic devil was completely devoured, the 16th level had finally condensed into a substance. The light it emitted was even more dazzling than before. What kind of treasure is that? How could it be so powerful? I can sense a sacred and ancient qi from the pagoda. That kind of qi of extreme yang has the ability to suppress our evil clan. But this brat was able to kill an early divine immortal expert with his intermediate heaven immortal cultivation base. This is too miraculous. Chief, even though this pagoda can restrain us, it's still a rare treasure. Since this brat has delivered himself to us, we have to accept his gift. Those divine immortal experts were shocked. They had never thought that a puny little heaven immortal could be so powerful just by relying on a pagoda. Their divine immortal experts died tragically in the blink of an eye. Apart from that, they had also lost at least 1,000 demonic devils. To the entire tribe, this was too great a loss. If they could get their hands on this blood-red pagoda, they might be able to make up for this loss. Let me test him. A mid-divine immortal expert made a move. He took a step forward and appeared opposite of Jiang Chen, but just as he was about to attack the Zulong Tower suddenly disappeared. It had been kept away by Jiang Chen. The 16th level of the Zulong Tower had been condensed. His first goal had been achieved. Next, he didn't need the Zulong Tower anymore. A mid-divine immortal demonic devil. It's a good chance to test my combat strength. Jiang Chen didn't refuse any of them. Given his current cultivation base, it was more than enough for him to deal with a mid-divine immortal expert, let alone a demonic devil that was being suppressed by him. Howl. The heavenly saint sword let out an earth-shaking howl. Sword qi soared into the sky. Under Jiang Chen's control, the body of the sword turned into a blood-red dragon and slashed at the mid-divine immortal expert. Chapter 1230. The originally imposing demon suddenly felt an incomparably great pressure. Without any hesitation, he took out his demon weapon and blocked the heavenly saint sword with it. Honglong. The violent collision shook the heaven and earth, tearing everything apart. Boundless wind waves spread in all directions, carrying endless destructive qi. Under Jiang Chen's powerful attack, the demonic devil couldn't exert his full strength due to the suppression of his body. He was no match for Jiang Chen and was sent flying by Jiang Chen's sword. Barf. The mid-divine immortal demonic devil spurted out a mouthful of blood. The devil weapon in his hand trembled violently. Blood flowed down from his wide palm. He had been defeated in a single move. However, this demonic devil was after all a mighty mid-divine immortal expert, an ordinary early divine immortal expert. Although he was injured, he was still unscathed and wasn't killed by Zhou Xian in a single strike. Nevertheless, the scene was already shocking enough. At least, all the demonic devils in the tribe were shocked, including the chief. None of them could imagine that a mid-heaven immortal human could have such a ferocious combat strength. How could this human brat be so powerful? Isn't he a little too terrifying? Motherfucker. Is this bastard really only a mid-heaven immortal expert? Our evil clan has a strong physique which gives us a great advantage over humans of the same level. Although this brat has the means to restrain us, it's still unbelievable that he could defeat a mid-divine immortal expert in a single strike. This brat is heaven-defying. He might be sent by the evil lord. The emergence of the evil lord in the evil abyss is already a headache. If this brat is allowed to grow, he will become a great threat to our evil clan. We have to eliminate him today. Let's attack together and get rid of him. All the demonic devils were shocked. Those demonic devils who attacked earlier finally calmed down and began to retreat. They weren't fools. They only knew that an enemy was attacking them, so they charged forward ferociously. After witnessing the tragic death of the first demonic devil and witnessing the terror of Zhou Xian, none of the demonic devils dared to attack again, because Zhou Qian's power had told them that no matter how many of them attacked, they would all die. Those divine immortal experts began to get restless, especially those mid-divine immortal experts. They were ready to attack at the same time, determined to kill this abnormal human. All of you stand back. Let me handle this. The chief stretched out his arm, stopping all the demonic devils who were about to attack. His eyes fell on Zhou Xian like a cold blade. In the beginning he didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes. In his eyes, a mid-heaven immortal expert was as weak as an ant. There was no need for him to attack, but now he couldn't help but look at Zhou Xian in a different light. A genius who could defeat a mid-divine immortal expert. Only a late divine immortal expert like him had the confidence to kill him. Seeing that the chief was about to attack, Zhou Xian revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, he turned and ran away. He had to move the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, this was the territory of the evil clan, which wasn't suitable for a large-scale battle. This was also the reason why he attacked the moment he arrived. His goal was to attract the chief's attention. If the chief didn't attack, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. If the chief didn't attack, Zhou Xian would be in deep trouble. Humph! You came to my tribe and killed so many of my tribesmen. Do you still think you can run away? Seeing Zhou Xian running away, the chief harumphed coldly. Without any hesitation, he turned into a black ray of light and chased after Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's escape had strengthened the chief's confidence in killing Zhou Xian. Psychologically, he no longer put Zhou Xian in his eyes. In his point of view, the reason why Zhou Xian ran away was because Zhou Xian was afraid of him. If Zhou Xian wasn't afraid of him, why would he run away? Come on. Zhou Xian flapped his dragon wings and disappeared from the sky of the tribe in the blink of an eye. The chief followed closely behind him and disappeared in an instant. Should we go after him together? Asked a mid-divine immortal demonic devil. No need. That brat will surely die once the chief takes action. Given how heaven-defying that bastard is, he's very likely to be a follower of the evil lord. Let's protect the tribe well. Perhaps other humans will come to attack us. Another demonic devil spoke. Apart from having confidence in their chief, they were basically certain that Zhou Xian was dead. After all, Zhou Xian had chosen to run away. 1,000 miles away in the wilderness, Zhou Xian stopped and turned around, waiting for the chief who was chasing after him. This desolate place was very suitable for a battle. Plus, the battlefield had been moved 1,000 miles away. Therefore, Zhou Xian had nothing to worry about. Why aren't you running anymore? The chief caught up with him and asked Lung Lung. If you run away now, you might still be able to make it. Zhou Xian shrugged and teased. Upon hearing this, the chief was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha. Brat, are you out of your mind? You have killed so many people of our tribe. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I promise to give you a quick death. You definitely don't know that you're not the first person to say something like that to me. Everyone who said something like that to me is now dead without exception. Perhaps I won't kill you because you're still useful to me. Zhou Xian said plainly. His words sounded arrogant, but it was a fact. It wasn't the first time that the demonic chief had said such words. Similarly, just like what Zhou Xian had said, all those who had said such words to him were dead. There was no exception. Courting death. Obviously, the demonic chief didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhou Xian anymore. Immediately, he unleashed his tyrannical qi and struck out a black devil cloud. The devil cloud was like a substantial mountain, crashing down on Zhou Xian's head. This was an incomparably violent attack. No one knew how much energy it contained. The qi of a late divine immortal expert was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even an intermediate divine immortal expert would be severely injured by this attack. Honglong. Chapter 1231. What did this brat use? How could it have such a great restraining effect on me? The demon chief was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. Such a situation was too rare for him. He was a powerful late immortal expert, and there was an insurmountable gap between him and a mid-heaven immortal expert. But now he was actually suppressed by a mid-heaven immortal expert to such an extent. This was something he had never dreamt of. Tila. The true dragon palm collided with the dark cloud. With a chila sound, the dark cloud was torn into pieces. Zhou Xian was just too ferocious. Given his current combat strength, even if he circulated the great divination art, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to fight a late divine immortal demonic devil. But if his opponent was a demonic devil of the evil clan, it would be a completely different story. Under this kind of natural restraint, the difference in combat strength between him and the late divine immortal demonic devil would be greatly reduced. Although it would be somewhat difficult for him to get rid of the late divine immortal demonic devil, he still had the confidence to edify it. The demon chief's body trembled, but he didn't lose. But he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect towards Zhou Xian. Evil Wheel. The demon chief unleashed his trump card, the powerful Evil Wheel. This was a unique combat skill of the evil clan. Its attack power was extremely tyrannical. The huge wheel was as big as a house and was surrounded by sharp teeth. It was filled with a strong evil qi. At the center of the wheel was a face full of evil. It looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. Honglong. The evil wheel issued a roar and attacked Zhou Xian. It wasn't a real devil weapon, but something that the evil clan had completely transformed using energy. It was as if it had a substance and possessed extremely cruel lethality. Come on. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. The strength of his opponent had aroused his fighting spirit. The heavenly saint sword in his hand also began to roar, issuing waves of dragon roar. It had completely transformed into a blood-red dragon. The divine might of the dragon sword was accompanied by endless flames. That was the fusion of the true thunder fire and true dragon fire. Brr. A dragon's roar shook the sky as the heavenly saint's sword descended like a heavenly tribulation, slashing at the wheel of sin. The wheel of evil originally possessed an unparalleled imposing aura. But the moment the heavenly saint's sword was unleashed, half of that imposing aura dissipated like a tide. It was the same situation as Mo Yun. Such a scene made the Hellion chieftain almost spurt out a mouthful of blood. For him, such a battle was undoubtedly very frustrating. Rumble. The heavenly saint's sword directly collided with the wheel of sin, producing a deafening sound. The formation was like heavenly thunder, lighting up the entire sky above the wilderness. All the demonic qi within a radius of 100 miles was instantly incinerated. The heavenly saint sword was simply too powerful. After being promoted to the heaven tier immortal tier, its power was countless times stronger than before. In this clash, it cleaved the wheel of sin into two halves. However, the heavenly saint sword was also greatly shaken and was bounced back. What a powerful human brat. It seems that if I don't use my trump card, I really won't be able to deal with you. The Hellion chieftain was thoroughly shocked. Even after unleashing the wheel of sin, he still couldn't kill Zhou Xian. He couldn't even cause the slightest injury to his opponent. This made him no longer dare to underestimate Zhou Xian. However, the Hellion chieftain couldn't back down because he still had an even more powerful means to attack. Wheel of Sin. The demonic chief roared again. His entire body was filled with demonic might. His demonic aura soared to the sky, and a dense evil aura shrouded and covered everything. His body suddenly expanded by 3 times. The demonic chief once again struck out with his wheel of evil. However, this time it was not 1 but 3 black wheels. His aura was even stronger than before. Seeing such a fierce attack, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He could have directly unleashed the great divination art to forcibly cut off the Hellion chieftain's attack halfway. In that case, the Hellion chieftain would be in an invincible position under the double suppression. However, Jiang Chen didn't use the great divination art because he wanted to test his own combat strength. Seeing the Hellion chieftain unleashing the 3 black wheels, Jiang Chen decisively put away the Heavenly Saint's sword. However, this wasn't because Jiang Chen wanted to fight the Hellion chieftain with his bare hands. Almost at the same time he put away the Heavenly Saint's sword, a golden halberd appeared in his hand. This was the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd that Ouyang He had given him. Jiang Chen had already mastered the first style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. The Mad Dragon rises from the abyss, when he was in the early Heaven Immortal realm. Now that he only had one opponent, it was a good time to test the power of the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity. This was also the reason why he didn't use the great divination art. However, Jiang Chen still had some scruples about using the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss because this move was too powerful. It would be meaningless if the Hellion chieftain was killed in 1 hit. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't think that the possibility of that happening was very high. After all, the Hellion chieftain was a powerful late immortal expert. With his current combat strength he couldn't display the true power of the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. However, after using this move, the Hellion chieftain would definitely be seriously injured. Then Jiang Chen would take this opportunity to enlighten the Hellion chieftain and complete his objective. Hong Hong. The moment the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd appeared, it emitted a rumbling sound. Layers upon layers of sound waves overlapped each other like a tsunami. The infinite energy in his Qi Si began to madly rush towards the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd as if it was free. After receiving the attention of the powerful energy, the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd emitted incomparably dazzling light and its qi became even more vigorous. Finally, the energy in Jiang Chen's Qi Si was completely drained. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. The price of using this move was really not small. But now the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. He had no choice but to rely on this move. Brr. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd emitted a dragon roar. The roar was like an overturning sea. Jiang Chen was like a peerless war god. He raised the golden Heavenly Dragon combat halberd high up in the air. At the tip of the halberd, an incomparably violent dragon suddenly rushed towards the opponent, bringing with it a devastating aura. After using this move, Jiang Chen immediately kept the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. Then he began to swallow a large amount of immortal meta stones to restore his energy. The consumption was too great. He had to recover as soon as possible. Brr. The dragon's might was vast and mighty. The violent dragon wreaked havoc in everything. The moment the 3 wheels of evil came into contact with the violent dragon, they were completely destroyed by the violent dragon. The last wheel of evil was swallowed by the violent dragon. The scene was extremely terrifying. After destroying the 3 wheels of evil, the violent dragon's might didn't diminish. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed towards the Hellion chieftain. What? Chapter 1232. This was the first time that the leader of the fiendish demons felt fear. He could feel the boundless destructive aura from the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. It was the smell of death. He felt that even if he tried his best he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. The leader of the fiendish demons roared wildly. He turned around and wanted to escape, but his aura had been completely locked by the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. It was too late for him to escape now. He had no choice but to resist the attack. However, he had just displayed the ultimate sinful wheel. Now that he was in danger, he no longer had the same imposing manner as before. Coupled with the fear in his heart, the attack he displayed was even more vulnerable. The attack of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was extremely powerful. It instantly shattered all the resistance of the leader of the fiendish demons. Then the attack landed heavily on the body of the leader of the fiendish demons. Arg! The leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream. His huge body was struck down from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. In fact, this was because Zhou Xian had held back at the last moment. He only let the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd hit the non-vital parts of the fiendish demons. Otherwise, the leader of the fiendish demons would have been killed on the spot. Even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. That was not the ending that Zhou Xian wanted. The edifying light. Zhou Xian said softly and struck out the edifying light. The Buddha-like edifying light was like a spiritual snake. It pierced through the darkness and entered the mind of the leader of the fiendish demons. After doing all this, Zhou Xian became weak. The frenzied dragon out of the abyss had consumed too much of his energy. Fortunately, he had used the right time to edify the leader of the fiendish demons. Otherwise, he would have been in great danger in his current state. Arg! The leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream. He seemed to be fighting against the edifying light. However, the edifying light was too much of a restraint on him. If he was at his peak, he might be able to resist and block the edifying light from entering his body. However, it was too late now that the edifying light had already entered his body. In fact, the demon leader could only blame himself for this situation. If he had sent all the immortal experts from his tribe, Zhou Xian would not have dared to use the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss. He was afraid that the demon leader would attack him when he was weak. The demon leader only lasted for a minute before he was completely conquered by the edifying light. He trembled as he came to Zhou Xian's side and bowed respectfully. Master. The demonic chief's wounds were still spurting blood. His injuries weren't light either. Fortunately, the evil clan's physique was incomparably strong, so he didn't faint on the spot. Zhou Xian brought the demonic chief and flew 1,000 miles away. This place had already gone beyond the territory of the evil clan. When they arrived at the edge of the territory, Zhou Xian found a quiet place and began to recover his energy. During the process of Zhou Xian's recovery, the demonic chief stood at the side and guarded him obediently. He didn't care about his injuries at all. After being edified by the edifying light, the fiendish demons were equivalent to Zhou Xian's slaves. Unless Zhou Xian took the initiative to remove them, they would have to obey Zhou Xian for the rest of their lives. In their hearts there was only one master, and that was Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled with vigor. He glanced at the demonic chief. At this time he had to help the demonic chief recover as soon as possible and then return to Fragrant Sky City. Now the demonic chief was the strongest force. With the help of the demonic chief, it would be enough for Zhou Xian to sweep the 36 cities in the periphery of the evil abyss. Leader, I'll help you recover now. Zhou Xian said. Thank you, master. The demonic chief didn't dare to be negligent. He once again bowed deeply to Zhou Xian. In his eyes, Zhou Xian was the only one. He was sacred and inviolable. Zhou Xian's words were the absolute imperial edict that couldn't be disobeyed. Even if Zhou Xian wanted the demonic chief to commit suicide in front of him, the demonic chief wouldn't hesitate at all. Zhou Xian poured out a large amount of wood essence which flowed into the demonic chief's body like a tidal wave. The demonic chief's body trembled. He felt as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. He could feel his injuries recovering rapidly. The healing effect was even more miraculous than divine pills. The demonic chief was incomparably shocked and worshipped Zhou Xian even more. Enter the Zulong Tower now. We'll return to Fragrant Sky City. I'll help you recover along the way. Zhou Xian said and directly opened the gate of the Zulong Tower. On the way back they would have to pass through the human gathering place in the evil abyss. It would be better if he was alone, but if the demonic chief appeared directly, it would cause a lot of trouble. Therefore it was safer to enter the Zulong Tower. Yes, master. The demonic chief's body flashed and directly entered the Zulong Tower. Zhou Xian's body and the Zulong Tower were one. Therefore even if the demonic chief entered the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen could still help him recover at any time. Jiang Chen, who had completely recovered, began to fly at top speed in the direction he came from. It had been more than a day since he left Fragrant Sky City. With his current speed, it would only take him about 2 days to return, which was more or less what he had expected. He didn't know whether the 3 city lords had attacked Fragrant Sky City or not. The worst-case scenario was that they were attacking right now. He believed that with De Huang Dog's protection, the 5 elements Tajura formation would be able to resist until he returned. Once he returned to Fragrant Sky City, it would be the time for him to start a massacre. The entire outer region of Evil Abyss would no longer have peaceful days. Currently, Fragrant Sky City was in complete chaos, just like what Jiang Chen was worried about. It could be said that it was on the brink of crisis. Not long after Jiang Chen left Fragrant Sky City, the 3 city lords had already launched their attack. They weren't the only ones who came to attack Fragrant Sky City. There were also a lot of early Divine Immortal experts. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. Those Divine Immortal experts launched their most ferocious attacks, which landed heavily on the 5 elements Tajura formation. Instantly, the formation produced cracking sounds as if it was going to break at any time. At this moment, most of the buildings in Fragrant Sky City had been destroyed except for the mansion of the city lord. However, with the continuous and ferocious attacks of the Divine Immortal experts, the 5 elements Tajura formation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. De Huang Dog, who was in charge of the entire formation, was starting to feel a little powerless. Damn it. These guys are really ferocious. If only Tyrant was here. That stone tablet of his could stabilize the formation. It wouldn't be a problem for it to hold on for 7 days. Chapter 1233. De Huang Dog, Ada and Heir Chen Hui and Li Si were doing their best to maintain the grand formation, instilling all their energy into it. Even Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying had joined in. Many experts of the City Lord Prefecture had joined in as well. Although their strength was limited, they wanted to do their part. After all, if the grand formation was broken, they would surely end up in a miserable state. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying in particular had a better understanding of the 3 city lords. As the saying went, those who could make friends with lascivious young master weren't good people. Given their beauty, if they fell into the hands of the 3 city lords, their ending wouldn't be any better than falling into the hands of lascivious young master. Outside the grand formation, there were at least a dozen Divine Immortal experts attacking with all their might. Under the leadership of the 3 mid-Divine Immortal city lords, their offensive power couldn't be underestimated. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog and the others were having some difficulty in maintaining the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation. The 3 city lords were also feeling very depressed. Each of them began to curse in their hearts. Up until now they had been attacking for more than a day, but they still hadn't broken the grand formation. It would be a lie if they said they weren't depressed. Plus, this situation had dealt a huge blow to their morale. Motherfucker. What kind of formation is this? How could it be so strong? I don't think there's a decent expert supporting this formation. That dog is the core of this formation. That dog is merely a late Heaven Immortal expert. There's an insurmountable gap between us and him, but he could actually sustain this formation for such a long time. It seems like the person who set up this formation isn't ordinary. Why don't I see that Jiang Chen? Lascivious young master was killed by him. Could it be that this bastard is hiding like a tortoise? Don't think too much about it. He won't be able to hide for long. We must destroy this formation today. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. We've been attacking a mere formation for so long. If word of this gets out, it'll be an incomparably shameful matter. It'll also be a blow to our reputation in the outer region. The 3 city lords gritted their teeth. After finding out the truth about Jiang Chen, they immediately launched an attack. Initially, they thought that it would be a piece of cake to take down Fragrant Sky City, but they didn't expect that they would encounter such a huge obstruction. They had been attacking with all their might for more than a day, but they still couldn't break the grand formation, let alone kill the people inside. At this time, both sides were giving it their all, especially the 3 city lords. They kept yelling and calling on their subordinates to continuously increase the strength of their attacks. In their eyes, it was an incomparably shameful thing to be unable to break through a spell formation after such a long time. The matter of Fragrant Sky City had already caused an uproar in the outer region. Perhaps the people from other cities were also secretly paying attention to it. Such a battle had already caused the three of them to lose a lot of face. If they couldn't break the grand formation as soon as possible and kill the people inside, then they would become the target of ridicule in the outer region. They would become a laughingstock and they might even be bullied by others when they returned. The evil abyss had always been a cruel place. The weak could only be bullied. Only the fierce could rise to power. Every person in power had to step on the shoulders of others, or rather step on the corpses of others. Rumble, colorful attacks floated in the sky. Every attack would leave a lot of cracks on the 5 elements Tejura Grand Formation. De Huang Dog was very busy repairing the cracks. However, how could his speed of repairing be faster than the speed of his opponent's attacks? More and more cracks appeared, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. What should we do? The Grand Formation can't hold on for much longer. I wonder when young Master Jiang Chen will return. Huang Ying began to worry. Don't worry, Big Brother Jiang will definitely make it back in time, said Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing said. She still had unparalleled confidence in Jiang Chen. De Huang, how much longer can we hold on? Chen Hui clenched his teeth. He had already consumed more than half of his energy. Maintaining the 5 elements Tejura Grand Formation was a very strenuous task. We can still hold on for 2 more hours. De Huang Dog said. He didn't want to lie. With his current ability, holding on for 2 more hours was already his limit. If it was someone who didn't understand the Grand Formation, let alone 2 hours, they wouldn't even be able to hold on for 10 minutes. 2 more hours. Can the City Lord make it back in time? If not, we're finished, Li Si said worriedly. The opponent's attack was too strong and he couldn't see any hope. You two bastards, shut up. Little Chinzi will definitely make it back in time. De Huang Dog said impatiently. These 2 fellows were afraid of death. This could be seen from the fact that they took the initiative to seek refuge with Jiang Chen. However, De Huang Dog wasn't worried that these 2 fellows would betray him again. After all, although these 2 were afraid of death, they were smart people. They should be able to see the situation in front of them. The 3 city lords didn't plan to let any of them go. Even if they surrendered now, there would only be one outcome for them: death. Moreover, Chen Hui and Li Si were completely shocked by Jiang Chen. Under the situation where Jiang Chen couldn't make it back, they didn't dare to do anything to harm Jiang Chen. Otherwise, they would definitely die a horrible death. In desperation, the 2 of them could only continue to inject energy into the formation and help De Huang Dog to support the formation. Ada and Air didn't need to be mentioned. As beings who had been enlightened by Jiang Chen, their only mission in life was to be loyal to Jiang Chen. They would use their lives to complete the tasks that Jiang Chen gave them. This was the difference between them and Chen Hui and Li Si. An hour had passed. Countless cracks had appeared on the 5 elements Tejura formation. It looked like it was going to break at any time. However, De Huang Dog's methods were brilliant. He could still hold on. This situation made the 3 city lords even more depressed. While they were horrified by how terrifying De Huang Dog was, they couldn't wait to rush forward and tear De Huang Dog into pieces. Damn it, this dog can really hold on. Everyone put in more effort. The formation can't hold on for much longer. One of the city lords cursed and attacked fiercely. Rumble, heaven and earth shook and the weather changed. The entire Fragrant Sky City was covered in colorful energy. Everything here was shrouded in the smell of death. Chapter 1234. It seems like I have to speed up. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, casting out the flaming wings in an instant. He had already deduced the dangerous chi of Fragrant Sky City through the great divination art. Fragrant Sky City must be in danger right now. If he returned too late, he was afraid that something big would happen. This was the evil abyss, which was fundamentally different from the outside world. There was no morality here. Jiang Qin was almost certain that once the 5-elemental Tajura Grand Formation was broken, none of the people in the prefecture would be able to survive. All of them would die. This was the rule of the evil abyss. In the fragrant sky city, De Huang Dog's forehead was already beaded with sweat. He was constantly wandering around the different positions of the 5-elemental Tajura Grand Formation, trying his best to mend the cracks. Even so, the number of cracks was still increasing. If it was someone else who was in charge of the Grand Formation, the formation would have already been broken. Even if it was De Huang Dog, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. At this time, it wasn't only De Huang Dog who was exhausted. Ada and Air were also in the same state. All the experts who joined the battle were exhausted and couldn't hold on for too long. If this situation continued, they would die when the 5-elemental Grand Formation was broken because they didn't have much combat strength left to continue the battle. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's faces were pale and their bodies were shivering. Their cultivation base was relatively weak, so they couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, many people in the fragrant sky city began to despair. Their only hope was that Jiang Qin would appear in time. He was their last hope. Half an hour later, the Grand Formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Large areas of damage and cracks began to appear. Outside, under the lead of 3 mid-divine immortal city lords, a dozen divine immortal experts attacked once more. Each and every one of them was infuriated. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. It would be abnormal if they weren't angry after such a long battle. Everyone go all out. They can't hold on any longer. Let's break their Grand Formation with one strike. A city lord yelled. Huh. The other experts bellowed at the same time. Each of them exerted their full strength, ready to break this hateful Grand Formation. Rumble. Violent energy poured down like a torrential storm, landing heavily on the center of the 5 elements Tajura Formation. The power it created was like the roar of thunder from the 9 heavens, causing people to tremble in fear. Gotcha. After resisting for nearly 2 days, the 5 elements Tajura Formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under the enemy's final fierce attack, it shattered on the spot. Wow. The destruction of the formation was a huge blow to everyone who was supporting the formation. Everyone coughed out blood and their auras instantly weakened. Many people were sent flying and fell heavily from the sky. Some people even smashed a large hole in the ground. Not to mention them, even the incomparably powerful De Huang Dog was no exception. The current De Huang Dog had consumed too much of his energy. Blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth and eyes, but he possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline after all. Even though he was severely injured, he could still continue to hold on and wouldn't fall from the sky. But as the core figure of the entire 5 elements Tajura formation, he naturally suffered the greatest backlash when the formation was broken. Presently, De Huang Dog had lost all of his combat strength. Any early divine immortal expert could easily kill him. Damn it. We're finished. City Lord still hasn't returned. We're all finished. Qin Hui couldn't help but curse. He covered his chest with his hand and barely managed to stand on the ground. The intense consumption and the backlash from the formation had greatly affected them. Even though they were divine immortal experts, they didn't have much combat strength left. Despair. Many of them were in despair. In the sky above Fragrant Sky City, the divine immortal experts of the 3 cities looked down. At this moment they felt that it was time to vent their anger. However, they weren't in a hurry to kill because the best way to vent their anger wasn't to kill but to torture. Killing a person directly was far less satisfying than making the opponent suffer a fate worse than death. Their eyes were filled with mockery. The eyes of the 3 city lords fell on De Huang Dog at the same time. Even though the formation was broken and they were enemies, they couldn't help but raise their thumbs up to this dog to express their admiration. Where's Jiang Qin? Ask him to come out. One of the city lords, Leng Leng, said. Don't worry. He'll come. But when he comes, it'll be the time of your death. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. Regardless of whether others had confidence in Jiang Qin or not, in De Huang Dog's heart, Jiang Qin was a miracle. Even at the most critical moment, Jiang Qin would definitely appear. This point had been proven in various battles and crises in the past. Moreover, Jiang Qin had mastered the great divination art. He could predict the crisis of Fragrant Sky City. City Lord, this dog is too arrogant. City Lord, this dog is too arrogant. In my opinion, that Xianxia must have fled out of fear. We can't wait for Xianxia now. Let's get rid of these people first, especially that dog. We must torture him thoroughly. The reputation of our 3 cities has been ruined by this dog, said Xianxia. Yes, we must not let him die too easily. We must torture him slowly to death. Only then can we dispel the hatred in our hearts. First, peel off the dog's skin, then suck his blood essence. I can see that this dog's qi and blood are very vigorous. He's not an ordinary demon beast. If we absorb his blood essence, we might be able to obtain some benefits. The experts of the 3 cities said mockingly. They had already sentenced a Huang dog to death. They couldn't think of any reason why the Huang dog wouldn't die. They had besieged Fragrant Sky City with so many experts, but they were stopped by a dog using an array for 2 days. This had seriously damaged the reputation of their 3 cities. Therefore they must torture the Huang dog well. They must not let him die too easily. As for Xianxia, many people had already given up on him. In their opinion, Xianxia must have escaped by now. Alright, this city lord will capture this dog first and torture him well. There are still 2 peerless beauties down there. At that time we can all enjoy ourselves together. A city lord smiled sinisterly. Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing had already noticed them. Such peerless beauties were a fatal temptation for them. Hong. The city lord acted decisively. He suddenly stretched out his big hand and enveloped the Huang dog's head. Chapter 1235. Who's there? The city lord's expression changed as he shouted towards the sky. To be able to shatter his attack so easily, the newcomer must be an expert. At the very least, his cultivation base shouldn't be lower than the city lord's. Could it be that their attack on Fragrant Sky City had attracted the attention of other experts? Kaka. You fools want to skin Master Dog's skin? Just wait for Master Dog to skin you. Now that Xianxia is back, your doomsday has arrived. The Huang dog laughed out loud. He saw the sword light clearly. It was the unique light of the Heavenly Saint sword. Since Xianxia was able to break the attack of a mid-divine immortal expert so easily, it meant that Xianxia's cultivation base had also improved by a level. The worry in the Huang dog's heart vanished instantly. Xianxia was back. What was there to worry about? Xianxia was the best at turning the tide. In the distance, a blood light moved faster than a meteor, leaving behind afterimages. It arrived in front of the enemies in a blink of an eye. The newcomer was half human and half dragon. He had a majestic body. The aura he emitted was enough to make people tremble. That was the unique aura of a superior being. It was the true aura of a king. It wasn't something that anyone could possess. Its big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing was incomparably happy. She knew that Xianxia would definitely appear at the last moment. It wasn't the first time that Xianxia had done such an exciting thing. Every time he would bring new hope to them. It was an incomparably exciting feeling. Although she had experienced it several times, she still felt that it was very exciting and thrilling. Following such a man, she would never lack a sense of security. City Lord is back. City Lord has advanced to the mid-heaven immortal realm. He's really a monster. It's only been 2 days, but he has already advanced to the next level. I have never seen such a terrifying advancement speed before. That's right. I remember that the city lord killed lascivious young master when he was still an early heaven immortal. Now that he has advanced to intermediate heaven immortal realm, that intermediate divine immortal expert is no longer his match. It seems that the outer region of evil abyss won't be peaceful anymore. When Qin Hui and Li Si saw Xianxia appear at the crucial moment, they couldn't remain calm. It wasn't that they hadn't seen geniuses before, but it was their first time seeing a peerless genius like Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia's strength had given them hope. If the 3 city lords were to be dealt with by Xianxia today, then the outer region would never be peaceful again. Xianxia's eyes were as sharp as blades, landing on the group of divine immortal experts in front of him. Perhaps there was no need for the demon leaders to deal with these people. He could deal with them himself. Seeing the state of De Huang Dog and the others, Jiang Chen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that he wasn't too late. If he was any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Take the attack just now as an example. If he hadn't appeared in time, De Huang Dog wouldn't have been able to resist at all. You're looking for me. I'm here now. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. You're Jiang Chen? The city lord was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so young. Although Jiang Chen had the appearance of a half-dragon half-human, he could still see that Jiang Chen was an incomparably young genius. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was really only at the Heaven Immortal realm. That's me. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand shone brightly. Boundless killing intent constantly gushed out. Facing these divine immortal experts, Jiang Chen was ready to attack at any time. He's just a mere mid-stage Heaven Immortal expert. We don't put him in our eyes. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him directly. Another city lord spoke. His entire body was shrouded in killing intent. Those who could establish themselves in Evil Abyss were all extremely vicious and evil people. All right, let's attack together. The third city lord also agreed. Although they weren't afraid of a mid-stage Heaven Immortal expert, lascivious young master had indeed died in the hands of this freak in front of them. Therefore they didn't dare to be careless. If they had come alone to fight Jiang Chen, they might not have the courage to do so. But now, 3 against 1, they had the courage to do so. It's useless no matter how you attack. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these people. In Evil Abyss there were no rules to speak of. Killing had always been a very simple and common thing. 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen was the first to attack. He struck out the 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. In an instant, dragon roars shook the sky. More than 10 majestic true dragons roared out and hovered in the sky above Heavenly Fragrant City. It was as if a real divine dragon had descended to the world. Such might was incomparably frightening. One must know that even in the high and mighty immortal world, dragons were only existences in legends. They were even more noble creatures that were revered by countless people. They were myths and legends. However, the 3 city lords didn't panic too much. They had never seen a true dragon before. But this kind of dragon form formed by battle techniques was not rare. Attack. When the trio sensed Jiang Chen's domineering and inviolable aura, their expressions turned solemn. They didn't dare show the slightest bit of negligence when dealing with Jiang Chen. Without hesitation they took out their combat weapons and channeled all their combat strength into them. After that they charged toward Jiang Chen. The dragon roar was too powerful. The heavenly dragon circled. The 3 city lords still underestimated the power of the 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. These 5 types of battle dragons had different colors. The attack power they possessed was also different. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. When fused together it was even more irresistible. Even if the 3 city lords tried their best, it would be extremely difficult for them to completely resist this attack. After all, the current Jiang Chen was no longer the previous Jiang Chen. With 560,000 dragon marks and the help of the great divination art, it was enough to kill a mid-divine immortal expert. After displaying the 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal, Jiang Chen didn't stop. He merged with the sword and rushed into the battle. More than 10 heavenly dragons completely surrounded the 3 city lords. Jiang Chen's dragon sword was aimed at one of the city lords. Although the 3 city lords were friends on the surface, their cooperation wasn't very good. It could be said that they didn't have any experience in cooperating with each other. Now that they were being attacked by more than 10 heavenly dragons, they were instantly thrown into disarray. How could they care about their companions? The speed of the dragon sword was too fast and its power was too strong. When combined with the 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal, it was simply invincible. The city lord who was targeted by the heavenly saint sword had a drastic change in his expression because he could feel a strong aura of death. No. Chapter 1236. There was no resistance. Under Jiang Chen's ferocious bombardment, all resistance was useless. The dragon sword was too sharp. Any kind of energy was useless against it. The middle of the city lord's eyebrows was pierced by the heavenly saint's sword in an instant. Blood spurted out wildly. A mid-divine immortal expert had died a violent death. What? The other two city lords exclaimed on the spot. They widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they saw. They were very confident in their cultivation base. As intermediate divine immortal supreme experts, they had never been afraid of anything, but today an intermediate heaven immortal genius had truly widened their horizons. The death of their comrade was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, waking them up completely. At the same time, it also made them realize how foolish their decision to attack Fragrant Sky City was. That's right. The only thing they could think of at this moment was to escape. Nothing was more valuable than life, even if they had to abandon a city. In Evil Abyss, life was the most luxurious thing. Even though there were two of them, after witnessing Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, they immediately made the decision to run away. They weren't fools, they could naturally see the gap between them and Jiang Chen. If they stayed and continued to fight, they would end up like the previous city lord. There was no doubt about this, they believed it without a doubt. The frenzied dragon was still roaring. It was impossible for them to escape from Jiang Chen's 5-elemental combat dragon seal. If they wanted to escape, they had to break through the attack of the combat dragon. Putting aside the difficulty of doing so, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them any chance to escape. Howl the heavenly saint's sword roared once more. In a blink of an eye, it reached one of the city lords. That man tried to defend himself in a flurry, but how could he be a match for Jiang Chen? All his defenses were so fragile under the might of the heavenly saint's sword. Like before, the sword pierced through the city lord's chest. The destructive force carried by the heavenly saint's sword instantly crushed the vitality of the city lord, killing him on the spot. The war dragons still hadn't completely disappeared. The remaining war dragons had all entered the heavenly saint's sword. With a sway of his body, the sharp tip of the heavenly saint's sword was already pressed against the throat of the last city lord. At that distance, as long as he pushed the sword forward, he would be dead. Don't kill me. The city lord panicked. He didn't want to die. Even though he knew the rules of the Nepha's abyss, he still begged for mercy. He wanted to get a chance to live. There was no way to escape now. Even though he had absolute strength, he knew that it was basically impossible to escape from the hands of this young man in front of him. I won't kill you, but release your divine sense and become my slave from now on. Jiang Chen said. What? The city lord exclaimed. His face instantly turned pale. Jiang Chen was implanting his divine sense seed in his sea of consciousness. From now on he would become Jiang Chen's slave, serving Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. His every thought and thought would be known by Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen willed it, he could die a graveless death. To a mid-divine immortal expert, this was an incomparably cruel thing. From now on he would lose his freedom. But given the current situation, this was his only chance of survival. I don't want to give you too much time. If you don't agree, you will die immediately. Jiang Chen was incomparably cold. There was no need for him to be polite to such a person. The heavenly saint's sword flickered with sword light, ready to kill the city lord at any time. The city lord gritted his teeth. In order to survive, he had no other choice. I agree. As soon as the city lord finished speaking, he released his sea of consciousness. Jiang Chen formed a divine sense seed and implanted it into the city lord's sea of consciousness, completely controlling him. Master. The city lord didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen anymore, and he didn't dare to have any ill intentions towards Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen could clearly know what he was thinking. Very good. What's your name? Jiang Chen asked. As a city lord of the outer region, he must have a better understanding of the situation in the outer region. Having such a loyal follower would be extremely beneficial to his future development in the evil abyss. Jiang Chen nodded. That's right. Master, my name is Lu Xing. Lu Xing didn't dare disobey Jiang Chen's order. The scene of Jiang Chen killing two mid-divine immortal experts in a thunderous manner and subduing the last one and turning him into a slave stunned the people on both sides. The situation, which was supposed to be irreversible, was instantly reversed by Jiang Chen, turning defeat into victory. By God! Young Master Zhang has become so powerful in just 2 days. He can kill mid-divine immortal experts without relying on the 2 heavenly devil barbaric bulls. Huang Ying had been completely conquered by Jiang Chen. She had already given up all hope, but the appearance of Jiang Chen at the last moment had given her hope of rebirth. This is too terrifying. It seems like we can only follow the City Lord wholeheartedly from now on. That's right. I can already foresee that the evil abyss is destined to be chaotic because of the arrival of the City Lord. At least the outer region won't be peaceful anymore. The remaining City Lords won't be able to sleep peacefully anymore. Qin Hui and Li Si were also completely convinced by Jiang Chen. Initially they had some complaints about submitting to Jiang Chen, but now not only did they no longer have any complaints, they had become completely loyal to Jiang Chen. On the other side, those early divine immortal experts who had followed their city lord to attack the fragrant sky city were standing there awkwardly. Apart from that, their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't accept the scene in front of them because it was completely different from what they had imagined. It was something that they had never dreamt of. Luxing, I'll leave these people to you. Come and see me in the mansion after you're done. Jiang Chen said to Lu Xing, then flew towards the mansion below. The current Jiang Chen had already reverted to his human form, but from the surface, it was hard to associate this delicate-looking youth with the devil god of slaughter. After Jiang Chen left, he came to the front of those early divine immortal experts and immediately displayed his imposing manner. In front of Jiang Chen he was a slave, but in front of these people he was a high and mighty city lord. Some of them were even his subordinates. Listen up, all of you. I, Lu Xing, have already pledged my allegiance to my master. Now you all have the chance to pledge your allegiance to him as well. If any one of you is unwilling, you'll have to die immediately. Lu Xing said sternly. Chapter 1237. As soon as Lu Xing's words fell, those early divine immortal experts immediately expressed their willingness to follow Jiang Chen. Such an outcome was already very good for them. They knew very well that it didn't matter who they followed. Besides, some of them had followed Lu Xing before. Now that Lu Xing had become Jiang Chen's slave, there was no reason for them to refuse. Besides, refusing meant death. No one wanted to die. Being able to survive after being defeated in the evil abyss was already a kind of fortune. At least they thought that they were lucky. Furthermore, they weren't fools. They had already seen Jiang Chen's potential in today's battle. He was a monstrous genius who could kill a mid-divine immortal expert at the intermediate heaven immortal realm. He was also a ruthless and decisive person. Such a person was the most suitable to survive in the evil abyss. His future achievements were destined to be limitless. Today Jiang Chen had taken control of 4 cities in the outer region. This had never happened before in the outer region. Judging from Jiang Chen's attitude, he wouldn't give up just like that. In other words, these 4 cities were just the beginning. Under Jiang Chen's command, the 4 cities were reorganized and the sign of Fragrant Sky City was hung on all of them. Judging from Jiang Chen's behavior, he was going to put up the sign of Fragrant Sky City in all 36 cities. He wasn't just going to be the city lord of one city but all of them. In the prefecture, Jiang Chen was sitting on the main seat with De Huang Dog and Yan Qingqing on both sides. Huang Ying, Ada and Heir, Qin Hui, Li Si, Lu Xing and the group of early divine immortal experts were all present. They were now Jiang Chen's subordinates. Apart from the 2 city lords that he had killed, almost all of the higher-ups of the 4 cities were gathered here. Such a force should be one of the best in the outer region. Of course, there were also a few powerful cities in the outer region that had powerful divine immortal experts. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations, City Lord. The City Lord has directly taken control of the 4 outer cities. This is the first time in the entire outer region. Li Si came forward and flattered. What are 4 cities? With the City Lord's strength and talent, it is not impossible for him to sweep through the entire outer region. I believe that day will not be too far away. Qin Hui's bootlicking was clearly louder than Li Si's. On this point, Li Si's face was full of admiration. Little Qinzi, Looks like you've gained quite a bit of benefits from this trip. You've advanced to the mid-stage heavenly immortal stage directly. De Huang Dog said. That's right, I've indeed obtained a lot of benefits from this trip. You guys have done a great service in protecting the Tianxiang city, and I will certainly reward you accordingly. Let me help you recover from your injuries first. As Jiang Chen said this, he waved his hand and a large amount of wood spiritual energy rushed out. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with a strong sense of vitality. Yan Qingqing, Huang Ying, De Huang Dog, Li Si, Chen Hui, Ada and Air, everyone fell into the range of the wood spiritual energy. They greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, and their injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a powerful spiritual energy. It actually has such a miraculous recovery effect. Chen Hui and Li Si couldn't help but be astonished as this was the first time they came into contact with the wood's spiritual energy. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. Lu Xing and the others also widened their eyes. If they didn't see this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. They knew a lot of healing pills and had some healing pills with them, but they had never seen such a miraculous healing technique. In just 10 minutes, everyone's injuries caused by the destruction of the formation had fully recovered. Every one of them was as good as new. At this time the way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed, especially Chen Hui and Li Si. The feeling they had when they followed Jiang Chen was completely different from the feeling they had when they followed lascivious young master. They followed lascivious young master just to save their lives and live a better life in the evil abyss. But following Jiang Chen had changed their mind. Like I said, I will reward you according to your contributions. Since all of you have contributed a lot this time, I have some spiritual spring water here. I will distribute some to all of you. After consuming it, it will bring you great benefits. Chen Hui, Li Si, both of you have already reached the peak of early divine immortal realm. With the help of this spiritual spring, it won't be a problem for you to advance to the intermediate divine immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. He had a lot of spiritual spring. It wouldn't be a problem for him to distribute some. He had just arrived at the evil abyss and his foundation wasn't stable yet. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took out some spiritual spring and distributed it to each of them. The moment the spiritual spring appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Each of them stared at the spiritual spring in Jiang Chen's hand. They could feel the extraordinary nature of this spiritual spring. It was a true treasure. It's really a treasure. This spiritual spring has a great effect on one's cultivation. Given our current condition, we will certainly advance to the intermediate divine immortal realm after consuming this spiritual spring. Thank you so much, City Lord. Chen Hui received the spiritual spring and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. After receiving the spiritual spring, he and Li Si no longer had any stubbornness towards Jiang Chen. They were now completely obedient to him. Jiang Chen had a clear sense of reward and punishment, which was very rare in the evil abyss. He was even willing to give them something as precious as the spiritual spring. If it was lascivious young master, he would never give them a drop of it. This was the gap between them. Sister Ying, Qingqing, this spiritual spring is the best for the two of you. Your current cultivation base isn't high. If you make good use of this spiritual spring, you will be able to advance to the late heaven immortal realm or even the half-step divine immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. This spiritual spring was a natural sacred item. It could be described as priceless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to make two late divine immortal experts and a demonic devil fight so badly. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Huang Ying could only express her gratitude. Everyone knew how precious the spiritual spring was. However, she had to accept it because she and Yan Qingqing needed to improve their cultivation base and strength. Otherwise, they would only become Jiang Chen's burden. Huang Ying had no choice but to accept the spiritual spring because she and Yan Qingqing needed to increase their cultivation base and strength. Ada and Air listened to Jiang Chen's orders. Naturally, they were happy to receive the spiritual spring. The two barbaric bulls giggled at each other. What the fuck? Why didn't you give it to Master Dog? Don't tell me that Master Dog's contribution is not great? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Chen had distributed the spiritual spring to everyone, but in the end he didn't get a share. How could he, the greatest contributor, accept this? What's the hurry? I'll give you something better later. Chapter 1238. Upon hearing this, De Huang Dog grinned and stood aside obediently without saying a word. Since Zhang Chen said that he had something good for him, it must be something more precious than the spiritual spring. De Huang Dog was really looking forward to it. Watching Zhang Chen distributing the spiritual spring to them, Lu Xing and the others could only feel envy and jealousy. Of course, they wouldn't dare to ask for it as they had just joined Zhang Chen's side and they were enemies before this. As long as all of you follow me and perform well in the future, you will be rewarded handsomely. Zhang Chen said. Yes, City Lord. All the divine immortal experts answered in unison, showing great respect to Zhang Chen. They could already see that although this young man was cruel and merciless, he was also fair in rewards and punishments. Following a man like him would bring them great benefits and a brighter future than following the other city lords. Now let's talk about our next plan. Fragrant Sky City wants to expand an evil abyss. These 4 cities are just the beginning. Zhang Chen said. Now that the crisis had been completely resolved, he still had a late divine immortal demonic devil as his trump card and the heavenly dragon combat halberd. These trump cards were enough for him to gain a foothold in the outer region. After listening to Zhang Chen's words, Lu Xing's spirit was lifted. He knew that Zhang Chen wouldn't give up just like this. How could such a figure be willing to be ordinary? According to Lu Xing's estimation, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Chen killed his way into the middle region or even the inner region, let alone the 36 cities in the outer region. Master, there are a total of 36 cities in the outer region. We naturally don't put ordinary cities in our eyes as we can annex them at any time and make them part of Fragrant Sky City. However, there are 4 cities that aren't so easy to deal with. These 4 cities are basically the core of the 36 cities in the outer region. Each of them is guarded by a late divine immortal expert and they have a certain relationship with the big cities in the middle region. They will pay tribute to them regularly. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to fight them with our current strength. Lu Xing said. That's right, those 4 cities are indeed powerful. Many of the resources in the periphery are under their control. Normally we don't dare to offend them. But now that Tianxiang City has suddenly risen up, it's very likely that it will attract their attention. If we go and attack other cities, those 4 cities won't just stand by and watch. In order to control the periphery, they want to maintain a basic level of peace. They don't want to see chaos in the periphery. They don't care about the battles between cities, but they won't allow a large-scale annexation like ours. Another person said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. If it was in the past, he might restrain himself a little and consider resting and building up his strength. But now he didn't care. Even if the opponent was a late divine immortal expert, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Furthermore, since he had come to the evil abyss, he might as well not come here in the first place. There was only one purpose for Zhang Chen to come to the evil abyss, and that was to improve his cultivation base. He had to work hard to improve his cultivation base. Zhang Chen's enemies were just too powerful. They could make him feel endless pressure at any time. Therefore he had to improve himself as soon as possible. Not to mention the northern and southern dynasties, Zhang Chen still didn't know the true cultivation base and status of the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world. At least they weren't something that a place like One Line Sky could compare with. Zhang Chen estimated that the cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties had already surpassed the Immortal King realm, reaching the Immortal Emperor or even Immortal Venerable realm. That realm was unimaginable to the current Zhang Chen. Putting aside the northern and southern dynasties, the enemy in front of him, Tian Muyun, wasn't easy to deal with. Although Tian Muyun was a half-step Immortal King, Zhang Chen knew very well that given Tian Muyun's talent, Tian Muyun would already be a true Immortal King expert by the time Zhang Chen had the strength to fight against him. Moreover, a genius like Tian Muyun couldn't be compared to an ordinary expert of the same level. Therefore, Zhang Chen had to make use of this trip to the evil abyss to improve his cultivation base. His target wasn't just this small human force. His real target was the evil clan. The origin of the evil clan was too useful to him. Of course, food must be eaten one mouthful at a time. Cultivation base must also be improved step by step. Ever since Zhou Xian came to the immortal world, it was already very heaven-defying for him to improve his cultivation base to this extent. It doesn't matter. There's no need to care about them. Lu Sheng, go and issue a declaration of war to the neighboring city. Tell them to surrender to me within 3 days and take the initiative to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City on the gate of the city. Otherwise, 3 days later will be their doomsday. Zhou Xian stood up from his seat. The aura of a superior had become very strong. It was the aura that came from his bones. The current Zhou Xian had the noblest bloodline in this world. No one would dare to disobey him. Yes, master. I'll get it done right away. Lu Sheng bowed to Zhou Xian, then left the main hall with his men. The outer region was finally going to be in chaos. The previous peace would soon be completely broken. Such a situation made people fearful but also filled them with anticipation. If they could follow Zhou Xian and accomplish the feat of unifying the outer region, they would be incomparably proud. The few of you can leave now. Hurry up and refine the spiritual spring, improve your cultivation base and wait for the great battle 3 days later. At that time, whoever contributes the most will be rewarded. Zhou Xian said to Qin Hui and the others. Thank you, City Lord, for your guidance. We will definitely do our best and die 10,000 times for you. Qin Hui's voice was sonorous and powerful. His blood that had been silent for a long time had been ignited because of Zhou Qian's arrival. Qin Hui, Li Si, Ada and Air had all left. They had obtained the benefits of the spiritual spring, and now they were anxious to digest it. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying also walked out of the main hall. Their cultivation base was slightly weaker, so the effect of the spiritual spring was much better for them. Not only could it improve their cultivation base, it could also improve their physique. This was something that ordinary pills couldn't do. After everyone had left, De Huang Dog came up and asked impatiently, "Hurry up, take out the benefits of this master dog." De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to know what Zhou Qian had brought back. As soon as Zhou Qian turned his palm, the demonic soul essence appeared. Seeing this soul essence, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and his saliva began to drip down. This is something left behind by a golden immortal expert. How did you get it? De Huang Dog asked. You have good eyesight. This is the soul essence left behind by an early golden immortal demonic devil of the evil clan. It was nourished in the spiritual spring and I obtained it by accident. I have refined a bit of this soul essence, which is the reason why my cultivation base improved. I'll give the rest to you. This thing will be more useful to you. Chapter 1239. Zhou Qian knew very well that although the soul essence was precious, it wouldn't be of much use to him in a short period of time. Given the current situation where he needed to improve his strength, the soul essence would only be useful at the most crucial moment. Without a doubt, De Huang Dog was the most suitable candidate. First of all, there was no need to mention the relationship between De Huang Dog and Zhou Qian. Both of them were brothers of life and death. Otherwise, Zhou Qian wouldn't have taken out such an important treasure so easily. Furthermore, De Huang Dog possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline, which gave him a strong physique that was incomparable to ordinary demonic beasts. If this soul essence was completely refined by De Huang Dog's cultivation base would probably break through to the early divine immortal realm. Once he advanced to the early divine immortal realm, De Huang Dog's combat strength would soar to an incomparably terrifying level. At that time he would even be able to fight against an ordinary late divine immortal expert. Waha! You're truly a good boy. This thing is really beneficial to Master Dog. But do you still have any more of that spiritual spring? It looks really good. Big Yellow was beaming with joy. After obtaining the soul essence he was in a great mood. However, he was still thinking about the energy spring water that Zhou Qian took out just now. As much as you want. Zhou Qian rolled his eyes, then took out some spiritual spring and gave it to De Huang Dog. He was speechless about this dog. How could this dog describe the spiritual spring as delicious? Jiang Chen knew that the reason why this dog wanted the spiritual spring was to eat it. There's a lot. Did you go to the evil clan this time? De Huang dog asked. Of course. The harvest this time is not small. The demonic devils of the evil clan are simply my nourishment. The Zulong Tower has already reached the 16th level and my cultivation base has reached the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This time, I almost destroyed a tribe of the evil clan and edified their chief, a late divine immortal supreme demonic devil. Jiang Chen said. He had nothing to hide from De Huang dog. Very good. After obtaining this soul essence, I won't have any problem breaking through to the early divine immortal realm. At that time I'll be able to easily kill a mid-divine immortal expert and fight a late divine immortal expert. Furthermore, your spiritual spring might also allow Ada and Air, Qin Hui and Li Si to advance a level. In this way the strength of Fragrant Sky City will be enough to sweep across the outer region. De Huang dog's eyes shone brightly. He couldn't help but feel excited about finally being able to make a name for himself in Nifa's abyss. That's right. Since we're already here we can't keep a low profile. We have to do something big. Since the name of the Fragrant Sky City has already been added, many of the city gates must be hung with the Fragrant Sky City's emblem. You should go into seclusion to refine the soul essences. After 3 days we will begin to attack the surrounding cities. Jiang Chen said. It was imaginable that the entire outer region of Nifa's abyss would no longer be peaceful. The arrival of Jiang Chen was bound to set off a reign of terror. Since this place wasn't a friendly place, Jiang Chen had no scruples in doing things here. Fragrant Sky City was quiet, but there were a lot of guards outside. There were very few guards in the cities of Nifa's abyss, but after the appearance of Fragrant Sky City, everything seemed to be more regular. Jiang Chen and the group of people had all gone into seclusion. They wanted to improve their overall strength by a large margin within 3 days. After Lu Xing was subdued by Jiang Chen, he didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words. In these 3 days he had been issuing battle tactics to all the major cities, ordering all the city lords to surrender within 3 days. In addition, the other 3 cities had already hung the emblem of Fragrant Sky City outside their gates. For a time the entire outer region was in turmoil. Everywhere was talking about Fragrant Sky City. The names of Fragrant Sky City and Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in the sky above Nifa's abyss and entered everyone's ears. It was impossible to say that the destruction of 4 cities in a row didn't have a deterrent effect. The deterrent effect was extremely strong. Damn it, who the hell is that Jiang Chen? Does he want to conquer the entire outer region by himself? For cities have already hung the emblem of Fragrant Sky City, and now he only gives us 3 days to surrender. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. I heard that Jiang Chen is only a celestial immortal, but he has the means and strength to kill immortals. Simply unimaginable. Such a monstrous character would be one of the top geniuses even in the super sects outside. Why would such a character come to Nifa's abyss? Could it be that he's a genius from some super sect who came here to gain experience? That can't be right. You should know that the super sects in ethereal immortal domain won't be interested in such a place. They have their own places to gain experience. No matter who he is in Nifa's abyss, even if he's a dragon or a tiger, he has to lie down. This isn't the outside world. It's normal for people to die here. Ever since the evil lord ruled Nifa's abyss, he has divided this place into 3 parts: the outer region, the middle region, and the inner region. It's all for the sake of balance. It's impossible for Jiang Chen to dominate the outer region. That's right. Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Even if he can deal with us, there are still 4 super cities in the outer region, each of which is guarded by powerful late divine immortal experts. Jiang Chen won't be able to deal with those cities. Plus, those cities are supported by the forces in the middle region. Jiang Chen is courting death by doing this. All the major cities were debating about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become the common enemy of the entire outer region. However, it had to be said that Jiang Chen had exerted a tremendous amount of pressure on them. Under such pressure, they weren't as calm as they appeared on the surface. After all, they knew very well that those who came to Nifa's abyss were all cruel and merciless people. The fact that Jiang Chen had destroyed 4 cities in one go was enough to show how brutal and overbearing Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had given them 3 days, but none of the city lords came forward to surrender. Such an outcome was within Jiang Chen's expectation. After all, those who could become a city lord in Nifa's abyss were all ferocious people. Such people would rarely surrender so easily. Furthermore, once they surrendered, it would bring about a great impact to themselves. It would be difficult for them to mingle in Nifa's abyss in the future, and they would be ridiculed by others. Many of the cities that had friendly relations with each other had begun to form an alliance of their own accord. They wanted to use this alliance to resist Jiang Chen's strength. More importantly, in the hearts of these city lords, Jiang Chen's claim to rule the entire outer region was merely a boast. Even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare to do so. After all, the current situation in Nifa's abyss was created by the evil lord. If Jiang Chen went against this, he would be going against the evil lord. In Nifa's abyss, even the most arrogant person wouldn't dare to go against the evil lord. Chapter 1240. The atmosphere in the outer region was tense. All the major cities were preparing for the attack of Fragrant Sky City 3 days later. There were also some cities that didn't make any preparation at all. They didn't even form an alliance with other cities. It had to be said that these city lords were really ambitious. They firmly believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack in the outer region. In fact, this firm belief was even more arrogant than Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Jiang Chen's character and means. Anyone who had a little understanding of Jiang Chen would know that the smartest thing to do at this moment was to rush to Fragrant Sky City and surrender. What they were doing now was just waiting for death. In Fragrant Sky City, after 3 days, all the people who were in seclusion had come out except for De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had refined the soul essence, a treasure left behind by a golden immortal demonic devil. It wasn't easy to refine it, so it would take a long time. Outside the prefecture was a spacious square. At this moment, all the experts of Fragrant Sky City were standing here, facing Jiang Chen. Each of them seemed incomparably excited, especially Chen Hui and Li Si. After receiving the reward from Jiang Chen, their cultivation base had improved a lot. They had advanced from the peak early divine immortal realm to the intermediate divine immortal realm, which was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. One should know that it was extremely difficult to advance even a little bit after reaching the divine immortal realm. Both of them were in a bottleneck state, which made it even more difficult for them to break through the bottleneck. However, Jiang Chen had helped them break through the bottleneck easily. This situation made them feel very fortunate that they had made a wise choice to submit to Jiang Chen. Intermediate Divine Immortal. Such a cultivation base was enough to become a city lord in the outer region. Of course, that was in the past. Now that Jiang Chen had arrived, Intermediate Divine Immortal Realm was nothing to him. Even a city lord like Lu Xing would have to submit to Jiang Chen and become his slave. Otherwise, he would have to die. Not only them, Ada and Air had also advanced to the Intermediate Divine Immortal Realm. Both of them possessed great demonic nature, which was the same as the demonic devils of the evil clan. The environment of Evil Abyss was very suitable for their cultivation. Plus, they had a telepathic connection with each other. Therefore, after receiving the spiritual spring from Jiang Chen, they advanced to the Intermediate Divine Immortal Realm very quickly. Jiang Chen cared a lot about Ada and Air. These two guys were different from ordinary demonic devils. Their tacit understanding with each other had reached a perfect level. Now that they had advanced to the Intermediate Divine Immortal Realm, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight a late Divine Immortal expert. They had become one of the most important forces for Jiang Chen at present. In addition, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. From the early Heaven Immortal Realm, they had advanced to the peak late Heaven Immortal Realm. Such rapid progress made the two girls incomparably happy and excited, especially Yan Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with infatuation when she looked at Jiang Chen. To Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing, meeting Jiang Chen in a place like Evil Abyss was an incomparably lucky thing. That's right, it was a kind of luck in itself. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be sure what their fate would be like right now. They were afraid that they would still be suffering inhuman torture and humiliation, let alone advancing their cultivation base. Lu Xing and the others were also very excited. Although they didn't receive any benefits from Xianxia, they could see the benefits. The fact that all of them had advanced to the next level proved everything. If they wanted to survive in the evil abyss, nothing was more exciting than advancing their cultivation base. Lu Xing and the others were also very excited. Although they didn't receive any benefits from Xianxia, they could see the benefits. The fact that all of them had advanced to the next level proved everything. In order to survive in the evil abyss, nothing was more exciting than advancing their cultivation base. Brr. At this moment, a thunderous roar rushed out from the prefecture. Immediately, a golden beam of light soared into the sky. De Huang Dog flew up as well. At this moment, De Huang Dog looked extremely mystical. A virtual image of a dragon horse appeared on the surface of his body. Good, De Huang has advanced to the early divine immortal realm. We have gained another powerful force. Seeing that De Huang Dog had successfully advanced to the early divine immortal realm, Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy. He knew very well how terrifying De Huang Dog was. Even though he was only an early divine immortal expert, if De Huang Dog exerted his divine power, he could easily kill a mid-divine immortal expert and a late divine immortal expert. How mystical. This dog really isn't as simple as he looks. He actually possesses an extremely powerful bloodline. Our combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. Given our current strength, it's enough to sweep across the outer region. De Huang Dog's advancement had boosted their morale. Every one of them was an expert. Naturally, they could tell how terrifying De Huang Dog was. Plus, they had fought De Huang Dog personally when they attacked Lascivious City. So they knew how terrifying this dog was. Lu Xing and the others had a deep impression of De Huang. Although they hadn't fought De Huang Dog yet, the fact that De Huang Dog was able to stop them for 2 days with just a grand formation was still fresh in their minds. Now that De Huang Dog had advanced 2 levels consecutively, even the mid-divine immortal experts could feel their soul trembling. If they were to fight De Huang Dog head-on, they were afraid that not many of them would have the courage to do so. De Huang Dog swaggered around in the sky, then flew down to Xianxia's side. Well done. Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head and praised. Tell me, when are we going to fight? De Huang Dog's chi surged like a rainbow. He couldn't hold back his surging heart any longer. Master, 3 days have passed. Not a single city lord has come forward to surrender. What should we do now? Lu Xing asked. What's the reaction of those cities? Asked Xianxia. This situation was within his expectations, so it wasn't strange at all. Master, the reputation of you in Fragrant Sky City has spread far and wide. Many cities have joined forces, seemingly ready to fight against Master. However, there are also a few cities that are indifferent. They neither joined forces nor put up any defense. They must have believed that Master wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack on the outer region. Lu Xing introduced the situation of the outer region to Xianxia. He hadn't been idling in the past 3 days. He dared not neglect the task that Xianxia had given him. Although no one had come forward to surrender, Lu Xing had already found out about the situation of those cities. Damn it. How dare they not put us in their eyes? This is unforgivable. Tell Master Dog which cities they are talking about. Master Dog will personally take action and kill them all. Chapter 1241. De Huang Dog was very restless. Under Xianxia calm exterior, there was a cruel smile on his face. He understood very well why those people didn't put him in their eyes. It was because of his relationship with the evil lord. In the eyes of many people, what he was doing now was going against the evil lord. However, Xianxia didn't think so. He was very interested in the evil lord and even longed to get in touch with him. However, with his current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to get in touch with the evil lord directly. A powerful immortal king expert wouldn't pay attention to a celestial immortal. Therefore, Xianxia had to find a way to attract the attention of the evil lord. The best way to attract the attention of the evil lord was to create chaos in the periphery of the evil abyss. Xianxia was a smart person. He understood what the evil lord wanted. What the evil lord wanted was to eliminate the evil clan and completely rule the evil abyss. However, even if the evil lord was a powerful immortal king expert and had extraordinary means, it was impossible for him to eliminate the evil clan completely. This could be seen from the fact that the evil lord had only been able to resist the evil clan after 10 years of hard work. If the evil lord wanted to fulfill his wish, he had to rely on himself. Only by helping the evil lord would he have the chance to rule the evil abyss. Moreover, Jiang Qin could also use the evil lord's hand to obtain the greatest benefits. Jiang Qin had already deduced through the great divination art that he and the evil lord wouldn't become enemies in the end because they both needed each other. This was something that the evil lord would understand sooner or later. Therefore, Jiang Qin's current actions were completely unscrupulous. City Lord, what should we do now? Qin Hui asked. Since we have already released the order, we naturally have to complete it. Since they don't want to surrender, I will go and chop off their heads. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He seemed incomparably calm, as if killing people was nothing to him. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They knew very well how terrifying this young city lord was and how cruel and merciless he was. It wasn't hard to imagine that from today onwards, the outer perimeter would be in chaos. Those who didn't put Jiang Qin in their eyes were destined to have a miserable end. The 3 city lords had already served as an example. De Huang, take Lu Xing and eliminate those cities that don't belong to the alliance. Remember, the others can surrender, but the city lords won't give them the chance. Hang the heads of their city lords and the plaque of Fragrant Sky City outside the city. Jiang Qin always had a calm expression when giving orders, but any order that came out of his mouth was destined to lead to a reign of terror. It was enough to hand over ordinary cities to De Huang Dog alone, let alone with the help of Lu Xing. As for the city lords in the periphery, Jiang Qin had already sentenced them to death. He never liked to give people second chances. These 3 days were the opportunity that he was giving to those city lords. Since they didn't know how to cherish it, there was no need for him to be polite. Jiang Qin wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty if he killed anyone in the evil abyss. Alright, don't worry, leave it to Master Dog. I guarantee that those cities will have their heads flying everywhere. De Huang Dog danced with excitement. He had just advanced to the immortal realm and was in high spirits. He was about to start a massacre to show his arrogance. De Huang Dog's majestic body disappeared in a flash. Lu Xing hastily followed behind De Huang Dog. De Huang wasn't aware of the locations of those cities. Only Lu Xing knew about them, as he had already investigated them thoroughly. The rest of you follow me. Today I want all the cities in the periphery to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. The qi that was emitted from his body was like that of a god of war. He soared into the sky and led all the remaining divine immortal experts towards the outskirts of Fragrant Sky City. Ada and Air followed closely behind him. Qin Hui, Li Si and the other early divine immortal experts followed closely behind them. Each of them had towering qi and was filled with murderous intent. All of them seemed incomparably excited. Putting aside everything else, just the qi of Jiang Qin alone was enough to make Jiang Qin fight Jiang Qin very enjoyable. Furthermore, all of them had witnessed Jiang Qin's means and knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Now that Jiang Qin was going to attack the other cities, they could almost foresee the fate of those city lords. Before they set off, Lu Xing had ordered his men to prepare a lot of signboards of Fragrant Sky City so that they could hang them in front of the city gates. Perhaps from today onwards, the layout of the periphery would be changed. Jiang Qin and the others flew at a very fast speed. In just a few minutes they arrived at a city not far away from them. The atmosphere in the city ahead was tense. The number of guards that were rarely seen had increased. With a sweep of his soul power, Jiang Qin could sense that there were at least 5 intermediate divine immortal experts in the city. What's the city ahead? Asked Jiang Qin. City Lord, the city ahead is the Desolate Slope City. However, the experts of 6 cities have already gathered here. In other words, this is an alliance of 6 major powers to fight against us. Qin Hui stepped forward and said. In other words, there are 6 intermediate divine immortal experts in the city. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. He didn't care about intermediate divine immortal experts at all. With such a camp, Even if he didn't take action, his subordinates would be enough to deal with it. Ada and Air plus Chen Hui and Li Si were already 4 intermediate divine immortal experts. The combination of Ada and Air would be invincible in the same realm. No matter how many intermediate divine immortal experts there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Yes, City Lord, but such a camp is simply not worth mentioning in front of City Lord. Li Si flattered Jiang Chen. Ada and Air, it's all up to you now, Jiang Chen said without turning his head. As soon as his voice faded, Ada and Air rushed out like 2 whirlwinds. Although these 2 barbaric bulls were as docile as rabbits in front of Jiang Chen, they were extremely savage and ferocious when they fought. Brr, brr. The 2 barbaric bulls let out a heaven-piercing roar. 2 black light beams were shot out, smashing a few buildings in the city with a loud rumble. The huge commotion immediately startled all the experts in the city. They had been nervous for 3 days. Now that someone had suddenly come to attack them, even a fool would know that it was Jiang Chen who had come. Swoosh. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.